Yeah, I mean
hello,
that's
hello,
the thing
how we
about
done?
these head-to-heads. We talk about organizational storylines and we talk about this and that, but at the end of the day, I really look at what are these lineups' history against each other, and I think it could be a very different matchup.
There you guys are.
I think DRX are in a solid position. They're definitely one of the best teams in Pacific, but they're very shaky with all of these roster changes and role swaps. And Talon is a team that, at their ceiling, can beat anyone in this league. So this is not a guaranteed win here for DRX.
Yeah, what do you think though of DRX, and have they fixed it enough? I mean, I know they got sent down to the lowers. Termi has expressed frustration with the roster changes. Bane also having that injury, but he's back.
I mean, they've been unlucky. That's what I would say. There's no two ways around it. And honestly, they could have beaten RRQ and secured their spot at Toronto already. It was very close. Map 3, of course, went to that overtime. So they were about as close as you can get. So I do think it's just about finding a little bit more consistency for them. Just finding that 1% extra. And it could be...
Talon beat the cast today.
It could be.
I mean...
We'll talk about predictions shortly, but with this matchup,
they're definitely the underdogs here.
Tell us a lot about the
they're definitely the underdogs. They got the pattern going against them.
Icebox. That's very interesting. Their Harbor comp did not go particularly well for them the last time they played Icebox, but before that they had a good run on Icebox. DRX have not won a game of Icebox.
DRX go back to their fracture.
In the map pool, and then the fracture pick comes in for DRX here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Icebox is a very targeted pick, and I think I'm a little bit more curious.
I think
the fracture
DRX a mental ban in Paul, but here we are.
Look back to when Talon previously played this map. They used that Waylay comp, and they looked so good on it. We spoke routinely about how we felt like they were the.
Chat, do they perma ban Paul?
Yeah, Talon.
Very interesting veto, and I gotta say I'm leaning towards Talon here.
Talon have been dominating on Fracture every time that they played it, so a lot of teams have been banning it against them. DRX just goes ahead and picks it into them. They are not scared of this Waylay comp. They think that they can beat it, and DRX have got a lot of quality.
Oh, but they've never won on Paul.
Very good strike rate on it, so I think
they would have won on Paul, surely.
I can see a world where Talon here on this Icebox.
How bad did they get Rex on Paul?
Success there for DRX. Talon have had success with the comp previous with the Sovateo. The Harbor comp did not go as well for them, so look, they could mix up what they're playing here. But I think Talon has a reasonable chance at 2-0ing here. If they can win Icebox and the Waylay comp goes well once again on Fracture, they could get the 2-0. It's over on Lotus that I have a little bit less confidence that you're going to see Talon be able to kind of get across the line.
To be fair, they've been getting DRX absolutely wrecked on Paul.
Against a lot of quality teams. They've played against T1 on it a bunch of times already. It's one of those maps that I think DRX has got a lot of good reps on, so they should be feeling comfortable with that as a third decider.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, as we look at Icebox this first map, I would like to see some kind of change from
yeah, they suck on Paul as well, man. Fair play.
And we've seen them lose this map very, very...
Wait, that's not too bad for Talon, then. I think that's kind of nice for Talon. Give them more of a chance than...
I want to see bringing some changes, because Talon had to play yesterday. You want to try and catch them off as much as you can, make things surprising.
Yes, well, that's all
Raven, sorry, Rave Snorlax, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 2 months. Thank you for that.
Two teams, DRX and Talon, for playoffs, lower finals. Sorry, lower bracket, not finals.
Nazia, thank you so much as well, man. Appreciate that. The best Sentinel for Lotus and Split. I mean, it is Killjoy. The info, you talking ranked? Dude, that extra info for Lotus is so nice. Vice is pretty good as well, but honestly, in ranked as well, it's a pretty legit chamber map. Whoever got here, dude, I was gonna say DRX, but I'm looking at this map pool thinking Talon might have it. I'll back DRX, man. DRX Mako's just the GOAT. There's nothing we can do about it. You got Talon, you went opposite? Okay. Okay. As long as we both got PRX, then I don't mind. What about Cypher? No, I mean, Cypher's always good in rank, dude. Cypher's probably the easiest to climb ranks.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific.
How do I watch every region? Just switch the sleeping schedule for the weekend, man. Go for the 4-4 split.
DRX.
Don't know, man. It's easier than coaching.
In February, DRX lifted the kickoff trophy. A new IGL, a fresh look, and for a moment, it felt like the DRX era was back. But momentum slipped.
Do it during
the
split
roster
as well.
shuffled
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
And now
We
they
don't
have
miss a
one
game.
chance left. Lose today, and stage 1 is over. Toronto is not on the cards.
Yeah, they've had to go back to square one. Look, they were looking down the disappointing.
I haven't moved from
finish
this
over
spot in
Masters.
6
Maybe
weeks.
Didn't go as deep as they would have wanted, but they've had to kind of throw that on the back burner, having to deal with all this roster instability. But Marco is in prime form, as is Hyunmin, and they're
Psychopath?
figuring out some
Yeah,
of
this
these
point
small
it's an
issues,
addiction,
and they've
mate.
thrown Estrella over onto the IGL now.
Now, it's been a long time since they faced today's opponent, TALON Esports. And Talon's been a wild card. It's been literally a win-loss since the start of stage 1. And if this trend holds today, guys, it's not looking great. But this team has been breaking expectations. They have their 2.5 rookies, big plays, and maybe finally is today.
People asking me to become a coach so I can stream. Dude, that's so funny. I was telling chat, like, when I was coaching, I wouldn't even spend an hour in the gym. Like, I would feel so bad. Just because every single hour there's something you can do. Like, you for sure put it, well, at least in my experience, you at least work harder than everyone else. Okay.
Oh my god.
That's
Frost
fucked.
is just, nope, he did the nope thing. Oh my goodness. That's the first time.
Dude,
he
Tommy's
has
just
ever
in
seen
shock, man. Holy. Holy. For people that don't know, Frost is very convinced that the Korean teams share bids, like they record practice and share them.
Has made his statement, his position really clear. And you know what? When you are throwing the gauntlet in like that, you better win.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a
damn,
slap in the
dude.
face for Termy. That's
Dude,
a,
Tommy was
that's
just
a punch
Tommy
to
was
the
there
face
for like
before
5
it
seconds,
even
bro.
starts. That's saying, I
That
don't
was
care
nuts.
about your legacy. I don't care about your team. We're here to win.
That's definitely, that's some mental warfare. I think the team, though, is going to have to take a step back from that. That's like angry dad energy where you're like, no, I'm chill.
Yeah, Tammy's going to spend an extra 10 seconds on this one.
Look,
Oh my god, that was nuts. I don't think we've seen that, right? Last time it happened, he just did it and just accepted it.
Really hard. I love both of these teams. I love all my Pacific babies, and I have been slightly biased towards Talon. Yes, but you know what? Facts are facts, and they won yesterday, so they are not gonna win today. I think.
Yeah,
also, when Frost does things like this, Termy is gonna be activated.
Oh, into the agent select here. DRX are actually
The
going the
Harbor?
Harbor route rather than what Talon brought last time. They're going up against a flashless comp here, and it's worth mentioning that Frost kind of expressed that he was quite comfortable playing against the Harbor that Nongshin brought out on a set yesterday, so he'll know how to play around that, and we'll see if
I mean,
that
yeah, they
trickles
can
down
just
into how
palm a
Talon
wall.
approaches this
Yeah,
one.
Premier's got to do a lot here.
Talon literally already ran this DRX comp, apart from with Sova instead of Teo. So the way you play is going to be very, very similar. So I feel like Talon might have all the answers here, but equally, they don't have a lot of flashes.
It's
If
a
they
shame,
get
man.
stuck
I do
behind
think
those
if
walls,
Talon
things
actually
will
went
be in trouble.
for...
Absolutely, I mean, that's how Gen G dismantled that
Well,
Talon Harbor comp, is the fact that they were running in with a KO Yoru, so flashes really help you tackle
The double
a lot of these Harbor comps.
the double
We'll see how
drone's
DRX
like good
executes
against
it at the end
this,
of the day.
and then as long as Premi's a lunatic, they're gonna be fine. I do think at the moment when I watch this solo,
This is gonna be,
when I watch the
thought
solo
of the two
Teo,
matches today, this would be the less
you
spicy
can.
one, but now that things
I don't know.
are
The wall over towards.
So crazy.
the way
not
that
fist
coach
bump.
walkout went, the way these
Wall
Asian
over
comps
towards
are
B
going,
can
this
be legit. I
gonna
don't know.
be a
I think the
very
drone.
different
If you
kinda
break the
lower
drone
bracket.
early,
It's
this
all
comp
or
struggles,
nothing
but
between these two squads.
it has nice defense.
I
Has a
mean,
lot of
just
nice
believe- I
defense.
mean, that's like, there's a lot of energy here. Talon really won this game.
All right,
You not get fined for that, mate?
something a little
They
bit
just
different
made the
today.
match
Oh,
insanely
little,
entertaining. What do you mean?
Different here on the caster desk, we got Achilles and Komodo.
That's right. Thank you very much. Already off to a roaring start, it would seem. But hello, I'm Achilles, and I'm here alongside Komodo. I've exchanged the old model, gotten a new one.
It's Amara and more. Thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you, thank you.
I'm not having the life sucked out of me by Paper Thin, which happy birthday to him yesterday. 40 years.
The BM timeout. Oh my god, yeah, dude.
Unfortunate.
Dude, if someone is 12, like 5 up, I gotta see that timeout. I gotta see the disrespect timeout. Surely we call it.
But anyway, the EDM button has been pressed. There has been spice spilled out on this stage. Not fighting words, but fighting actions as we jump into this series. Icebox has started off. TALON versus DRX. Both of these teams vying to stay in the tournament to still have that chance at Toronto.
Yeah,
Alright, chat, we got DRX on attack. We got TALON on defense.
Stage 1 winners, or playoff winners rather, in DRX, trying to also maybe get a win here today to continue the run on in. Australia on the Harbour as well, interesting for me. Generally comfort role on a Sage, for example, but coming in towards Icebox, it's DRX choosing the attacking side. And now with the lurkers
pass
coming
and
up from
push.
TALON all towards BME,
Well, when
there's a lot
they
to
do
from
commit to the AD fault, they're gonna push all the way through.
Shots out there. Hyunmin hunting for some tag damage. Not gonna find much. Mako gonna find a kill. Doesn't he suspect
The
it?
most
Seems like he does.
perfect
Goes
peak
ahead,
for this
trades
off
it up
angle.
2-1 in that regard. In the meantime, back over here on the A site. For me up over the top, able to find one as Hyunmin will get taken down. So some damage suffered, but ultimately we find ourselves now in a 3v3.
Getting the plant top site as well. Gotta remember freeing
Probably
on
comes down to
Mateo,
this.
Salvos will come online soon.
Slow drift back there from Estrella. Situated on pipes, Bane.
Here you go, Big Joe.
Looking and freeing, watching for this flank. It's seen the Viper. It felled Mako, and now he's going to confirm that position. Ops just go ahead, backs away. Does have those salvos available still, needing them for the post plan, but freeing in quite a bit of damage. Headshot there through the corner of the wall, puts him down to 50.
Stra's like, literally, mate, you just hide. You're gonna win with salvos if you stay alive.
And,
oh, he mistimed it.
Primmy, a nice headshot. Looks for a little bit more, but ultimately cannot.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would have changed much on this one. Okay, like you said, it all came down to the Joe from behind her.
And they'll be happy with that one as well, considering the shenanigans afoot in the pre-stage of this map. So getting the pistol round, they'll be all right with. And it's also interesting, the change up for TALON for me coming back in towards this one too, right? Of course, last time they played this map, they changed up their comp. They're going back to the one that they bested T1 on a couple weeks back. It was a good 13-6 with a flawless defense.
They're allowed 2 deaths.
Already right now.
All the regen shields as well.
Flawless for them.
Well, going forward here, looking for a clean anti-eco. 2 ghosts for the side of DRX. So not as much firepower.
This is like the only map that
more as of late, and
I like
really
most of the Harbour stuff.
Anti-eco rounds. Spot out onto one. Fluid just going to be backpedaling here. Escapes back around the opposite side of that Harbor wall.
I do think the Omen comp is better, but...
Spot out on a one, but good amount of damage going to be suffered there by Hyunmin. Makes his quick exit, still has that Guardian in hand as Freeing comes away with a second.
Oi,
last
pillar. Is this a lot of nice stuff with the Harbour, right? Especially if you just look at this rounds, right? We have water default to get out over towards here, blocks the most common op spot. And then, so that's like your first layer, then you got the second layer of the wall to make sure that you can plant. And then when the wall goes down, you've got like third layer of like the extended wall over towards here. Just very simple of space 1, space 2, space 3.
Of course, coming back into good form in the game this week.
Freeing will keep playing in the share after the tail. I guess we'll see. Freeing is a beast, man. He can play anything, it's fine. Yeah, there'll be like a little bit of an adjustment period, but not much. DRX do qualify. I mean, it's the same as every team, man. The nothing agent that has 50 to 70% pick rate. It's gonna change everything for Toronto. Great shot.
Taken out. Solid headshot there from Primmy, looking for a little bit more, gets some damage across, takes his exit, plays it out wisely as he's getting the spot out here. We'll just swing back around the opposite side of 410.
Yeah, it is just a bit of a default from TALON too, meanwhile. Not rotating too much around the map, a bit of a...
Is this lowest? Yeah, lowest.
Yeah, there at the window.
Loser's done.
It's going to be Mako. Taking some damage.
Loser's done, and then winner has to win one more game for Toronto.
Yeah, ultimately still looking to go for this A site though.
Capped on those regen shields. As Stealth Drone not going to be spotting out too much here. Drone over the top from Cruz, able to get the spot out, and that holds him at bay here for now. Meanwhile, Stealth Drone going around the back, going to be able to get the scan here onto Mako. Tucks back under 2, but now he's in a really poor spot. Double pressure out from Talon here at Garage.
Okay, so pretty good comms from Mako here as well. Drone went off behind him.
DRX are going to look to go ahead
Pulls his team back to go clear the whole space while he takes some space.
And a lot of passiveness from the rest of Talon over at that A site as well, so getting the inkling that this is going to switch over towards B.
They know they're giving it up, but Mako's still able to find one before he gets taken down by Tai.
20 seconds, the molly's good.
DRX at this point, 22 seconds remaining. They are going to be all in on this site. Rotation still coming through as Primi, a late linger on that A site, can now start making
You
his way
guys are
across,
cooked now. 10 seconds.
for the delay tactics available here for the side of Talon. DRX in a bad spot. Shock Dart gonna fly. Now looking to just go ahead and commit for the stick, but no, dragged off of it here for a second. Cruz able to find one, Plant having to be stuck, but they're just getting overwhelmed and taken down. Talon will go ahead and get themselves
I feel like
one casualty here.
if I did insanely good at delaying
a lot
though.
of great patience from Talon as well. A great start with Primi picking up the first kill, not immediately
Use the
dashing
cove
away.
to try
Even,
get past
coming in
it.
towards this
I
round,
mean, yeah, I
you
can't be
look
too
at a
angry.
bit
They
of
had
a
to
weaker
do something.
bonus for DRX on the shield department, but there's no real push from DRX either. The time getting the better of them, the lurk timing, or rather the flank timing coming out, I really like from Talon in that one. Great recognition for the drone from Killua too. If he's always going to be pushing Garage.
Have I ever played Hollow Knight? I mean, I don't play one-player games. I imagine it's a one-player game.
Make sure that they're not
I feel like if I've never heard of it, it's probably a one-player game.
At the top, there's the reveal out. 3 players going to be spotted. Kill not found. Tiny bit of damage, but otherwise.
I'm missing out, bro. Everyone says that about one-player games, and then I play them, and I'm just like,
kind of set up for them.
I don't really care about the storylines. Like if I was gonna do that, I would go watch a film, and then I'm just playing against a bot. I get no satisfaction from it majority of the time.
Heroics from Mako if he wants to try and do something at the B side of the map, but for right now, DRX just playing the patient game. Drone out, confirming that there's still members surrounding the A site.
It's the skill issue of the bot I'm playing.
This is where you would assume that DRX start to layer in a little bit more of this utility, get some information from
Online games ruined it for me, man. I used to enjoy them.
A little bit more.
But now I need the satisfaction of knowing that I've annoyed someone around the world somewhere.
Reinforced push. Recall on the alarm bot. Check into the window, but nothing really seen here.
The mechanics are enjoyable. I mean, probably. People say that about Fortnite as well, man, but I don't want to play a game where the skill is building.
Goes for the peak. Jit Boy's going to be taken down. Primi here on that right-hand side on the approach, but it's going to be Pain coming away with the kills. Cruz gets taken out. Primi still here. The tailwind expiring.
Hates your energy.
Just push up into the cover. They're watching for.
Just finding what you like and sticking to it.
Right there on top. As now the double push out from B is going to be noted. Mako dead, but gets all the info they need.
Yeah, just going to retreat, set up for the post properly here. That's just going to be the save call.
Mixie98 with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I appreciate the Prime, mate.
Going to be lost. Cash not in the greatest position. Primi, granted, does have knives, so can go ahead and pull those out in the next round. And DRX going to be allowed to move up 3-1 here to start things off on Icebox.
There's always a position as well for Talent so far, having Primi and Cruz.
1.6 or Source? I played Source, but I do think the 1.6 was better.
Where Cruz might be able to grab that ulti orb and pick up the
I probably only had like 1,000 hours of 1.6.
That you could work with coming in towards the next round, but it is another highlight of DRX wanting to play this one extremely slow. Seeing if there's
Source was a mental game, man.
Members, which there isn't really too much.
Deagle was just the best thing ever.
A little bit more haste from DRX put into the fray in the next coming rounds.
They could just go for a really quick hit here. That Armageddon is available, so can just use it to flush out something like the B site. We'll see.
Yeah, but a change up immediately from Talon as well. 3-1-1 setup. So Cruz probably not incentivized to be grabbing that ulti orb by himself with the buy up here for Talon.
Thinks about it. You can see him inching forward there on the mini-map.
He's going for it.
Consideration. Should have been able to grab it.
1-2.
Does have that Hunter's Fury online
Do people come by?
And a big push up.
If they lose this, dude, they're insanely aggro over towards B majority of the time. Definitely
we'll be able to go ahead and
a big part of their game plan.
early alert. Obviously, numbers won't be confirmed, but they'll be able to go ahead and no presence. Mako at the same time, though, might be getting caught on a timing.
Well, might actually find some timing for himself if he does push in through mid.
Slides forward, knows that there's going to be a player here behind, but
Dude, here's a lot.
gonna just play this quietly here for the moment. Primi on the check, swings out. Minor damage taken.
Okay, now what?
Finds
They
a
kind
headshot.
of
Mako now on
they
the
know
floor.
its numbers.
Now DRX, as they go for the plan, they're going to have to play a battle.
Because they've done the wall, they don't want to push through their own wall. And they got the side with the harbor ult.
Hyunmin does manage to shut him down before he can do more damage.
That's
Finds the
insane
follow
shots,
on the
bro.
side to keep
That
it
is
now into
nuts.
a
That's
3v2. Clean shots from Hyunmin.
that's two, and that's too
Bailing them out
good.
here in the round. And as the wall falls, so
Dude, they
too
should be
shall
losing this.
Cruz.
Like 9 out of 10 times, they should be losing this round.
Australia looking snappy, and now for Jit Boys, it's really just about trying to deal some form of damage, stop that economy of DRX from really bubbling up. Not sure if Australia's going to be ready for this. Nope, not at all. Guardian to the back of the head. Some damage found. Clutch on the round. Possible, but the time just not quite there for him. So we'll just go ahead, drift away with the weapon upgrade. DRX.
Hyunmin, he has some of like the
little
best
bit of
first
a
bullet aim I've
unfortunate
seen.
scenario
Like, he's
for
really up
Talon
there.
When you consider that they've got the numbers and the pieces on the flank as well. You've got some good blade action coming through from Primi, but it's just a counterjet, and Hyunmin hitting some very crispy headshots. You see them back in the replay, and they're all individual jewels that have been sent his way as well. There's no double picks coming in from Talon, so definitely want to make sure that they're shaking off a couple of those nerves, getting a couple of their communications.
How do you fix this map? Dude, this map's too far
scenario.
gone.
Because it's going to be another one here where it's not the greatest buy to come through for Talon. Time of pause as well, so we're going to have a bit of
It's quicker to scrap the map.
to have.
No, we're not.
No, it's the wrong one. We had one yesterday. It was
No,
very
another
quick.
tech
It was a
pause?
small gear
Yeah, it
issue.
was small.
But I feel
actually,
like you on the desk cursed it a little bit because you get some big ones.
Okay, all right. Well, yes, that's true.
Blow it up.
Past.
Yeah,
it's
it's
been all right. My
it's
last
just
day out, we also had a minor gear issue. We were, in and out.
because
So
everywhere on the map could
hopefully-
do with a change.
all should be well.
Hopefully.
So it's just easier to start again, man. It's
Like
just so much
perhaps
easier to
over
start
here on
again.
the side of Talon. Yep, being told similar gear issue here. So hopefully something relatively quick. Get this dealt with.
Because mid has to change, A has to change. In an ideal world, B has to change. But then you are just changing the whole map.
But as soon as I saw the timer start making it past that 25-second remaining mark, I'm like, okay, they're still going to leave the players out here. They're still going to let them chill and see what they can do on their own. But I think 5-1, Talon, you're probably going to have to pull a timeout if you're not able to find this next round win.
I mean, it's always the thing as well, how much is Frost recognizing on what they're talking about in the actual map as well, right? Because when you've got this little language difference, as long as
You think a
Cruz is,
maze map
maybe
could
saying
work?
some sort of
Maze,
English,
no.
translate it to him post-round
I mean,
or
they
anything
would probably
that.
like that.
It really is
My
about
issue with a lot of
identification,
okay,
how their comms
I have
are,
a few
these sort of
issues
scenarios are
with
for
the maps
example,
that are
as well,
even
where you
good.
have to
Some of my
swing your
issues are
head.
just
It's
like
not too
every
unoften
corner
that
is
you
a
don't see
sharp
a pause
corner
taken in the round
where
after.
like the Judge or a Bucky is really really good.
See when they wanna
I
pump
also
those
have a bit of an
brakes.
issue that every choke point is just small choke point,
DRX
smoke
providing
holds.
some stability.
The main issue I have with like Icebox Abyss
See how things fare for
is
Talon coming off the back of this
I
one.
have two options on defense,
Maybe
right?
this
They
could be good,
take
though.
some
Slow the
space,
roll.
and my option is
Get
to
a little bit of a
rotate or
breather, a little bit
push.
more opportunity to calm
When you
down,
have a
get some
middle
communicate
that
with
is
the,
like
each other, with the coaching
so
staff
messed
during
up
this time
that you
about the
can't
game.
take
At
it
least
or
just
take
give
any
those
map
players a
control and
moment to take a
reaction,
pause, take a deep
I'm
breath,
limited
and
to
say,
2
okay, we got
reactions.
this.
And I think that's,
Yeah, and of course, there's always
in
gonna be one of
my
those,
personal opinion, it's awful.
veto situations as well when you
You
come
want
in
it
towards
to
this
be
one
like,
elimination bracket.
it's
What
why I
do you
like
change up?
Haven.
How
And again, I
much
don't think
practice do
Haven's
you
a
have
perfect
to,
map. I
right?
mean,
Because
there's
for
not really that
Talon,
many
they
good
had to
maps
play
in
yesterday.
the
They
game
had
itself.
a-
Like,
not the
they
cleanest
take
game
A
against
long
Belgium.
default,
It
like
was,
you can
3.5
push down
some
over
high-level
towards
scores
C,
coming through
you
and
can
the end
push
results as
middle,
well.
like
And
I
then you've
can
got to
take
consider,
garage
okay,
if I
it was the early game, so they do
originally
have a little
don't
bit
have
of
garage,
coming
and then when they
towards today as
take
well
garage
against
or they
DRX,
take back
so,
middle, they take back over
you know,
towards
back in this
C, I can then
situation
retake
or
over
back
towards
in
A.
front,
Like
are
I
we
can
gonna have
constantly
another
be
Korean
doing
team
things,
go international, or
and
are they
then
gonna
I
have to
have
get
the rotate or
into
push
the
options.
final here? Are we gonna get them to
Like you
three?
can
Who
always
knows?
do something in reaction,
This has been,
so it's nice.
I think, pretty much globally.
Whereas,
very
like,
topsy-turvy
Abyss
time
Icebox,
ahead of the Masters,
what am I
where
gonna do
a lot
in
of these
reaction
teams that
anywhere?
you
Push
expect,
middle?
especially off the back of Bangkok, to be able to qualify
great.
to be surefire hits. Barely squeezing into the tournament or just missing out completely. Obviously, T1, the obvious one, given that they are that trophy lifting team, but G2 had to go in as a third seed. Vitality still going to be fighting their way to
I
try
think
to make
Valorant
it
is
there.
better
There's
suited to
a
3-side maps.
of
I think so, but that's only
across
because
the board.
they've.
EDG,
It's only because,
first ever
in my opinion,
international missed since 2022
when they
won
have
the LCQ and they made it the champs.
when they have a
massive shake up.
site at B, it means they have to put more thought in this area, and I think that's where the maps lack. When they're just so focused on the sites and they don't think about like mid or like areas to react. Also A. I don't know how you meant to defend this, but
we are good to go. Thank you for bearing with us. And then we can get back underway.
you just need to be able to do things. I just want options.
Early salvos. Premier though up over the top here at 410, trying to see if he can get a peak very hairline angle that he's trying to play off of here.
Then again, the other maps also have some issues as well. Like small choke points are just what they want in this game, which is okay, I guess, but just becomes a little stale.
Oh, Ty.
Tate Star, thank you the 27 months, dude. Thank you for that.
Somehow doesn't actually get any shots in. Ty managing to dodge out those bullets.
Dude, another aggro push over towards B. It's non-stop at the moment. Hasn't really got them wins, but when you actually like look at the map, right? Pistol was down to the 1v1. The round they lost was because Xiaomin killed 3. Like macro-wise, it makes a lot of sense what they're doing. They should majority of the time win the rounds where they're pushing behind. He's gonna do it again. Dude, he's done it again. Well, there goes the round.
Just a lack of reaction. Not realizing whatsoever. Tap at the spike. Jid Boys doing well. Bringing this back into a 3v3, but now the salvos fly to further delay. Push under the corner. Mako drags across, finds the headshot. The Armageddon gets sent here from Fring to further buy more time. The swing out, Hyunmin finding the first, and the shots are
I think when he's playing like this, you're not gonna win. Looking like one of those games where like Zek and Zon, you're just like, wow, it's done. It's 2 giant rounds that he's done this, by the way. It's not like they're small rounds; they're just insanely impactful rounds.
They get a kill, they pull for a gun, they have some upgrades, they're expecting that this is going to end over to the A site. It kind of just gets pulled apart from then. You've got the salvos online, you've got the Armageddon, we're both invested, you still hold on to the pit for the next coupler, and this is the scenario that
How about we merge Abyss and Icebox? If you're just trying to merge 2 maps that have the same issue. Not to mention long rotates as well. Dude, doing good maps is hard, man. Making a good map is hard.
For sure. Cast my mind back to yesterday as well, and we see in the beginning stages, you know, adjustment periods from Talon. It took them 4 rounds on both maps, on both halves, to figure out what Nongshim were doing before they actually woke up and just knew what they needed to do, the awakening moment to kind of clean house. So if this is sort of the same scenario that they slot themselves in here, maybe we see them switch on, maybe we see a little bit more.
Sunset is decent. I like Sunset. Sunset in pro plays nice as well. I knew that Sunset was like not too bad of a map when I spoke to 3 different people and they all thought that like a certain part of the map was like the most important part of the map. You got 3 parts of the map that is worth 2 avenues. So then you got loads of options. So that's cool, to be honest.
The other side in kitchen.
And then on defense you can have some kind of reaction. Not that it's the best, again, I still think that it has its issues, but on attack it's at least a lot of options that you can do of where you think is the most important part of the map.
Of course, not seeing any push-ups through B long just yet. You'll see a Self drone come up from a back position.
Do they force into this?
Generally a little bit more forward, so if DRX are at least keeping an eye on where those utilities are coming from, they know it's a little bit more of a backline angle from Talon here.
Talon now realizing that this is going to be a bit more heavy presence. Stealth drone previously only really spotting out the Killjoy. Doesn't tell them much of anything there, but Mako now lingering forward, calling for the team to rotate around. I'll wait out this stealth drum, or rather this recon dart.
Maybe not noted just yet, by the way.
Oh boy.
He's just running up, but Mako's now found it. Swings the
this
angle.
Is
it's one of those plays that makes you think, are they telling him to run, to bait the angle, to keep the eyes trained there? Or
we've spoken about this a little bit before as well, and let's wait for Bane to get this going.
Opened up and Bane Very far back linger here in the spawn. Gets
It's
the catch
very
on
hard on this map to like set one up and over rotate. You can't do it over towards A. Right, there's no angle where you can go aggro where you aren't, apart from here. Right, you can just hold this line. There's no aggro angle where you can hold like one person. Right, you got this from 2 angles. You can hold far back here, but again, it's not early info. You can go here, but they can go behind you as well on this. So you always have to have 2 people over towards A if you want to be holding like this. You can't over rotate. You can kind of do it towards B. You see Aspas do it a lot right on top of yellow. You can jiggle time this. But
we'll have to rebuy the armor. DRX now 6-1.
With Death Australia,
Ishiki, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that.
The important
Thank you.
Right now for DRX is they are converting after Talon's timeout, so no value, no weight or adjustments. You see in the early stages that you're mentioning, Cruz sending out the recon dart, it's spotting nothing. You've got Primi on the belt line. They're having confidence in him that he's going to be good for 1 or 2, maybe fall back, and then the team can have enough time afforded to get their rotations out, but he's just caught by himself, no trades. DRX selling a good little fake with the util that they put over towards the B side.
Omen or Harbor here? I prefer Omen.
The A side is where they were kind
like
of
the options that Omen gives you. But I prefer the Omen being the duelist. I'm kind of, unless my Jed is a monster, I'm kind of in for the MAT Na'Vi comp.
Similarly, spotting up Primi in kind.
Read your bits? Okay, I'll read it after this. I don't need.
On the site.
There's like Talon in a rut where they're just forcing every single round. Ooh, that's a nice shutdown. Push over towards B, hasn't been hard. Turret's obviously down. I mean, Primi just absolutely wrecked this round.
It does go ahead and eventually put down Mako. Just the one casualty. Talon
thank you for the bits. That's what he said. When there's bigger choke points that a single smoke doesn't fit, yeah, but it works in other games, and we have that stuff like Viper, and we have stuff where you can play double controllers.
Dance around the site, dance around the reckoning. Big swatting from Jit Boys, by the way, onto the right click attempt of Hyunmin. But a better look this time for Talon, as I mentioned, changing the initiator force for them, but I don't think that's really the big thing that worked out for them. They were just ready for some sort of aggression from DRX with the right numbers.
Crucially, they get rid of 2 ultimates as well.
Infamous haven't checked it yet, sorry man.
So it ends up being a bit more costly for DRX, despite the fact
I just
they have a
slept.
significant lead.
Yeah,
invested over at green here for the moment.
Yeah, it kind of blocks the avenue of DRX where you're only seeing really.
Okay, the good news about that for Talon is that you kept so many people alive, their money starts getting good. Viper or 1-person hold over towards B.
Jump position here for Primi, top of screen. Swing out, Ring. Able to go ahead and find that kill from Nest.
It's a devastating start.
Once again, Pop to try to buy some time here. Jit Boys does have the lockdown, sends it. No Armageddon to go for a clear on this. Plant now being committed to. This means it's going to be probably a bit of a late exit. Not an exit at all. Estrella taken down in transit.
It's a good plant because the Viper all reaches it, but it's not as safe. It's like not a good plant for the after plant, really. They gotta go a bit more aggro. Yeah, that's why they're just sending bodies over towards here.
The rope across, he's making all the noise in the world, and now it's getting frantic. Mako spraying, barely is able to find one, and now needs to clutch it out here from within the pit. High on the approach. Over the top of the bite. Mako playing it so
Man, Mako, what a beast. Dude, they went for this save clan. We have an ult that covers it, and he's just great, man. Win one, lose the next. 1-9 loss bonus. They're gonna force because they've been forcing, and 1-person takes the hit, 2 light armors. But
the salvos and the nano just already placed on towards the spike, and at that point in time, you're putting everyone into the pit. The decay effect starts to come through for Talon. That's why some loose sprays in that sort of scenario work a treat, and then Mako, very patient, very stone cold. Not faltering in that one, and it's back to normal fashion, you would assume, for DRX right now on this map.
Just anytime Talon gain an inch, they lose a mile. 7-2 now is Orb's just going to be cycled back. Estrella already over halfway towards that next reckoning.
Yeah, it is just Die at the moment over towards this B-side too, with now Primi coming over 2 assists, but the walls are up, blocking vision.
damage onto Hyunmin here.
This would actually be a pretty good call for a fake right now as DRX. You've still got alert coming out from Bane, a lockdown in play available if needed. And the rest of the force actually for Talon are all around this B site.
They tap, they get some util out, and it looks like they want to rotate off of that. Mako, though,
Big Joe.
even a re-clear into mid. Jitboys, he's hearing footsteps. Calling for to get some extra
Yeah, here comes the
eyes under
rotate.
two.
He had at least 2 stomping.
Poison Orb goes up.
I like this little bait. That was nice. It was a strong bait from Taya.
Instantaneous with the response, and now because of this preset position, Bane will go ahead and get a deep lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury comes through, so Cruz can
Okay,
clear
well,
that
if you're
out.
doing that, you got a fast flood.
Base can now be disrespected here by Talon as Primmy. Through the smoke, able to find one. Bane going to be taken down. A 3v4 here for DRX. They try to close this
Oh,
out.
it's a great ult.
Armageddon coming in over the top here from Kahlua, but they will be able to escape
Dude,
the blast.
spam.
Knives popped, stun into the corner, the drop down. Primmy looking for the double, cannot make it half. Ben is all on Captain.
Okay, nice. Dude, they did this ult and then they didn't spam back a sight.
It's going to be Talon coming away with a third round victory.
This time Marco not able to do any damage up the guts of mid, unfortunately, for DRX, and with enough ultimates online for Talon as well.
1-9? Okay, dude, actually this gets into a big round. Not saying this one's worth 2 because obviously light buys in this game, but they got a good chance for 2 here. Great shot.
Recognize that there's just a disconnection effect happening, and then all be already at the A site when the plant goes down. It does become a bit of a
Tiller,
battle to try and
don't
get all
ask
of the
me, man.
trades
We
there,
just
but
did like a
Talon
whole
already
10-minute
is
segment
holding
on
the
it.
numbers game.
I would change the whole map.
Talon still with an opportunity to rescue this half, now finding a bit more stability. Still these half armors.
I'm out for Sliggy. Thanks so much for the prime.
A bit of a swing
Thank you for the
scenario
17 months, mate.
DRX too here. They have to be pretty careful with holding advantages, holding weaponry.
The Reckoning goes out. Should just be instant salvos from Kahlua to try to go ahead and slow things up. Oh, that is a slippery little stealth drone. If nothing else, got him to waste pretty much an entire mag.
Reckoning out.
Reckoning to come through. And Jitboys pushing
Nice
forward,
shot.
playing aggressively. He's able to find one, and Primmy comes away with a second. Just Kahlua
For
trading it
me,
out. It's a massive trade up here for the side of Talon.
yeah, I mean,
It's done connecting, but I mean, yeah, that's already the Reckoning expired. Mako on the hunt.
oh, it's weird timing.
Not
Both go
suspicious
around the
enough.
corner at the
Cruz as
same
well
time.
in a forward spot. It's going to be Bane with a hell of a headshot.
No way, got them both.
And that immediately turns things upside down, doesn't it, right now? From a 4 versus 3 into the favor of DRX. You've already got the site scoped out a little bit as I say that. But Marco.
That's mad, isn't it?
And now it's all on
Absolutely mad round.
Talking about the economic situation. Do you
Take
consider
it,
a
Bane's
safety
surgery went well.
to make sure that everybody has weapons?
When
in
did
the
he
next
have it?
round? I mean,
Last
Primmy
Monday, right?
doesn't have blades available to back up his 100 credits.
In 6 days.
It's a tough call, but it seems like they want Jitboys to try to go for this. A couple players on the side of DRX similarly don't have that
It's
much
this
money
Monday?
behind.
There's no way
They'll
it's
be able
this
to find
Monday.
one, clear the nano, but Mako back yellow. Jitboys just having no clue whatsoever where they had scattered to. The two surviving on the side of DRX, they will get up now 8-3.
And this is where it becomes a little bit more problematic for the Talon fans out there. If anyone's on the superstitious mark, you definitely want them to be finding this next one to not get that 9-3 curse happening.
Last Monday, yeah.
You want that to be
Dude,
more
no
in
one's
the
sitting
favour
with
of Talon, right?
appendicitis
So
for like an
DRX,
extra
we'll
week,
see how
man.
they're going to navigate this next round after having
Even the 2 days extra was
maybe
madness.
expected again, because Talon have been doing that a lot in this map so far. The fact that Bane is just able to mop them both up is quite stellar. Now in the last round of this half, it's back to the drawing board, it's back to the A site to begin.
Well, Primmy's position going to be confirmed once again. Drops down, eating some damage, and oh, just getting shot from every which way. Put the 45, but still breathing. Damage can still be dealt here by his hand. But if he dies in a forward spot, that means no one's picking up that Guardian.
Yeah.
Stinger Sheriff, 3-person stacks kinda strong though. Ooh.
2 towards Maze.
Ball's coming through.
Man, I hope they get rid of this map for the new map.
Holding the brakes. Mako trying to see what kind of pressure comes out of B here before they really execute onto the site, it would seem.
Lots of utility exchanges at the moment.
Salvo's going through, Bane able to find one, and Gunman just crouching in underneath. Jitboys can take it down now. Primmy with 45. Just going to be backed up by Cruz, who only has a Stinger. And it's quickly going to be left on the floor. Instantaneous headshot from Primi, still on point in that regard, but it's now just Die, and he has been noted. Mako looking to keep him held down here in mid, and he cannot fight his way out. Mako wins those, and that's going to be a 9-3 half with DRX well out in front.
And there's not too much ingenuity from DRX, to be honest with you as well, right? It's just kind of readable plays.
The aim team isn't out aiming. I mean, they might be able to overwhelm on attack.
See what you can bait out from Talon. Maybe you've got a little lurk happening from Marco up through mid or over through the B side of things, where we see, you know, majority of the time Talon investing either 1 or 2 players in Die and Killer.
Why do I hate the icebox? Mate, look at it.
But there's no real massive.
How do I sum it up to zoomers? Okay, it's like icebox is like right. You know you got your TikToks, right? You got a TikTok short here. The problem is you gotta wait a whole minute before you get to watch the next one. That's what Icebox is. You just got 1 minute nothing, and then you get your 5-second TikTok short, and then you gotta wait 1 minute again. That's what it is.
I mean, sure. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's the wrong game.
Is Tai that ripped? That's the big question.
Guess we'll never know.
We need to get the thing that we're missing here is the voting count to see how many votes it's got between the two things.
Yeah, this is true. 9-3 though, man. Like, this is a little bit of a problematic spot for Talon if they can't get out on their pistol round as well, right?
Oh, for sure.
Like, it's their map pick.
Calling them TikTok shorts, mate. I don't know how it works, man. I don't want it. I don't want to watch that stuff.
You definitely want to come away with your own map pick when you've had it open, you've gone in with the choice, and you're expecting some sort of confidence on your own defensive side, some plans on your attacking side. So we'll see if that's going to at least come out here in the pistol round. Everybody looking to go towards this B site nice and early from Talon. Everybody investing with an upgraded pistol as well.
Slasher, what the hell? That's what I'm saying, man.
Full sense,
no worth it.
Steady push forward here from Talon. Recon sent out. Mako caught on timing.
Okay, dude, give me a pistol. Right, go on.
Hello. Takes him down.
Oh,
I thought
boy.
it was a straight bullet. It was a straight salvo. His Primi will fall. Fraying doing well to find one, but Straya just getting absolutely melted out through the walls. And this is the thing when you got 2 Vipers and then you get a Harbor into the mix as well. You can't see a damn thing. Body still hitting the floor though.
It hit some shots at the end here though. Okay.
Kills. Talon will go ahead, tie it up in pistols.
I mean, I'm talking about a scrappy second map. Let's just bring it back.
They can definitely do this
right now. A scrappy pistol round to come on through where there's just wall-on-wall action and everyone's just trying to shoot through it and deny all action. There's spike hot potato in between.
It's the same. It's the same video every time. It's an A hit. Dude, why does everyone's Viper wall have a gap towards the back here? What's going on? I saw another gap over towards here. C9 wall.
To see too much investment here for DRX. You'll play it for what it is, just the pistols. Get your guns in the next round.
Really getting that pit online as well quickly here for Tai could be very good for the post plants. Element though, over the top, able to find one. Classic.
Wait, what?
Puts down Jit Boys.
What was nuts?
Not able to retrieve any upgrades though, if you consider the pistol the upgrade there. As a B site, going to be the lean now for Talon.
Still, though, unless they start committing to the plant, Cruz is getting into a deeper position. Tap has been heard, bite delays. Everyone from DRX here, and now the call to go ahead and swing back across towards the A site has been sounded here from the side of Talon.
At least liked that everyone that wanted to take space was the worst gun, just in case it went wrong. We got the human drone clearing all A.
Up against the pistols as opposed to rifles, so he's just going to slot himself in nice and deep.
He's got himself in a fantastic spot as well here on the rafter with that stinger. Anybody pushing forward towards the screen side. Likely to fall, but looks like Cruz not wanting to potentially overgreed here on his position. Backs away. There's a spot out on the one. Straya taken down.
Just weaponry retainment here for Talon.
Well, Bane does have that Sheriff. Finds Kahlua. Shot to the side of the head. Stun sent, not connecting. Primi still here. Top of 410. Now going to be spotted.
Boy.
Gunman playing off the back of that. And oh boy, now suddenly we have to pump the brakes. Tai looking for a third. Finds it here in the round, but now getting overwhelmed. And Cruz, last one standing.
Stinger.
Still some time here. Draws out with the Ghost Spring. Picks up the Phantom. and DRX pull off the thrifty.
Give me fracture, man.
The anti-eco, and this
give me
is
fracture.
a Shakespearean tragedy.
It's a blunder. That's what it is, mate. That is a round that should not go DRX's way. I mean, the first shot that comes out from them, you're catching, you know, against the pistols of Jit Boys, right? But the rest of them, I mean, you're looking at a scenario where you've got a plant down, you've got some post-plant utility in the salvos, in the shock darts, but playing these forward lines, having some belated crossfires. I personally thought Thai was going to be able to just triple down there and maybe bring something back towards Talon and maybe win out the round, but no. DRX are out shooting today.
Wherefore art thou throwing? Oh boy.
Yeah, the half-farm positions with the guns weren't great.
Apart from that, just the pistols for the force of
Timeout incoming.
Creeping up towards this A side.
You would imagine so, but
scope out the situation.
dude, what can you change up on Icebox, man?
Stealth drone.
What's there to talk about?
We've seen stranger things. You've got two sheriffs here for the side of Talon. We could just get those thrifties into thrifties, the old Gen G special.
Waiting for the high tide to fall on down. Australia going to start things off.
Close angle, multiplayer spotted.
Oh.
What is that?
Ridiculous.
Oh, that is insane.
Oh god, what's going on?
Okay. We've gone from Shakespeare to absurdity.
Yeah.
Primmy will be able to go ahead and find one as Hyunmin falls.
That's rough.
But good God.
Just seen more kills through walls without any vision on your opponents in these last few rounds than we have with actual vision.
30 seconds left.
Well, up and over the top, the spot onto his straight.
Rises Bewitched, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate the 5 months. Yeah, if we can see a timeout, you can see it now. Too late.
As DRX one away from having map point.
Yeah, you got to see Talon start to activate in a situation like this as well, right? If they drop that, well, it's going to be 8 map points coming in towards this map of their own choosing, and maybe we have a scenario where they have to just be like PRX of yesterday, where you wipe off map 1, you ignore it, and you look for a bit of a reverse sweep affair. Starting to get a lot closer to these ultimates as well for Talon at the moment, with Tier 1 off the Viper's pit. Meanwhile, on the flip side, no ultimates online, but an operator out for Hyunmin. Quickly over towards the A side of the map.
Surprisingly, the first op build we've had of this map.
Yep.
Talon just not able to really ever get into a position to comfortably bring one in when they were on the defense.
We'll see how comfortable they're going to be able to get in towards this B site and knock at the door of DRX.
A great timing of the molly here.
No one moving too far forward on the map. Again, that operator just poised over at A, and you've got Belt being looked after by Freeing 2, where Talon, without proceeding too hard towards the B site, do you put a little bit more stock in what Jit Boys is going to be able to sniff out towards A, or do you still really just try to bully this B area?
Australia spotting out plenty there. Sets up the wall, allows him to escape from back yellow, rotates around, sets up the other wall.
Always one of the valuable things of having the double wall comp on this map. Lots of stall ability, but there goes Jit Boys.
Okay. Jit Boys able to find Bane there under tube. Just outside kitchen.
Oh, the
They
reveal.
reveal it, but it's straight up. This man is Daredevil. If you can't see it, you're dead. Either way, salvos are there in reply. Comes away with that one. The op just a hair too late to try to find a catch, and now it's going to be Hyunmin in a bit of a rough position.
Oh, they're not looking for Marco, not really.
Oh, they turn back, but he's still able to find
Still
one.
wins that?
22 HP remaining. Marco
And wins
retakes
that.
it, finds the second, and Hyunmin swaps over to the Phantom, cleans up Thai, and that is DRX now at
Go on,
12-4.
Tammy.
And you would assume that
Give him a
might be the nail
timeout.
in the coffin for this map as well.
Give him
That
a
was the real big
timeout.
buy up for
Come on.
Talon. No, they will still manage to come out with a buy in this round that they've mainly been presented with in this map. Light shields behind rifles. Got a couple of ults.
He's
to
got.
come
He must be
towards
so
this next
tempted.
round. You'd
If
assume
this
that
was
already being picked
if this
up,
was
but
second map and they won
trade
first map,
game when DRX are shooting in that one, then falling
I reckon he
themselves
does
over
it.
straight up. Marco low
I don't know what
HP.
he's like as a guy, but I reckon he does it.
Double.
He won't do it now.
12-4.
If it was
See what
second
we'll have
map,
presented to us by Talon in this one.
Op force off the angle. And Min tucking back. Drone spots and confirms. Dash at the ready. Quick little reposition here. Gets himself situated more towards back sight. Rope is heard. Estrella trying to play close. Ooh, shoulder to shoulder, but Jit Boys gets the better of it. Gets a jump there, but Hyde just going to be ground into a fine pace. As is Kalua. How is Bane coming away with 2 kills on Nanos?
Ridiculous.
but I do it. I don't think I ever did it. I'm not sure we ever won a game in 12. Not sure we ever cleanly won a game, to be honest.
Down Knives now pulled as he's just bounding around the site. He's got Bane here, right there with him. Gets a 3K, and this is now an unwinnable position. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him.
That was simple, convincing.
DRX looking very well.
There was like a couple of rounds at the beginning that could have made this closer, but they just won the Angels.
In our mental skate before this one, we're just going to belittle you into the ground in the server itself, where it really matters in an elimination game. If you're Talon and you're not stepping up too hard,
yeah, they picked this map as well, right?
In the strat department, you're not able to answer what DRX are copying and pasting round after round. I mean, why go to Icebox?
Hard to say. Granted, we have been seeing more and more these days the over preparation for your
Seven Saints, thank you so much for the 2-1, man. Appreciate the 2 months.
Trading in that regard across series between, I'd say, pretty much all of the regions.
Yeah.
This is not
He's got it in him. Dude, I reckon if this was second map, maybe.
Kick into gear,
The chance they
find their footing and run this back.
have a
But
easy time on the second map as well.
Very good about this opening map win.
For sure, I'm very interested to see if we're going to still get some Waylay action come into Fracture for Talon next as well, or if they're going to go into a bit of a different look on it, because we haven't seen, again, too much difference from DRX when it does come to that.
Talon actually looked,
on the agents, but I mean, they've had the
Talon with a team that actually have like nice ults on Fracture.
So what differences are they looking to come out with there?
Yeah, they could change. I mean,
it's not the worst map for them.
Composition, bringing that harbor in as well, so DRX are going to be willing to make those minor adjustments where needed.
The defense looks nice, but their attack looks rough. I remember it now.
Did here for sure on Icebox, but we'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst to break down all the action from map 1.
DRX take the first map of the series on Icebox, and what a way to start. As the casters mentioned, saw a little bit of disrespect happening on the stage, but DRX was definitely not flustered of anything, perhaps a little bit invigorated by it.
Entirely unfazed, a very, very
9 out of 10 post plans.
DRX. We saw Hyunmin, of course, leading the charge. Even on first bloods, though, it wasn't overly dominant. I think it's when that round broke down in the mid-round, and we see Mako start getting on these lurks, things like that. I just think Talon didn't have the answers.
Yeah, I think compositionally it was very hard for them to play into the harbor comp that DRX was putting together here. They were really quite reliant on Primi getting opening duels one, which, to be fair, you can see it in the first kill department. He's done a pretty good job there.
Chat, what are you lot
really
typing, man? People are allowed to talk about other people. It's okay.
Kind of tackle the harbor comp head on, and instead maybe they needed to adapt a little bit more on the fly and go for some more flanks and things like that. Those were some of their more successful
He said I'm dead inside. Damn, dude, you can tell that from a stream. That's rough. I thought I was hiding it well. Shio, thank you so much for the 3 months, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that, dude. Okay, chat, we're back a little bit.
Really pulling his weight on the Senti role, and every time he's been on a Sentinel, he's pleasantly surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really nice to see. I mean, I feel like we spoke before, but there's been a little bit of role instability, right, with the changes that DRX have had to go through.
Yeah.
But so nice seeing Freeing back on the Teo, and I do think Bane is actually fitting this the Sentinel position quite well. You know, Mako on the controller, Sentinel hybrid that is Viper, he once again looked electric.
Maybe Bane got a little bit of an upgrade while he was getting his surgery.
Right.
Yeah, you're saying he's got a robotic appendix?
Yeah.
So we haven't got like the vibrators in the shoes or elsewhere these days. We're installing them during surgery, apparently.
That would make sense.
Okay, well, we did see some awesome part. I don't even know what that is, so I'm going to move on.
It's a reference to chess, okay? Look, get your head out of the gutter.
I don't know what that is. Okay, it's out of the gutter, and now we're going to talk about Harbor, because we saw some cool plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Harbor comp brought in here by DRX, which was previously actually played by Talon the last time that they played Icebox, and you can see Primi trying to disrupt them as they take this A control. These A walls are very common when you're running the default here on the attacking side.
Yeah, it's all about sectioning off the map, right? You're able to use this wall to cut off all of this A lobby space and make it hard to fight through. But equally, if you're Talon, you don't just want to give them that space for free. But if you want to come forward like this, it's hard. You're having to take isolated fights. I think DRX really really understood this comp, and I equally feel like Talon have no hard flashes. Breaking through these walls becomes very difficult, right?
Absolutely, and you could see Primmy's trying to do his best. He's trying to get active, trying to disrupt them with the dart, as well as look for info in the mid-round, like I said, with the drone. But overall, it just was not that effective of an approach, unfortunately, for Talon. And I think this DRX comp has done very well for them. It was great at denying info. You can see them run the B default instead this time with a cascade up B long. But as you're seeing from a lot of teams, Morgan, they're loving hitting the A side. B is a bit of an afterthought most of the time.
B barely exists in this map. We all know it. This is a one-sided map. But I do think that's why Harbor is good, right? He does a great job. You get all of that A lobby control, and then you can use the rest of your util to really burst onto the site. And with this composition, we saw just how great their post plants were. 9 out of 10 post plants won, but that's so easy when you have Viper, Teo, Killjoy so strong in that post plant.
Absolutely, and the other team has to push through a high tide, and then you're cycling up the Viper wall on that B side of the map most of the time. It's very difficult to retake into a lot of the time. So Harbor, a fantastic pick, and definitely the kind of comp, we talk about a lot of teams having multiple comps. It's definitely the kind of comp that you should mix in, because it's not a huge change to go from KO into a Harbor. Stylistically, it's huge, but one agent difference, and 4 of your players play the exact same agents, and your attacking side looks completely different, but in terms of player comfortability on an agent, it's not a huge change that you could implement into your team.
Earlier today, we touched upon Hyunmin and Primmy because they're always consistently fragging, but the way these teams utilize their entry duels is a little bit different.
Yeah, they have to definitely be different. I do think they serve kind of different roles in the team, right? You know, Primmy gets flack, right? Primmy gets a lot of hate for being a little bit of a beta from time to time. But I do think he's growing in his role.
I mean, absolutely. I've highlighted a couple of times. Kickoff, he did not take that many opening duels because he wasn't on the duelist a lot of the time. In through stage 1, he's taken more than double the amount of opening kills and opening duels. You can see he's trying to consistently play with confidence and take space over on the side of Talon. For Hyunmin, though, you do see him be very consistent as well. He was getting active, didn't really need to do much opping on the defense, which is what is usually a bit of a standout for me on a Jet player. But the way that you're entering, the safety of the Cloud Burst for the Jet, very, very good on this map.
Yeah, and I think one thing we saw from both of them is on that defensive side, you want to use the verticality of Jet to go fight forward on A, especially against this Harbor. That's why Jet's such a solid pick. But our MVP has to go to Mako. Once again, entirely unleashed now he's not on this IGL. So many big multi-kills, and I love him on this
multi-kills. Love the multi-kills.
Multi-kills?
Yeah.
Okay. The multi-kills are great.
Yeah, the multi-kills.
It goes with, what do you call them, vibrating shoes?
Vibrating shoes, yeah, and other things. Mako, though, I mean, he has absolutely come alive. You love to see it. He is back in beast mode for DRX. And, I mean, it's just such an iconic thing. You saw one of those iconic clutches inside of the pit on Icebox A site. He is famous for completing some big plays in that position.
Yeah.
And it's why I put him on my team.
You didn't put him on your team.
No, I thought I did.
That
I thought I did, but I didn't.
Very silly.
He's going to get
Mako.
-5 by Jing instead.
Yep.
Yes, Mako is a must.
No.
He is an absolute must. And yeah, again, really glad to see him, you know, playing like the Mako that we know and love and just fragging out his mind. Just such a smart player.
Positionally so good. Like, I don't even think his mechanics are that amazing. Like, he's positionally fantastic. He is a certified Phantom abuser. It inspires me at the age of 30 that I might be able to frag.
When you're watching Mako next watch how many kills he gets because the enemies aren't even looking at him.
Yes.
Or the kills he gets through the smokes. This is a positional player. He's a Phantom plus Mouse 1 guy. You know, that's what he does. But he gets those kills because he's so smart.
Well, how do you think he's going to do in Fracture? Because that's the next destination for these two teams.
Yeah, he's had fantastic games on Fracture lately. He has been great on the Brimstone. DRX, I mean, this is a map that they have played quite a lot of. They got a lot of quality reps on it, and picking it into Talon is a statement. Talon has had so much success with this Waylay comp this stage. Granted, they haven't necessarily played the best opposition. They played Secret and Nongshim, if I remember correctly, and they stomped both of them with this Waylay comp. DRX is saying, we don't care how successful you are with this Waylay comp. We are going to pick Fracture into you, and we are going to destroy you.
So for me personally, I would like to see Primmy stay with that Waylay. I thought that was the best way that we saw it used. We saw him,
fantastic.
we saw him be able to dive into these sites, clear a lot of space, and then refract back to his team. game, and I felt like he understood how to use the agent very well.
Yes.
The only thing I'm worried about is if they don't change, they played in a very similar way across both of those stomping games, right? So are DRX going to have an answer to this? Are they going to be able to catch him if he overextends too far without refracting back in time?
I think DRX has already shown a certain level of prep, even on the Icebox.
Yeah, very
switching
much so.
over to the Harbor. I think they did not expect Talon to play flashes on Icebox, and that's worked out beautifully for them. So 100% picking Fracture into Talon here, knowing that they played the Waylay comp. This is prep coming in for DRX.
But also, I have to say, Talon love being terrible in map 1. They've done this
true.
a lot. They lose map 1 so many times and end up sweeping out the series. So Talon fans, don't be too disheartened, and I do think Fracture is still a good map for them. So
It is.
I got to say the reverse sweep's still on the cards for me. I'm not doubting just yet.
Okay, I do want to ask you guys a bit more, but we don't really see Waylay anymore. It's been dumped by most of the teams. This is one of the few teams that makes Waylay work, that makes Waylay look good, the way Primi works with the rest of the squad here.
Yep, he's back on it. So they are going to play that Waylay comp. Talon, honestly, Primi playing the Waylay has been some of the most convincing Waylay play I've seen in VCT, and the way that Talon play on this map is fantastic, particularly their attacking sides. They've got a lot of set executes and set ideas.
They stick with the Waylay comp, but they start on attack. Their attack's rough, but their defense is good, so might see a strong half from DRX there.
DRX on their defense be very good at disrupting the other team with the breach Teo Brim.
Yeah, they're very fast, DRX. Hyunmin on that Neon. DRX not really making any changes. This is the comp that we had from them previously.
What are you lot doing,
Bane
man?
on that Cypher is the one to watch. He's going to be the one who needs to shut down Primi.
Well, I think we're getting ready to get started.
We are.
Yeah, something's a little bit different on the capture.
Oh, absolutely. Look, we've taken Paper Thin. He's turned 40. We've taken him out the back. See you later, and we've replaced him with someone younger. So we'll throw it over to Kilios and Komodo.
Thank you for doubling
Teams
back
trial
to get that correct,
coaches,
but yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
it's a little
Paper
bit
Thin,
different,
Blue
but
Factory, it's over.
they'll do like
Komodo,
a screening
my new
process.
As we will go into map number 2 for anybody who was wondering where the bald man is. He's in Shanghai. He's doing another esport.
He's betrayed us.
We didn't know that those existed.
No.
I thought it was just League of Legends and this one, but
Yeah, which somehow made its way into
Talon
this
on
broadcast
attack,
in
we
the,
got
in the
DRX on
halftime
defense.
shenanigans,
but
but
he's not doing League. He doesn't have the brain for it. But he barely has the brain for this one. Anyway, we'll stop talking about Paper Thin and we'll start talking about the game.
The original me is sleeping. Dude, I wish I was the original me now.
It's just going to be a
sounds nice.
box, and Streya's going to be taken down.
Wait,
Trap sprung right back over onto DRX. Nice little setup there. Good counteraction.
it's a nice stun. It's a nice reactive stun on that.
Contest with DRX on this B side, it is always Bane's territory. Keep an eye on what he's going to be doing around tower specifically. See if that's going to come into effect as well. But with the player advantage and Australia going down, so with the idea of coming back towards this A site, and that if it is the right read here for DRX,
Repass
they will
and stack
have
on the
3
side. They
members
got that early info with the trip. One pass in heaven that can try and delay. The good stun, but
just tiny damage there on a
no
cruise.
idea. Oh boy.
Flies to it, swings over the door, finds one. Hyunmin coming away with a second.
Dude, Talon need a good start into this map.
Gonna be noted and heard here, and Maka
And this
getting a
is
glimpse
looking
of
rough.
the gun.
Look
So
at the
one ahead
HP
of
of Cruz.
Boys.
Yeah, there was
Player advantage now in a big way.
There was a trapwire up at the dish as well, so they did know someone was coming from there.
Mako now just going to be sat here. Backside underneath, safe behind the wall. They're going to try to cut across in towards spawn. Looks like the answer is yes, but Bane is there, and he's noted it as well. And now they're flushed back in. The time is just not going to be there. 12 seconds remaining. Instant headshot found. Down to the last 7. Freeing
Alvos to stop the plant, that's
now
it.
just goes for the delay,
They're done.
and it is over. Plant cannot be found.
Dude,
Ray will
any
lose
like
his life tie, will come away with another 3K
any
here in a pistol.
close round,
Get the
you
plant
just look for
a
the
little bit extra
salvos
cash
and you're
with
like,
DRX.
well,
They'll go ahead and take
no
this
longer
opening round for
close.
themselves.
Yeah, a bit of a unfortunate one for Talon though, right? When you consider they got the opening
yeah, I mean,
kill,
considering
and then it's
considering
whole
the start,
in
this
main
was
from, old mate Hyunmin as
dude, this
well
little
as Free
stun
trying to just dance
salvo
around and get
to
the kills.
separate the one was pretty nice
Just
over towards A
level-headedness
main though.
from DRX,
As much
the
as I
right
don't
read
like the
to
agent
come
at the
back
moment,
towards
people
this
got
A
pretty
side,
good
right
with
utility
Teo.
placed as well at the right time, getting all the info off the trapwire drop as I mentioned. Great timing on the salvos to deny things. Might have to see Talon be a little bit more
On a serious
decisive
note, your
with time,
sleep
and of
schedule's
course, a bit
wrecked.
of a
Oh yeah,
wonder
it is wrecked.
over on
But
Icebox
dude,
as well when
I used to
things
work
get quite
way
low.
harder. This worries me about some of the like when players are shocked at my work ethic. I don't know. I find that weird because I feel like there's at least when I was working in EMEA, there was at least like 4 coaches that did something similar to what I did.
Scaling forward, looking for that Cypher.
Like I worked way harder than I do now as a coach.
Avoid getting tabbed.
Like this is chill in comparison.
Timing, but now Jitboy's needing to backpedal frantically and get some damage in, but cannot find much more than that. Cam going to be spotting out multiple players. Bane just going to be sat here in tower as he often is. This is his spot.
Like butter, baby.
As Cruz not ready for anybody to be there on the plat itself.
Mini Yang. Yeah, it was pretty much it was us, Fnatic, Gambit, and Ascend that worked real hard in the EMU. Like pretty much the 4 teams that. Where did Fnatic come in first champs? I want to say the 4 teams that got top 8. I can't remember.
We'll see which one it's going to be, but
G2. I didn't really G2? I think that was Pipson's version of G2, right?
That drop position, freeing running out of bullets, will end up falling. It's going to be the one casualty here as the Spectre will get scooped
Black
up.
Dynamite 438 with the Prime. Thank you for that, mate. Thank you.
Situation for Talon as well, right? Coming in towards
Coaching in esports is working 18 hours a day and taking that is actually spot on, Slasher. That is it in a nutshell. I think the DRX coaches work hard. I have no doubt that they work hard, just purely because how they're so drilled with so many comps in such a short amount of time, changing so many players is insane. So, and I know their work ethic's crazy good. I guess you gotta have, I guess with the work ethic as well, like you could have good work ethic, but you gotta make sure you actually have like good use of your time. So maybe people do have similar and they just don't spend their time the best.
Here comes the push. He's just stuck on the iPad. Does get taken down, and DRX likely going to be more than satisfied with that pick. They go backpedaling, riding the rope now. Is Jitboys. Bane with that stinger. Go ahead and find a kill. Kaluma pushing up in towards A main, though, able to find Estrella here in Halls. A real solid opening they have for the moment. Freeing just where it goes to try to hold the door. Does get the smoke off and looks to reposition. Oh, dash forward.
Oh.
Is a little jump back, but still able to trade for another. Kalua now on the floor. The Molly here just in front of their feet.
Ah, dude, it's cooked, man.
Got Mako from drop as well.
Yamin slipped into the right spot, though.
The only thing I'm excited for, unless Primi can win this.
Smoke dissipating, put some damage down, but exchanged back. Bane now arriving with a weapon upgrade. Primi tapping, just trying to see if he can suss out where the Cypher is going to be coming from. It's going to be even more damage.
43 HP. Yeah, okay.
We'll find it. Second one for him.
Don't want to get too ahead of myself, but if this gets to a 12-4, I'm really excited to see if Tommy takes a timeout. I'm really excited for it. I think he's going to do it, man. I can feel it. There's no way he's still not angry about the fist bump.
I always like to see a great little neon play to come on out. Talon, though, in this round, not able to bring any stability, not able to get on top of the trades. Again, a lot of great timing of utility components from DRX around the map, too. Never going to be able to contend with Bane in tower. Feels like the orbital strike if you want to try and find him.
Chill guy? I mean, you can be a chill guy. There's a chill guy pushing a button that calls a timeout. It's fine.
Talon, we're not going to see that utilized unless there's already an advantage or a post-plant scenario, potentially.
Ty already here at the start of the round.
Just a chill guy securing the last round.
There's a Mako getting the spot out, swings, and is eventually able to snap on, so Primi going to get picked up to pieces. Spotted out more. It's Mako just coming away with another. And then man who started off the round, tagged down, is going to be the last one alive here for Talon as DRX look to go 4-0 in flawless fashion.
Wait, in that clip where Fury calls the timeout, the one that you guys are spamming, the 12-2 timeout, who was the coach for Fury when they did that?
I believe maybe it wasn't going to be a flawless. First shot sailing right over his head, but is able to go ahead and get the readjust.
And again, like I highlighted a bit earlier, right? 4-0 was the time for Talon that they needed to recognize what's happening.
Carlisle.
Things, right? To call something, call timeout potentially, and then start to get back in the map. Highlighted very effectively on Ascent yesterday.
It wasn't Carlisle?
So we'll see if that
it might have been Frost then, right?
Again here. Otherwise,
that would be pretty funny.
I mean, things will maybe go one back in their way, and then it just looks even rockier, right? So this is the time for them that they really need to start to achieve some opening duels, achieve some trades at least.
Okay, big buy round though. This is the way to make sure that possibility doesn't happen. Would I do it? I wouldn't do it. The only person I'd do it against would be Mini. But then I'd also, I probably would, I'd say I would do it against Mini, but I'd also be scared that Boaster would have some good use of the timeout that we'd lose. So I probably wouldn't end up doing it. But I would at least consider pushing the ban.
And Marco's just used the Incendiary, by the way, as well. So that was some more stalling power that DRX had up their sleeve for the tree choke.
I'm not worried about what Mini's gonna say in the timeout, but I'm worried about what Boaster would say.
Leaving to see what the two members around B may be able to trickle on and find. But yeah,
there's some attention over here. 3 players now on the rotate, reinforcing that A site here from DRX.
Against Neil or Weber? Nah, I'm not giving Weber that timeout. If it was just Neil and there's no Weber, yeah, I'm pushing that button.
Still gonna get caught. Still stunned up now, out into the open. Ends up falling 1 by 1. Talon will pick them apart as Cruz is able to find a little bit more.
Damn, dude, nice shots, man. Okay, well, that's a convincing round. Brian talking about 12 fours and they're gonna make it close.
That 0-4 start.
Yeah, I
be true again.
Talked about decisiveness, right? That's something that we need to see from Talon there. It looks like they got a just better crosshair placement in that round, at least. The orbital strike, not the position that I thought that they would do it, but when you're combining that with a fault line, it's always going to work a treat. You got Salvos behind it as well. I mean, you're pretty much not escaping and that sort of thing. Good confidence from Cruz as well, just marching on forwards. But as you say, most importantly, right, the 4-0 mark, there's 1 on the board for Talon now. As we see Hyunmin
money's pretty low on this one. We get the op. We got do we go for a 5?
With the destruction of the camera.
5 passing. Whose smoke is this? Hey, that's a really early. Wait, these.
At the ready, finds the headshot. Hyunmin knocked out of the park.
Okay.
Shot,
it's all good.
Operator now lost.
Dude, they try and disrespect the attack smoke this early.
To go ahead and help ensure that they can close out this round. Spot on the 1 though. Thigh will still fall. Freeing. Getting that hit. There's a swing in.
No, my guy, you gotta win that.
Straight up there with covering fire.
That's nice from
Great
me though.
Play. The Waylay goes diving forward. And that allows them to find the punish. Chip Boys, however, trying to hold things down on that arcade side. Ends up falling to the wayside. Kill found. Spike now dropped. And in Mako's grasp.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult situation to be picking that one up from as well.
You've got salvos. I mean, Cruz is a full kit to try to utilize here. Primi, though, absolutely nothing. Just kind of needs to hit the shot, and he's able to do so. Ultimate now online.
Oh, but the push up from Cruz.
Boy, coaching Fear, okay.
Find the timing, though, Primi. Plant is done.
I mean, Cruz has just secured this with his push.
Ooh, yeah, he knows
well, I mean,
exactly
that really secures it.
Straight into Cruz's open arms. Nicely done here from the side of Talon.
Yeah, it's a good it's a good use of the ult here. You got 2 people that can't buy after. I know they're gonna probably force around the Neon ult, or at least like good low buy.
Unfortunate for DRX.
But they gotta get around there.
Sort of line you'd usually like to see, or generally are getting a bit of an opening kill statement there. A lot of backwards and forwards ability in this sort of round, so you're just needing to see these teams adjust really well, but it kind of, you know, opened up on that B site by Primi, and it's closed by Primi as well. Convergent Pass, I mean, a bit of an expensive ultimate to be throwing in, but you do get it resolved.
Good timeout. They definitely can speak about this if they want to buy here as well.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of a breath of relief here for the side of Talon. Granted, DRX, yes, still in with an advantage, but economy getting whittled away at here with these last 2 rounds. First 2 consecutive round wins that Talon's been able to get in this series. They had none on Icebox. Yeah. So I think DRX is going to be very well aware of how streaky this team can be when they start getting that read, when Cruz starts having an understanding of your tendencies.
Yep.
So wants to try to throw a spanner into the works here.
And something that we haven't seen from Talon so far when running the Waylay on this map, that we have seen from them and from some teams in China as well who are running a similar sort of comp, is getting the spike on the Waylay to dash on in, get the plant, dash on out, and you're playing a lot of post, right? You're doing that from dish, you're trying to drop a lot of that utility to just deny the spike from being defused. We've not really seen anything like that come out from Talon too quickly just yet, so I'm kind of waiting for that sort of scenario to see how prepared DRX would be.
Okay, they got the heavy armor for the ult, and
normal fracture things.
This is interesting as well. Big win condition for them. It looks like his.
I don't think Primi got much information. Scott is fully flying it up.
Yeah, I mean, mate, you gotta just accept it.
Has to get out of there.
You do kind of waste the ultimate though if Hyunmin hit.
Yeah,
oh, for sure. They'll take it.
The overdrive did get popped.
They didn't use, well, They didn't use too much that won't recharge back, right? It was only the breach damage and stun.
Yeah, big reset on towards the round essentially for
And I guess
DRX, where you're investing that ult as the kind of instigator to gaining advantages, getting kills, siphoning weapons.
sorry, I was gonna say win condition. They save enough money to make sure that they can get Hyunmin up early.
Stop the really aggressive scaling up through main.
I'm wondering what Jitboys is going to be able to do on this lurk, by the way, too. Bane still, of course, in the tower with 2 trap wires positioned to the arcade side of things.
On both sides, Cruz though.
We go to where the Baki is over towards heaven, but we're taking a lot of space over towards A, so it's just a bit of fake pressure over towards B. Bit worried that Jitboy is going to give him a gun here. Yeah, that's a gun, so that's a little bit scary. Have they got any ults for this one? Nah, it still should be okay.
Yeah, an open
How much
side,
map
remember,
control
is
they
a
got?
lesser buy
A
for
main?
DRX here too, so planning for main.
They have a Bucky on
No, okay, Ty has Molly and
around,
afterplant.
About to make contact here, you know, against Ty, and I don't think he's going to be able to find too much value
Bane,
there.
you would imagine, is dead.
Ty just going to stay tucked. Drifting across.
Oh, you say
okay,
that.
Never mind. Just draws out the classic, and he's right as rain. Ty taken down. Weapon now recovered. Either way, decent damage being dealt here from the side of DRX. They're looking for another thrifty. Cruz from this defender's side, able to find one. Estrella comes away with another. Now a 2-1, and they know Cruz's position. The salvos have to be baited out. It's going to be a hold to half. Estrella giving his life. Trying to make this clutchable here for Mako.
Oh my god.
And will not be able to do so. Back away. Cruz gets out. It's a Red Bull clutch as Talon will go ahead and pick up a third, not allowing for that thrifty to come through.
One of the more awkward clutches to come on out.
Yeah,
in that
not
scenario
the-
with both players.
not the best one we've seen
missing all
ever.
their ammunition and having a couple reload. Yeah, you're always going to give a bit of a valiant attempt to sticking it through the salvos there to try and get it halved to give Marco an opportunity in that sort of situation. But damage really done by Cruz, by Frimmy, to try and bring some sort of stability and then allow Cruz to come out with a clutch at the end by default.
Get a little bit silly.
But now
Pelin 2302 with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 3 months as well.
Back in the hands of Hyunmin, though. Not going to be seeing too much for the time being over at Dish.
Everyone's going to eat. Everyone's going to eco after this round.
This. Goes through the smoke,
Yeah, this is I do like this from DRX. Right, ever since they saw that smoke to take map control rounds, they kind of confirmed how they're playing. Now every time they see a smoke, instead of pushing through it, they're probably just going to handle it like this. The fact that they're just 5-passing, taking map control with a smoke, just spam through, you're going to get some damage.
Him with a duel, which Hyunmin just aware of the situation.
So I do think this was a great early timeout, to be honest, from Tammy. And I think Talon probably need to change up this whole... Or if they are going to smoke, they can't have 5 behind it. Because it's just smoke get close past.
B site here too.
Camera just over the top. Eyes should be right there in view.
Another sky smoke that kind of just locks you out here.
It's just keeping it quiet here for the moment. Fault line on main. Aftershock at the ready for the pinch from Arcade in towards the site. Talon, gonna be okay.
Sure.
Be happy.
Yeah.
That they've gotten this out. They've already made the sound to call.
10 seconds left.
DRX not realizing that, wanting to ensure the round.
But it's one of those where it's like, shall we
keep that
invest the
out for
ult
free. DRX, they
and
win the round,
confirm
yes.
that we win the rounds
Now
and
that's
keep
one
this clean?
critical
Yeah.
retake tool that they don't have to worry
It's more of a,
Yeah, not for
we
a
care
while,
about
of
money
course.
more than one ult.
You may see that be picked up again for Australia.
3K for everyone.
But this means that you
No
can
armor
potentially see
damage.
something a little bit quicker for Talon now come to these next sort of rounds. Get really early on a, you know, quote unquote lesser defended site when you consider how DRX have been playing. No 4-1 stacks, no complete stacks. So we will wait and see. I mean, I'm noting the positions just currently while we've got this one of what Talon are looking to set up. And by location, it actually does give me the vibe of them wanting to try and get into this A site real rapid.
Okay, good changer from Talon. Starting to go for, it's meant to be a 3.
Starting
to go for a 3.
They're not rushing their way in quite just yet, but
3-2.
applying steady pressure here from both sides. Drone cleared out, freeing Potentially going to be in a bit of a bad spot here as Tripwire gets sent. Fault line's going to be
I was going to say
exchanged.
Freeing is
The
in
pitch
trouble
comes in,
here.
Freeing going to be taken down. Headshot found there by Estrella, but cannot confirm that kill. Mako now
Oh, that's nice.
dead. And
Dude,
this quick hit
sometimes
here
the
from
Waylay's
Talon
looking really good though.
works a
They're
treat.
great with spacing,
Yeah, a
and
bit more
Primi
silent
sending it
very
and just
beginning
being
of
like
it,
a
allowing the
massive
utility
decoy.
aiming to
But every time you're
attention
trying to go
to
for him, he just
force the
TP's back
Talon,
and
but apart from that, quick in towards the site, quick
they
play
end
both
up getting. I
now,
mean,
5
it's
versus
not a
2,
trade
same
because obviously he's
call
TP'd
forced
out.
for
but-
DRX. And in a hunt scenario like this, I mean, you look at the credits of Talon, it's not the worst thing to try and remove the operator, for example.
How do I say your name?
Well,
Askirimas?
they know where it is.
Can they
The
get
question is, do you want to take your chances?
Askira with the Prime. Thank you
They've
for the
got
5
enough money.
months.
Pretty much the
Who's
last
qualifying
outfit
from
remainder of the
Pacific?
half here, barring
I mean,
just heavy
you're gonna
losses
ask
in
me if
gas
the
rate.
if the
But,
train's
yeah,
gonna keep
Talon will
going
be
or
in a
if
good
it's
enough
gonna
spot, so we could go
derail.
for it, but if Primi's not going to be able to
The
find
train's got
it,
too much
they're more than
momentum.
happy to not give over any additional kills here. So Talon,
Some people haven't
on
accepted
their
it
way
yet.
back into this one, will find
That's
a
okay.
4th round win.
You're asking the conductor. You're asking me if my train's gonna crash or if we're gonna get to the destination.
Coming back to bite them in the previous round here.
Yeah, potentially. So you maybe see that one positioned onto the side itself or over towards Dish from Australia in that sort of situation. It's hitting 3 members and that's stopping any aggression towards the site. So that's the different sort of position that they see themselves in using it in the previous round. But for the new one, of course, one away from Convergent Pass as Primi, should be a given that he's going to be picking that one up. So you might again see something a little bit more fast-paced from Talon towards this B site. When they get it.
Again, up over at Arcade, not in a spot, peeking down and towards main to really catch anything here. Bane does get a glimpse, gives him an idea. What they're going to look to do is Primi inserts himself over in towards Canteen. Can re-trigger to go ahead and rewind back, and it's just going to be an exchange here on the side
Nice
itself.
though,
Primi
and they don't expect Primi
ignoring
here.
it, lingers in spawn, and Mako not prepared at all. DRX now in a tough position again where they might have to consider a save if they can try to get out.
That
to
was nice
a
from
better
Primi.
position.
I do like his again. I
Just sending out
don't
another
think
pot shot,
Waylay's
rotates back,
great,
grabs a Vandal, wants to
but
try
I
to play this
do
one out.
like his
Find the
Waylay.
first.
Similar to the K-Corp vibes. Don't like the harbor, but I
Close
like what
angle,
they do with the
fast lane
harbor.
is available, and he's gonna almost get timing.
Magnificent.
Seems like now that he knows where he's at, he might want to try to play this, but it's been a reposition. But Thai, he creeps up
Canes
over
for
towards the
days.
arcade
Thank you so
side,
much for the Prime,
the
mate.
call to
Thanks for
save
doing
the
that.
operator will be made. They need Hyunmin's credits to try to spread out some more firepower here across the rest of the team. Talon now going to be tying things up at 5-5.
Yeah, a couple of different options for Talon.
Is Talon's defense good? No, it is good, yeah.
Primi one away from the ultimate. You
They
can
might
pick it up, use it onto the site, slow your opponents, and try and get in that way, or change
like
it
they
up a
could-
little
they
bit
could-
and be a little bit unorthodox.
maybe not against
unexpected.
DRX, but
Getting him in
5's
through
pretty
Canteen
good
there
for
is something
them.
that definitely DRX did not expect whatsoever. You've got a lot of trades happening on the side itself that Talon are winning. So coming out with a couple of these, battle-heavy rounds as well that they can weather should give a lot of these players some good confidence coming into the last few rounds of this half on the attacking side too. Now tying things up 5 apiece, almost breaking the economy of DRX. You'd need to see some heroics from Hyunmin or from Bane, who do have the heavy weapons. Speaking of,
to be played out here in the half.
Yeah, and that's why you keep it.
Hyunmin coming away with value right off the rip. There's Estrella peeking in towards Halls, getting the spot out. There's going to be some stuns exchanged here. Actually, no, that was just Cruz getting stunned by Kahlua.
still, Talon creeping up to the entryway of this A site.
Just waiting the strike, the dashes at the ready. I mean, Primi, does he send the ultimate in first? The answer is going to be no. Goes up and over the top. Estrella, though, stunned up there on top of the salvos, ends up getting taken down. Freeing within the smoke, just that Sheriff. This plant gets ready to come through in the corner.
Right here.
Primi now just continuing to hold on to the weapon to try to deny any kind of retake.
Oh, he gets the... Okay, no, he doesn't. I was going to say, might be able to get that ult here, Ali. So fine for Primi to use ult.
All players from Talon now contained here with
Once
the
they
site.
spot one over
TRX
towards
still
main,
try to find
this ult
out,
could be nice.
find some way to flush them out of this.
Good shot.
The first one falls. Solid headshot into a follow.
Oh, okay.
Ripping them to pieces. Looking for the third Bane, or rather Mako.
Nice.
Doesn't manage to find it. Or why I thought it was Bane.
Dude,
And
6
then,
rounds on
that's gonna be
attack.
just free,
With how their defense has
sliding
looked
away
in the
with a Vandal
past,
in
this
hand.
is great.
Op will be left on the floor Ult's going to be retained and obtained here from the side of Talon going into this final round of the half, as they will get themselves up to 6. So tied at worst, in the lead at best.
Yeah, I noted in that one when Freeing dropped the salvos to buy some time for the team when the plant started to go.
Initiator takes Teo's place after the nerfs. I don't think it's as simple as that. I don't think it's a 1-for-1. I think on some maps people will just take out the Teo and put a Sova in, but majority of the time, this map is definitely not a good example. It's like one of the better breach maps. A lot of the time, you're playing the combo of breach and Teo.
He's always getting
so
active in these duels when his job's essentially done.
that's why changing the Teo is like huge, because the pick rate's so high. And again, this map isn't a good example because breach is just insane. You kind of want it for taking over towards A mains. But it's kind of just insane everywhere. Arguably the best breach map. But it takes out everything. It takes out like your main combo of why you're playing 2 agents.
Armageddon sent. Orbital sent there as well from Mako. It's just going to be some damage onto the players of Talon, but Hyunmin now gone. Tip the spear, cut off. All going to be sent. Mako just having to send out the molly to try to peel off some of this pressure that might be wrapping around.
Yeah, the smoke's going to fade before their smokes, so they could just wait him out if they want to.
Jitboys can get anything when that smoke starts to fade. Same can be said for Mako.
Just here inside of the smoke, looking for a timing, swings out. It's only going to be good for 1. Kahlua now with that kill. Rolling Thunder does get built up. Goes across into its backside with Straya.
That's a big whiff. That one's a big whiff. And that's the round.
Straya swung out wide, joining in alongside
nice trades though. Fair play. Dude, they got 7? I think DRX need a pistol, yeah.
In the lead at the half.
Yeah, really great recovery from Talon after those first 4 rounds come out in the map. I mean, that's kind of the...
I like Ty was fragging heavy, 12-6.
Most recently, it's very shaky in the beginning of a map if they aren't out.
I think we'll just do it at the end. Sonya might be easiest.
They have to have a little bit of time to recognize how their opponents are playing, what they need to do to come on back, and they have actually
we'll do it in between
a lot better at doing that in the recent
PRX.
So it's really good to see for the depth of this series when you consider that it is an elimination game for these teams here, that they're not just bowing out really easily.
Solid run back here. 7-5, starting on the attack. We'll see now how the defense is going to fare for the side of Talon. What does that mean? It's the best right hand. Just
Maybe
like,
the best clicker?
Best aim?
Best clicker?
Yeah. Why not just say who's the best aim?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because even in Korean, it does say like just right hand.
Yeah. I mean, if it said right-hand man, like, who's the best order for them?
Quickly got that one ready, didn't
Damn, they got this. They got this one fast.
I think that they both have their promises.
They got this one out fast, dude. They were so excited to go to it.
Work that into the broadcast. Do it now.
That's awesome.
Well, right now he's neither smiling nor in full rage mode.
Yeah, I feel like he's like a lovable bear, right? He can go.
Yeah, that was impressive though. I like that.
He can always be a bit huggable at times.
I mean, I think, you know, and I've said this before, he's had a pretty good approach about this stage. With
2-1 on pistols, and I think this needs to be 3 with what I've seen.
He's confident that they'll take away good things, good lessons, and learn a lot.
Yeah.
Which is a fantastic way to kind of approach that, because I think most people would be like, we're making it to Toronto or bust.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that the big old prize for the year is always going to be Champions 2. Yep. So if you can still get to there as one of the 4 teams from this region.
Spot on the 1, Sheriff in Primy's hands going to be confirmed as Bane now. Just exchanging some pressure against Tai. Both players tagged for 30.
And the stealth drone immediately destroyed over in main by Hyunmin too. So there's an idea already for Talon.
So
there's some
they see them fighting over towards B. I'm not sure they're expecting this much resistance on A. We'll see.
He's worked down to 10 HP. Chitboys will finally bring an end here to this Neon. But a havoc has been wrought. Push out of the smoke here from Mako. A double take from Chitboys. Turning his pressure right in front of him. Down to 10. Gets the cam. trying to hit the shot. Mako tucking back into main, but now the wraparound comes through. Premi arriving
reposition.
over at drop. The swing out.
Dude, he's crazy going on the camera there. But dude, nice round from Jip Boys here.
And now up by 3.
Well, you talk about Bane being able to lock down B generally on this
Every
map.
map
How
so
about Jip
far,
Boys, bunking
pistol
around
each.
over at the A side, 4K to come out from him. Low HP. When you think Hyunmin trying to get some damage out, and you're thinking ridiculousness is afoot. Just a little bit
that
better
shot
from
is
Jip
kind of
Boys
crazy.
here, who hasn't been able to find too much on that attacking side in his lurks. So some individual confidence. You would hope that that one installs in you, and more importantly too, a pistol round finally. Again, going back towards Talon, only picking up the second in both of these maps.
You have to suspect Mako was likely getting the read that it was going to be Premi rotating through that defender spawn as well. As, well, meanwhile,
Yeah, easy cleanup.
peek in towards main.
So
And
Premi has the better right hand there.
in this case, yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Just pistols for DRX though. Wouldn't mind seeing some orbitainment, but Premi wants to stop that.
Peek in, finding one. Mako. Yep, hip fire action. Looking to steady it. Eventually does.
God's sake.
And Jip Boys wasn't able to find the ace. Premi now, similarly low HP.
They take the orb,
See
yeah.
if he can find one, but for now, we'll just go ahead and scoop up that orb.
Or maybe Jip Boys can
Jip Boys takes
steal it back, yep.
Only these two players get ult charge, nobody else.
I mean, I wouldn't actually mind it when you think about the defensive side for a Cypher ult here, going into a bonus. You can definitely see that picked up pretty easily.
He's got crept up here.
Oh, he's got a
Through the
Premi.
sewer. He's got the angle.
Looks he might get it.
Ready.
30 seconds.
Frink just walking right into it. And there you go. Predator ace.
Yeah,
round
one of
is
his
Premi.
easier ones.
Looking electric here.
Second shot was pretty
on
nice,
this
right?
relay. 9-5 now. Talon well out in front as we go into their bonus.
Yeah, very sharp shots to come out from him when the scope is there. The hipfire ones, though, they're looking a little bit awkward for the one against...
He got the flick.
Third
kill.
even, yeah. The third
he
one's
gets the
super
hard
nice.
ones, it's the easier ones, though. But no, nevertheless, a great ace for him to come out there. One away from Converge Pass now coming in towards this next round as well. And a bonus variety. It's not the worst weaponry for Talon either.
How much do they realize about this judge? The DRX themselves have been bringing shotguns forward into tower. As frantically looking for some damage there on the reveal. Unable to find anything with the Guardian. Bane just pushes forward. Shipboy's going to be taken down. Sight now
Dude,
opened up.
Killua,
Blue
I'm
just
not sure
straight
about that
in, I
one.
believe. Is straight up blind.
I'm not
Before
sure
the
about
shot.
that one.
Is able to go ahead and find that kill. Full position. Freeing. These shots just dancing around his head, but he's got his sights trained on Cruz.
Of course, sending the Guardians here, look for some damage.
No, Xenio, hello mate, we were flaming you earlier.
Still just the bonus here for Talons. Dropping this round, still will have them up by 3. Decently cozy position. Premi, kill or death, will have that ult online.
One enemy remaining.
See if he's going to be able to find anything. Otherwise, it's looking like a flawless here for the side
Okay,
of DRX.
clean though.
Back
Only
pedal
armory
on
buys?
the way here from the angles.
Wait,
Creating
chat, you
even more
guys.
distance, so seems like Premi
You guys,
not quite gonna be
you
able to
guys
get
are
it
in on it
done.
with me, come on.
And rushing forward. And overall, nothing going to be spotted. Some noise made, and Estrella will just swing out. Says, "Yeah, I would like to get my Rolling Thunder."
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and hand the ult over to the Waylay.
Yeah, there was always a chance there as well. I was thinking to myself, well, let's just let him live and not get it, right? Very real possibility for that one, but nevertheless, a very quick one into the B site for DRX. I saw on the radar as well, every single member of Talon that was over at the A site immediately booked it over there too, so not being...
You're living in the past,
having a
Neil,
focus
mate,
on
come
a
on.
potential flank to come on through too.
You're looking at the Mickey Mouse tournaments.
Early timeout here after dropping the bonus round. So Talon looking for a bit of an idea earlier on as opposed to what they did in the first half.
Curious if this is going to be some kind of set strategy here with the Waylay.
It's a nice early timeout though.
But I think it's also very similar stories for both of these teams when it comes down to just getting that momentum going, getting that streak built up. I mean, we saw it from DRX on Icebox. Give them that tiny bit of space, they will be able to take a mile, start running away with a map. So even up by 3, one away from double digits, Talon.
J-Tate, thank you so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate you doing that.
Now, if they're able to get their first gun round on the board, and, you know, either doing it with a play with the Waylay ult, or if they're doing it just together as a team and making sure the fundamental utils that they can repeat a lot of the time happen, it would be good. We've got
They get the op out on this one, and it's looking like they maybe want to fake that they're going aggro. Are we doing like salvos to make it look like the ops here?
Having everyone spread around
What's the
map,
plan?
though, quite largely.
Salvo,
for Talon this
smoke.
time. Hyunmin
Did they
already
take
very far
with the
forward
tail?
towards A main team in tow.
Shots sent out there as well, nearly finding.
Wait, he's taking the rope over. Dude, this is gonna get weird.
Towards Shipboys, but it's gonna be Kalua instead taken down as Estrella. Finds that kill.
No vision block of Primi.
Primi repositioning, shifts over, gets over towards drop, but now is alone on trying to hold this side. Finds the first hit. Freeing gonna be taken down, but this plant still gonna be coming through.
Spike planted.
His Cruz noted on the flank, but do they know that Thai is also on the approach here from the angle? I'm gonna be cleared out. Only Bane spotted thus far. Mako just around the corner.
Yeah, what are you
There
typing?
to reinforce. This ult is going to be invested here. Mako though peeking in the door, able to find one. Bane gonna be taken down. Premi finds the op shot. Now Mako and Estrella needing to try to fight their way out of this one. The ladder has fallen. Diffuse being held to half the swing in.
Dude,
Mako with a
Mako
4K.
is just...
Gets DRX. That
I get
round
kind of
win.
close. Force him
2-0
down to an
picked up here in
eco.
the half for them. Some decent damage dealt
Never
into the
forget
hands
Steve.
of Talon, but
Dude, Sideshow has
players
more
on
head
their
than Steve
side.
did back
Cash is
then.
in a wobbly spot.
No.
Yeah, the immediate A
feel like you're
presence
misremembering
from,
it.
DRX there actually had Cruz go for the flank through tree pretty quickly. He destroyed the trap wire really early on, forcing out a second one from Bane too, but didn't really hang around too much to watch for the flank, because the idea for Talon there is to wait and see what Premi's going to be able to spot first before having to put in the ultimate towards the site to allow his team to get into holes. I just feel like it was left a little bit too late for Talon in that sort of scenario, and this is the spot where DRX can look to bring some stability on their attacking side.
Really heavy stack. Chance for this to go sideways. It looks like they don't want to take any chances. In fact, as the Rolling Thunder
Hey,
is
what
gonna
though?
be sent out.
Can't get in, though,
4-person
behind it.
stack here. They can fast flood. They got the smokes with the space. They honestly have a pretty
All
good
10
chance in
members
this
on Alpha
eco.
side.
If
No-
DRX
no
just
lurks,
chill
no
though,
lingers,
this is
no
definitely the right
flanks.
play. Okay.
Thai about to
Well,
push up here and
they're gonna be
instantly
fine.
die. Solid headshot there from Bane.
If they decided to like force through that smoke, they're actually cooked.
Yeah.
For the start, it was looking
Gonna be a
very
flawless
possible.
now? No,
Single
it
peek
honestly
volley
might, yeah.
reset. Cruz just swinging out, trying to strafe over the top of that one with a shorty in hand, but it's only going to be minor damage found.
Enemy remaining.
There's DRX looking for a flawless. Primi is going to go backpedaling and sprinting across the rope.
Well, there is a trap there that he would have to destroy.
Dodges the one trap, goes to the other.
Otherwise, he's just going to have to wait for a potential exit here, because he does need to meet his demise in this round.
Just going to see if he can get any kind of catch here.
If Hyunmin did get the kill, he would have the ult online too.
Catch up plenty. I think, you'd rather get this over to Free.
Rough,
Yeah.
And we'll be
rough
able to do so.
timing.
So
Okay.
teammates, flawless round here for the side of DRX. One away from
Lot
tying things up now.
I say a lot of ults.
Yeah,
Not,
good
not
dismantling
really.
on the buy. Good dismantling on that
Close
side
to a
as well.
couple.
It doesn't really matter what
Op
weaponry
comes out.
that Talon do have, right? The presence of 5, though, you can still kind of come out with something a little bit shaky, something a little bit worrisome at times. So I don't mind the investment of all the ults and the Rolling Thunder in the very beginning, although it not really finding too much value, which has kind of been every instance on this map so far from Australia.
Yeah, I said it twice.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, both. I
Okay,
think,
Molly into
understandable,
salvos.
but in the
Yeah.
hindsight, you're
Straight
like,
send, flash alley,
Something
much
for them
down
value.
to-
sight.
Something for them to go back towards in the review potentially. And
Molly towards tower. Hyunmin sprinting in, trying to find a catch. Jit Boys, does he get caught by that? Spray across and yep, just a pixel out of place there. Thai spotted. Jit Boys, however, on the jump, still going to be good for one, but Freeing quickly trades it back.
Operator for Primi here as well. Definitely needs a line of sight.
Freeing with the plant gives him the Armageddon now.
And also no smokes because Thai was down first. It makes this retake a little bit more difficult.
Oh, this is gonna get interesting. Fring's gonna have to
Toggle
check
the
this at
camera
one point
all.
though.
Bane does. Does he
Oh,
spot
the
him?
camera
Fring
didn't
has
see
no
him.
idea.
It's an easy one,
Right
but he
there,
doesn't know
gives the
about
elbow.
Mako enough.
He's going to be kicking Bane. And how did you not see him?
Just remember, auto
Ooh.
strike for Marco here.
He's
Yeah, they
tucked down
gotta
in
go
the
faster
sewers.
because of Mako's ult.
Has it at the ready.
Good plan for him still as well. Stun into ult. Oh,
There's
that's
a
nice.
stun. Orbital not going to be finding any eliminations, but shoves them back, shoves them in towards tower, and the shots right now being hit are damn
Damn,
clean.
dudes.
It's
Played it
another
nice in the
team
end
ace,
with
this
some
time
nice
far from
shots.
flawless, but DRX, they have successfully tied it up at 9-9, running back 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, ever since the bonus round that they're able to get here, so the operator of Primi, whilst trying to find some damage, trying to find some kills, not able to
They can still
work with the team.
they can still buy, but they can't get up.
Things done by himself. I want to see some sort of team play come through in the early scenario here, because whilst you're always going to understand that it's a difficult retake to come on out, right?
But honestly,
For Talon in
the
that
no
sort of
op
scenario, there's a
might
couple
work
of
better.
spots where Dai gets caught out really early on in the piece. He's not in the right position.
Dude, they're just going fast strats now.
Counter to anything fast, like Hyunmin is
Yep.
just sending out right now.
Spotted up nearly, has him lined up, and Cruz still will take quite a bit of damage there on the collapse, down to 53. Keeps himself alive here for the moment.
They've used all 3 of their
Just
smokes,
a 1
so
for 1 thus far.
it's gonna get.
It's pretty
Oh, okay. Well, they love that.
Dead. Mako
I was gonna say it's gonna get weird, but
out that red carpet here to shove them back. Cruz is gonna look
That's not how you wanna do
here,
it.
chasing the explosions, and then on the peak is able to find one. Now answering Armageddon, keeps him locked in position. Bane finds the headshot, gets a neural depth reveal, and that tells all for Ty and Jit Boys.
Set yourselves up
they got over to site so easy. Dude, you pause that in the 4v4, and you look at Ty with 2 smokes, and you.
Through the door, Bane swinging
Nice
out,
shot.
dead. Wanted to try to get the peak there before that final ping had come through.
Try to go on a rant, and then everyone's out here dueling.
A molly from Mako can hold the door for a little bit longer. Ty is going to look to try to create some split pressure. No, both of them doubling back.
Marco was watching this before.
Dude, it's nice from Mako here.
Hugs into the corner at the time.
Did this info. I don't think they're gonna think he's close, right?
Both players' position confirmed. Mako finding the first. Swings out. Jit Boys
Ooh.
has the headshot and has the defuse. I thought maybe Mako would send
Dude,
out
yeah,
the
Primi
volley,
kind of
but
messed up
didn't
here,
think that
but
he had enough
it's all
time.
good.
They
Round to round.
capitalized. Talon now once again reestablish a lead.
This
Always
is
a risky thing,
the
isn't
one
it,
though.
when you try to
Gotta
bring out
start
some
looking at this
utility
money.
And you hear the stomps on the floor. You think that they're a little bit closer than they might be. Love the investment of the Armageddons as well, and the space that Cruz is able to find behind it. But similarly, just the right timing and spotting from Bane. Capitalize on the counter Armageddon that comes.
He had Molly. He never felt comfy to get it out.
When you consider that Talon do get the round and stave off those ults there. So they'll be the first team to achieve double digits in this one, and also still having to be a little bit careful of their own investments. Light shields across the board. A Judge in possession again here. It's going to be Cruz this time holding that one.
Their ult cycle's in such a strong position as well, though.
Yeah,
Remy,
for sure.
ready to go. Thai, 1 away. Kalua, 3 charges for the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, let's build this one up a little bit because
Stray and Mako just
we've got 3 people that can't buy with the 1-9 loss bonus.
Yeah, Thai is towards this B site. Some good timing on a Sky Smoke can lock out DRX for a little bit. Gonna try and sniff out where this trap is though first, Hyunmin.
Surely he's dead.
Catch, he's going to be ping revealed. Spray across, and Jit Boys eventually able to find it. Retoggles the camp, steadies the spray. Estrella going to be taken down. Jit Boys at 8 HP. Still,
Dude, Jit Boys is
value.
having to do it every
Comes away
round.
with a third, and suddenly as the dust settles, we're in for a 2v2. Both players approaching from Talon, making their way up through tree. Ult at the ready, sent, invested, dodged.
They got strong crossfire.
Sides not cleared out. The snapback
Dude, they're
coming
good
through,
at
he
it though. They're
survives.
very good at it. That's an issue. Not a good plan for him
Not
though.
plan for him at all. Dalton's kill. Let's see if he can add another one on top of that. Off the defuse is Kalua, and it's going to be a
The
Red Bull
ciphers,
clutch
dude. The
as
ciphers
Bane
are going
crosses
crazy.
The 1K mark. 10-10. We're tied up once more.
This one
Oh, the
is
impact
close.
of this
is the
is-
sort of level of Valorant that we wanted to coming in towards a elimination series like this one. Glad to see that we're getting this one. Glad to see that we're seeing teams and players in the server not scared to go for these duels, not scared to hang around and try and fight it on out, right? Do see a lot of teams just try and shift and scurry away and play retake, but Talon recognizing that they can't get out of dodge.
Balance kill.
Bane with the clutch though, and now it swings in favor of DRX with the economy.
Force him, yeah, force him down to an eco as well. The good news for Talon is like the next buy run they're gonna have a lot of ults.
Down on the pistols.
That's pretty much the main thing going for him.
Cheeky round.
Jit Boys has been doing wonders here for the team, but in this position is not going to be able to do too much. Just a classic there to try to hold down main. The site now wide open. Ty clearing out the camera there with the Sheriff. He gets a little bit of damage. Orbital strike going to be a bridge well too far.
Launching smoke.
Barring some kills being found here in the next few seconds, but nothing spotted quite just yet. Mako, shoulder not noticed. That's going to
It's
be
a
weapon.
gun and he
Really handed
has
over.
ult.
Bane is there to try to protect, sees it picked up. Knows where Kalua's position is at.
Uh-oh.
And he's a little bit off on the shot. Now
Ooh.
stunned up. Now about to be taken
Oh
down.
boy,
And
you gotta be
suddenly,
tempting.
that
Surely.
orbital strike looks a bit tastier here.
Oh, they're going for it, right?
No, able to find one more. Primy going to be taken
No
down.
time?
3v3 as Youngman sprinting around, gets a headshot on the Cruz. Things getting a little bit scattered here for the side of DRX.
Yeah, they
around
must have been a
victory
little bit
still
tempted
is gonna be
there.
bound.
I'm glad
The
that they
lead
didn't go
theirs.
for it.
And wisely in the end, Talon do hold on to their ults after all.
Yeah, no, definitely the right call for them there to have them available into this next round, because you're getting into the nth moment in this map as well, right? 11 to 10. You need to make sure that you've got kind of everything up your sleeve available in these sort of scenarios, when you also consider that Talon did lose map number 1 of their own choosing, right? So they have to win this one and push us into the 3rd in Lotus. This round, quite stacked, but I see Mako 1 away from the orbital strike. I see Estrella and Freeing both 2 away from their ults. I mean, even Bane's 2 away from his ult too.
They
so
both
there's
want to go
gonna be
aggro over towards
plenty
tree.
of options for DRX in a map that is stacked with ulti orbs.
Yeah, last couple rounds,
There's no
decent
way
little swing
Primy
for
wants
them
to
as far
re-go
as
for
the
this.
economy is
Oh
concerned.
boy.
Oh, Neon Man on the jiggle, goes back in, spots out even more.
The slowest slide I've
Able
ever
to slide
seen.
away.
Been really impressed by Primy's quick saturates as well to counter Hyunmin's aggression and speed.
To
the
yeah,
right
thank you so much for the
value
6 months.
proposition
Appreciate the
when you
prime.
consider away late.
Thank you for that.
The fact that everyone gets away scot-free, no damage suffered. A little bit shocking, but Bane just trying to create some pressure, clears out the cam over on that A side of the map.
Oh, Cruz.
I'm interested, but yeah, Cruz now sliding forward, taking space here within the smoke. Slightly red, and he goes out on a timing, maybe thinking that it was just going to be one player lurking here, but instead it gets a rude awakening as he spots 3.
Yeah,
When you
the
see a player
pressure.
deep in A main, you do consider
The
that it
pressure
is
over
just gonna be a
towards
lurk
A
scenario
main,
there
I
for anyone
guess.
hanging around tree. Quite unfortunate for him, but now with things pivoting towards this other side
But
of the
that
map,
attitude,
test with the Cypher utility that Jip Boys
that's
does
rough,
have, and
man.
now the
Probably
A
thought he
side
had a
different.
read on how they like to play.
This will still prove to be difficult to try to get into. That Rolling Thunder is available. They're going to go ahead and open up with the orbital strike, but high. Repositioning. Plants his feet to find one.
Good ult.
Taken down fast lane, only going to last for so long. And they get unstunned just in time as Mako finds a headshot. High now dead, orbital. Not something that they have to concern themselves with on the side of DRX now. As Chip Boy's flushed out, it's just chaos. No one knowing where anyone is. But it's DRX with the player advantage. Primy on the drop down. Being spotted. The re-swing. The double
Oh
face.
man, really, really rough.
And now the match point. Bane finds the final shot, 12 to 10. Talon needing 2 in a row to take this into
They only
overtime.
won one buy round on
This will
defense
be their
though.
stage 1 coming to its conclusion.
12 to 10, another round where a couple of key moments that it could have gone either team's way. Not able to find a lot of value off the Cypher utility on the site. You're flushed out by the orbital strike. You're trying to buy yourself some time as well. Just
I'm out
on
here,
the
not a
Rolling
chance.
Thunder
He's
that
way
you
too
send
close.
back, but as the suns do fade, as you say, it's DRX going with some great ideas. It's the double swing as well. So now it has to be flawless for Talon. They'll stampede in towards tree to get some further information, and Killua will open up the books by finding Hyunmin.
You don't see that loud EG game?
Good kill to be found.
That was a
Primy
12-10 timeout.
Still pushing
That
forward.
didn't go
Mako
great.
Only reading this, but Bane now picked apart the rope ride. Primy, he's right here. They
Um,
spotted him out. He finds the first, but he can't
Did
quite get that second.
I can't believe they
Still,
managed to
though,
trade that
damage
one out.
dealt a 2v4. Talon
Dude,
feeling
chill.
like they are in well positioned to get this within touching distance of OT.
The idea for DRX now to play contact as well, silently to the choke entry of this B site.
Surely you just hold on to this ultimate unless you can get it to a close position.
Oh.
There's the smoke out. Mako going to be dropped. Estrella now left scratching his head.
Yeah, they do have investments in the next round, of course. Mako maybe requesting a weapon, though. So in a spot like this for Estrella, 30 seconds to go. Priority on dropping the gun for your teammate or looking for damage
it
against
doesn't-
Talon, who
Nah,
again,
it doesn't
be very
even want to
fickle
give
with the
Cruz all.
economy. It's going to be the earlier one, though. So a bit of time for the team to talk as well here in what they want to try and navigate towards the next round. Wouldn't be surprised if we've got a timeout, still usable.
Could come through.
10 seconds left.
One away from pushing this into OT. Talon clawing their way back, but for Estrella, a bit too risky. Cruz one charge from having that Armageddon online. Having a combo of that with an orbital.
Train's been delayed.
Yeah.
Dude, they got
Insurmountable at the end of
breach
it.
or tail.
Right placed fault line from Killer.
I don't know.
Could absolutely give DRX a bad day. Similarly, though, you can throw it the other way, right? Because they've already got them online. They've got the Armageddon online. They don't have an orbital strike, but they do have something else. Yeah. So we go into the last round of regulation, and there's that timeout that we were just mentioning will probably come on through. Of course, you get another one going into OT. So why not use it here?
And yep, it will be from the DRX camp. Both teams had one remaining, so DRX will go ahead. The first one to pull the trigger here on Fracture, and the last, unless this does in fact go to OT. Just giving the run back, giving the ults is very, very possible here.
Yeah, but I mean, I cast my mind back towards Icebox as well, and I know we've seen a lot more from Talon on this map, but having 9 first kills and only converting that into 4-round wins too, right? DRX had less first kills, and they were always winning these lesser equipped rounds, lesser
That's the normal one,
so
chat, chill.
in towards this next one, it is very vital that we've just got some sort of advantages held by Talon to try and push us into OT. Of course, these sort of scenarios as well, on the back of a timeout for the rookies, if they get in their own heads here too, right, that could absolutely spell disaster. Killua, Die, Primi to a degree too, right? Still relatively new to this sort of scene, this tier. So let's see what's going to happen
what
in
is
the
the
last round of the
plan?
regulation.
I mean, they're set up to do the fast over towards heaven, but we're not in the molly pause. We're not going for that.
The top, getting himself onto the box, and this is going to be maybe a bit more of an unorthodox position.
Dude, 4 passing?
Try to anticipate playing against when you have a waylay on the opposite side.
Yeah, we haven't seen it at all.
Talon might have the read on this.
Obviously, if you have a raise, you definitely give it credence a jet as well. This could certainly catch them completely off guard.
Either that, they're all about to tank some orcs.
Cruz, he's able to find one. Gunman taking down Cruz, finding a second. Does eventually get picked off here by Estrella. As ults now starting to get dumped. Orbital strike, catching Bane, picking him down to 10 HP.
And that's just going to be an immediate reset onto the round, isn't it? Cruz has done
I mean, that should be a
work
done.
to find the 2 towards Arcade.
Molly sent. Bane not within it. Does manage to get that neural theft reveal. Ping out knows. This one just on the opposite side here of the site. Tries to swing for it. Finds the headshot, but Primi over.
Did pretty good on 10 HP to get a kill.
No smokes available for Marco.
They got dude. It all kind of comes down to this breach, breach v breach. Oh, dude, it's unfair. He's in the stun. I thought it was gonna be a fair fight.
Plays off his util, finds the shot. Primi looking for a little bit more. Comes away with it, and now it is all down to Mako. Molly having to be invested. Primi trying to get the catch here. Slow up his time, but
hey, nicely done. 2 chances fully gone.
Talon clean up the round.
Dude, they only had 1 buy round up until then. They got double in a row.
They're not going to be plagued with any haphazard buys as well. They're going to have what they need. They can consider if they want to get another operator back out, but I think Primi's looked a bit better, for example, on these rifles. So on the back of the timeout,
get more timeouts in overtime. Yeah, you get one.
To
one each.
convert it. Just trying to see what Bane could do around it. The fact that he's able to find 1 kill there with 10 HP as well, trying to give some options to his team to be able to clutch it in the end. And the multi-fragging rounds come through for Primi, and now we see ourselves in the fabled OT, where DRX definitely have a better OT scoreline result. But it also means that they've gone, you know, a lot of deep ones, especially on Fracture too. 13-11s, overtimes. It's always seemingly the name of the game here for them.
It's the last one versus T1. Able to get in, kind of get out relatively quickly on that, but right now it looks like Talon going to be a bit of a different beast here. No operator in sight, no glass cannon. It's going to be straight up rifles on both sides. Big push out from Talon at the moment. Checking in towards B. Wary about some aggressive pressure out of A.
Yeah, but who's at B usually? It's Bane. Back towards the
Okay,
tower.
when's he
with
check the
setups as
camera?
well, assisted by Marco, but apart from that, rotations now because look who's gone north side by himself. It's freeing. He's getting all the information.
Okay,
destroying the camera.
yeah, camera
So
gets
back to the
checked.
south side call now for
They have no
Talon
idea
to
that
get
he's
this
underpass.
A-Hall's control.
And he got him in, spotting him out. Quickly just back.
Well, they used the dash early. Well, they might struggle to get through chokes.
A minute.
Take it on a slow approach here.
Oh wait,
Straight sending
this
out
might
that
get a
fault
little
line.
weird.
Seems like that's enough for Talon to want to pivot back across.
No smokes for Mako
does
though,
slide up
so.
through Canteen to reinforce this B site. The spike is there. You still have 3 players trying to sell an A hit.
Trying to toy with the rotations at the moment. Meanwhile, Freeing is still happy enough to frolic around the north side of the map.
Jit Boys walking forward. Cam check and Mako now just there striking from behind. Expect that there's going to be some follow-ups.
Good info though.
Here,
Come in.
top site, stunned
A
up.
great kill from
Comes,
Primi.
but then Primi is right there on top of him. Headshot found. Estrella giving away his position, strafing back as the salvos fly towards him. Plant going to be interrupted here for the moment. It's 13 seconds remaining. Primi eating a little bit of damage with the spike now on the floor.
Massive duel on A main coming up.
Big Sands one here.
Stim to open the door. Kahlua to try to hold it. The backup coming through. Cruz here shoulder to shoulder with his teammate. They go 1 for 1. Mako, however, fighting back as Freeing finds Primi. And Ty's position is known. Time still on their side, but now into the 1v1. Ty looking
Oh
for it, but
boy,
Dream
what a shot
finding
that
it.
is.
Gets the
God, that
headshot
got close, man.
as he's popping off. And TRX will once again themselves a match point.
Yeah, they had 2 chances to try and close it off in regulation, right? Talon pushing us into overtime, but now DRX back in the lead and switching back over to their attacking side. It was Talon that opted to start on attack on this map, by the way. So it is the side that DRX is just essentially coming from.
Just hero moments here. Really just boiling it down.
And a timeout comes through. You get another one coming into overtime, right?
So once again, I have the question, who is it?
Talon, I would assume here on this one, being down in the
You
OT
reckon?
count. No, it's DRX's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure it would be.
They want to try and end this one early here and get a 2-0 clean map 1, unclean map 2, but yeah, it's entertaining.
Is this Elim? Yeah, it's Elim.
First 2 seasons specific.
Elim lower
Actually, I
bracket.
think timeouts exist.
You gotta
I could
win
talk
one
to
more
my
after
teammates.
this to go to
He really
Masters.
wants to bring this one to an end. Not allow for that
Both
further
teams get to speak in the timeout? Yeah.
for this to go deeper.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about teams trying to have consistency throughout the year, right? EDG not going towards Toronto, T1 not going towards Toronto. DRX were our victors and master reps as well just previously. If they also bow
Abyss,
out,
Icebox Breeze, one gets deleted off the... One gets deleted, one's Palmer, and one rotates in and out. Oh my goodness.
Easing out on
I
that
don't even want to
middle
think
section,
about it.
having to rely on champions to make another appearance, to have an opportunity at a trophy.
Not even
See,
sure.
though, you can tell how desperately both of these teams want that final slot.
yeah. Back towards this A site
Like,
yet again.
you could do all three. You could do any. Like, you could mix any of those up and I'd still be disappointed.
And not having to contend with any of the traps just yet.
Yeah, it does get situated. Cam over the top, looking for the spot out. Now going to be cleared here.
Oh, this could be a 5 versus 5 post.
Yeah, 5v5.
Always so.
Oh, dude, Mako might have to use the molly for behind.
Faces it. Has to backpedal away. There was the plant coming through here on the side. Steadies for 1.
My
Looks for a
goodness,
little bit
he's
more.
calm
Re-swing,
though.
some damage. Delta Strand going to be dead at the same time.
He's
2-0
calm on
find
this.
that kill now.
Dude, this is a
4v3.
big play
Finding
from
the rope.
Bane.
There
Oh
he
my
is,
goodness,
around
they
the
just
back.
cleared
Right
this.
now, no pings.
The
Softens
big,
it.
big
As
plays.
he
A
arrives here on the
game-winning
south
play
side,
right
and
here.
this could be absolutely devastating for Talon. Bane is looking to undo them. Swings in, sees 1, sees 2, strikes now. He had him in at the same time. Able to find
Coming
2
got
back to
double on
site.
side as well.
It's just Kahlua. If he finds the 1, he gets himself a Rolling Thunder. 8 bullets. But no
Holy,
open
Hellman got
arrows.
3 on
Kenman
site.
with the 3K.
Dude, that was a big
TRX
play from
get the
Bane there. It
series.
really was.
14-12. Push
Hey,
to
they
OT.
2-0'd him. Talon
But
are
out
out.
of it swiftly once
Did
again,
the,
arm fracture.
The
They send Talon home.
Talon
Back in
pattern
here at the Stage 1
continues.
playoffs.
Win one, lose one.
DRX now will have their sights set But one more matchup, Boom or PRX, to see who's
The
going
whole
to
year. The whole year. Win one,
TALON
lose
as
one.
well. No clean series. That really feels like their lost win
The fist bump
trajectory
here.
is still coming true here.
That it ain't
Not able to
happening.
break that one. Again,
Let's
coming
see.
back and not able to break that map number 1 curse on
Really,
Icebox,
fist bump
but I
party
gotta
lost.
say, you know, the game against Gen
Give
G
them the
looks
fair play.
scrappy. They have some resilience against Nongshim Red Force, but then again, you still have
Hey,
some
cameraman,
missing
relax.
components from them, and a lot more missing. I gotta feel like in this one today, 13-4 on your own map pick is not something that you're gonna absolutely come away with any good feelings. And map number 2, you gotta feel like you were starting to find some rhythm, and it's just ripped away from you.
Papa Frost trying to steady the emotions there of the younger players. You talked about it. Having that pressure really
Gets
reach
him
you at
out.
the
And Tommy
end.
didn't even go for it.
It seems like
Tommy
they
was having
catch up
none of
with
it.
them a little bit. But for DRX, they stay afloat here in stage 1. Still an opportunity to get themselves both that stage 1 trophy as well as the appearance at Toronto. But the road, it doesn't get much easier.
Hit him with the side
This
step.
is
Yeah,
a
big
team that
side
has
step.
Been able to overcome some pretty incredible
Okay,
odds.
DRX.
Oh, for sure, changing
One
players,
game
changing
away.
roles as well. Always a difficult thing.
That it is. Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by for our winners interview. Get the thoughts of DRX and maybe hear who they think they're going to be playing against in that next series.
Hello, hello, 마코. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요, 마코 선수. 현민 선수 뭐 하고 싶은 얘기 있나요? 도망가나요? 알겠습니다. 마코 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with DRX's Mako. DRX is not going anywhere. They're taking that win, and let's hear from Mako what he feels about today's win today. 와, 오늘 탈론을 상대로 승리를 가져가셨습니다. 오늘 승리를 해서 토론토행 기회의 문이 아직 열려 있게 됐거든요. 오늘 승리 소감부터 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 탈락 위기 속에서도 이기게 돼가지고 또 기쁘고 이왕 이렇게 된 김에 꼭 올라가겠습니다.
I'm really glad that we took that win because we needed it. And hey, since we took that first win already, might as well take that ticket to Toronto as well. And not only is this the first clash of the two teams in 2025, this is your first time facing off with this all-tie roster. Were the expectations any different before you headed in today? After you played them, tell me everything, Mako. 이제 올해 들어서 탈론이랑 첫 경기를 하게 된 것도 있는데 또 이렇게 5인 타이 로스터로 만나게 된 것도 처음이거든요. 오늘 예상했던 대로 경기가 좀 흘러갔는지 좀 예상을 빗나갔던 순간들도 있었을까요?
예상했던 거는 좀 많이 힘들 거라고 예상을 했었는데 생각보다 쉬워가지고 네, 쉽게 이긴 것 같습니다.
Hey, I thought that it was going to be a tough match today, but hey, it was easier. So yeah, that was fun. Easy from Mako. All right, next we're going to be playing your next opponent is either going to be PRX or Boom. Do you have a preference, or who do you think is going to meet you at the next one to battle for that ticket to Toronto? 이제 딱 이번 승리를 가져가셨으니까 한 번만 이기면 토론토를 가게 되거든요. 다음 상대는 PRX 아니면 붐인데 만나고 싶은 팀, 만날 것 같다고 생각하는 팀? 마코 선수는 어떠세요?
솔직히 PRX가 보여준 게 또 많아가지고 아무래도 PRX가 올라올 것 같은데 사실 그 누가 올라와도 이미 다 붐한테 지긴 했지만 다시 이길 자신이 있기 때문에 그 누가 와도 상관없을 것 같습니다.
PRX has always shown that they're a very good team, and I think, well, I was gonna say that we defeated everyone, but we did get defeated by Boom. But hey, second time's the charm. We're gonna take that win, so it doesn't matter. Anyone come at me, says Mako. All right, thank you. Congratulations to DRX for that win, and I'll be back after PRX and Boom match. 마코 선수 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Yeah, for people that are wondering as well, dude, this is Talon's year so far. Look at it. The rhythm. It's mental. They haven't won 2 in a row in this year.
DRX close this match out and continue.
I mean, they haven't lost 2 in a row as well, I guess, is that.
Towards Toronto.
Yeah, undoubtedly going to be the favorites to be taking that spot over at Toronto. A lot of people would have expected them to go through the upper bracket. A tough map, particularly here on Fracture against Talon. They definitely made them work for this victory here, but you can see why DRX had so much confidence to pick it in against Fracture, against Talon here on Fracture, despite the success that they found with that Waylay comp. I think that this veto has gone very, very well for them.
I will be right back,
Very,
chat.
very close map. I felt like this could have gone either way, but I think one thing that
The train, dude, the train's right on time. If anything,
DRX,
it's a little bit early.
DRX are well known to be this fantastically structured team.
Clip? Oh yeah, let's watch it.
You're
You're right, let's watch the clips. What, clip 1. What is this?
But if I were to pick a watch party streamer, personally for me, it's always been Sliggy. But that's only because his voice stays the same no matter what happens. Like, if there's an average round, he'll react the same way as if there was somebody like 1v5'd. It's the exact same reaction. That was an insane round. But in the exact same voice. Like, his voice doesn't go higher or lower. It stays the exact same octave regardless. Me and like normal people, I think just freak the fuck out. And I think Sliggy, low-key, on the real, I'm gonna say the same too.
Bro said normal people. That's fucked.
I think he's a little dead inside. There's no way you can watch all 3 regions for an entire year without any sleep
That's funny.
and have any sort of like happiness in your life.
Oh my goodness. Damn, dude. Bro said normal people. Oh my goodness, that was good. Wait, where's the second clip? There's more? This guy's cooking me, man. This guy's really cooking me. Where's the second clip? Clip 2.
How can he watch all 4 regions? That's impossible. That's literally impossible.
You owe me so bad.
Okay, so how does that work then? Explain to me. No, stop. Explain to me how that works. Because that means all he does is nap. He hasn't slept one time since Valorant came out.
That's funny.
I think, I don't know if you guys watched the movie Prestige. I think he has a twin. And the reason his personality is the way that it is, like super chill, is because he doesn't want his twin to act differently. So they both act the same. Because there's no fucking way, bro. There's actually no way you're watching all 4 regions with 4-hour intervals of sleep.
Oh man, dude, they're funny, dude. That's funny as fuck. Okay.
And today,
bro actually fucking owns me, man. That was funny. Okay, chat. Why is this so long? Is mic off?
A little bit of like sweet moments, I would say.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that was good.
Kick off, right? Yeah. So it's like sweet moments.
Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit.
Get freaked out watching your boys
I'll
going
be
like
back in a little
that?
bit.
Like, what if Stacks just killed all of you?
Nah, I don't think so.
Not gonna happen. I mean, we've seen you sitting in the assistant coaching booth, and you do have a lot of controller experience. So, did you give something any tips before the Fracture game yesterday?
Yesterday for Fracture's game, I don't think so.
Okay.
That wasn't you. That wasn't me.
Might help him out next time. I think.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, actually, speaking of the coaching booth.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, can you understand now after being in the coaching booth why Alex gets so angry in there? Is it so much easier to like see those mistakes? How have you found it compared to being in the actual server playing?
Yeah, I think for sure, like sitting beside Alex, I think creating a new point of view, you know?
Yeah.
So I kind of understand why sometimes he lost in the sauce, but like, yeah, it's kind of like creating a new point of view.
What's he saying? We can't hear the thing.
Like yesterday, or what do you mean?
What's he saying? Like, we only hear his mouth going like.
I think like during timeout, he just like give the advice or anything. But like if not timeout, I think he just like yapping around like, why the hell they doing this, that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, full
just
Singlish.
Getting the emotion out, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now, your team's gonna be facing Boom today. You know Boom really well, obviously from Indonesia. You've played with some of these guys before. Who do you think is gonna give PRX the most problems today?
I would say probably Famous, because I think lately his performance has been good, and then like his operator is hitting shots lately, so I would say probably famous. Yeah.
Ah, okay. And, since I feel like this is going to be a very Indonesian theme for the next match, and everyone talks about the Indonesian super team, so if there was the Mind Freaky team, I'm going to name your team Mind Freaky, who are 4 Indonesian players you would put on your squad? It could be from anywhere. Yeah.
Could be anywhere. Non-franchise?
Yeah. I mean, aren't the good ones here? But you can pick.
All right.
Anywhere you want.
I pick my friends Severin, Lilo, Madeline. Forsaken.
Jason, okay.
Nice. Indonesia World Cup team.
Yeah. Dude, that's a pretty sick team.
Yeah.
That should become a real team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do have a couple of Indo representatives in franchising, but maybe, chuck an extra slot in there for Indonesia. Some pretty good players over there, so
Yeah.
might go all right.
So what do you think this is going to pan out? The last time PRX Boom faced off, obviously PRX didn't win. It was a 2-1 situation. What do you think is going to happen today?
I think we're gonna win today, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think we're gonna win.
But something's changed since last time. Like the mood.
I think adding Batman towards the roster, making like a new environment and stuff, and sometimes teams really need to do that, So I think we're gonna win today.
Oh.
How important is like momentum for your team? Like obviously you've won the last couple of series in a row, and now you're like in the lower bracket. Compared to the groups, I feel like Boom was winning all their games in the groups. They're coming off a loss. You guys are coming off a lot of wins now and just looking better and better and better. So do you think that is one of the most important factors for this series, or do you think that you could get a different result, after you see teams come off a win or a loss?
I think for sure. I think our team right now is really need the momentum because in kickoff and then like the first month during the group stage, which is like last month, it's been like really rough. So I think momentum is really something that we really need today in a late story.
So to follow on from that, obviously before the last game, the team had like 2 weeks to prepare, a really, really long time. And now they have a very, very fast turnaround where they played yesterday and they have to play again today. Do you think that momentum is on your side after having won yesterday? What would you prefer if you were down there playing, Do you prefer those long breaks where you have a lot more time to think and anti-strat, or do you just want to go straight back on the stage?
I think for our situation, I think we really need a break because we just changed roster, right? So we need to like have some time to fix everything. So I think probably the breaks.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Well, fans should be feeling pretty good right now. You look like you're feeling good. And both coaches from both sides, Alex and Six Fingers, actually, they were your teammates at different times of your life. Who's the better teammate?
Who's the better player?
Yeah,
Who's the better player?
No, actually true. Good teammate doesn't necessarily mean better player.
Better player. It's really hard to say actually because I only play with Alex as a teammate probably only 6 months, but with Six Fingers I play with him for I don't know years. I think like 1 or 2 years. So it's really hard for me actually. It's really hard for me. It's like different players have like different
strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like pretty hard for me.
Tell us about Six Fingers actually. What do you like about him, or what do you hate about him?
I think he's kind of stubborn. Oh, actually, there's a similarity between Alex and Six Fingers. They both like stubborn actually.
Okay.
Is that a head coach thing? I don't know.
I think you do. I think you do have to have some stubbornness as well to be a coach or be a head coach, and because you kind of want to get your way. Look, I wanted to ask you a little bit about double duelists. Do you think that the prevalence of double duelists for PRX is been good for you guys coming back to that kind of play style?
Yeah, I think for sure it's better than the single duelist stuff because I think when we run the single duelist, which is Jason duelist, it's not balanced. The team is not balanced. When we run double duelist, everything is like comfortable and everything is on the flow. So I think double duelist is really suit for us because we used to play really good back then when we run double duelist, right? So
yeah, cool.
Now you don't have to answer this before I send you off, but I know we're seeing different teammates all playing the controller role. Are we gonna see a duelist mind freak one day?
No way.
All right. Okay, well, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past you guys. Anyway, with that, thank you so much, Aaron Mind Freak from PRX.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, you can see right here, we are gonna have a really short break, and when we come back, we are gonna see Boom versus PRX. Who's winning today, Aaron?
PRX.
PRX. Well, you heard it from here. Guys, don't go too far away.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Hello. DRX tweeted. What is this? Fix your cam? Oh, I kind of like it here, though. Oh boy, it's the wrong one. Oh no, where's the actual screen, chat? Oh, dude, I'm never gonna find. Oh, maybe it's there.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Where did I have it in chat before? Like that? Put it in the dead sensor? Yeah, that's actually the place, you're right. What did DRX tweet? Oh my goodness. That's sick. That's awesome. That's a good tweet. From the main account, that's sick. What are the chances of what?
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm
Boom,
your host,
stopping the
Victoria,
train?
alongside Pilsky and Big Time, and we
dunno,
are
man.
so back for another series of heartbreaks, heart-pumping moments, and of course,
I feel like we're moving
attacks,
too fast.
especially when it comes to these two teams. These two particular Southeast Asian teams.
I want to be
Boom
respectful, so I
and
want to give them like a
PRX.
little
Now,
percent.
Boom had
But
been on a really good streak until their very first loss in Stage 1 against Gen G last week.
It's time to prove they're not group stage merchants, okay? We had one bad series.
Can we
that's
check the
fine, okay?
engine?
No
It
one
depends,
panic.
man.
We're in the lower bracket. It's gonna
It
be
depends.
hard, especially
Wait for
against
the
PRX
maps
full momentum.
first.
But Boom
Because if
are
Fract
still a
is
very
there, we might
solid
have
team,
the old
you guys,
engine back
and
in.
I think that one bad series against Gen G doesn't mean it's over.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much pressure on them that last series, right? That was the qualification game. That's the first time this team as a whole has had to play a game that big. Succeeding in the group stage is one thing. I think they showed such a high level in that, but you add on top of that all that added pressure, and that's where things
Well,
went wrong
we
for them
don't need
compared to that
Drax.
Gen G squad, who were much more kind of organized and used to that kind of pressure, right? So I do think the pressure is, you know, it's still there today. It is lower bracket. It is elimination.
Why is
but
Mini
I
in
don't
control
think
of the
it's quite
engine
the
room?
same, so they're
I mean,
looking to bounce back.
no one else
and
has
like
done
you
it.
say, prove that they
And-
are
and
more
honestly,
than just group stage merchants.
He,
Absolutely, I agree.
he got
with
it all.
this. I don't think they
He
are
got
just
it all
group
sorted.
stage merchants, but they are facing a PRX that is.
He just wanted to be on the train, man. He said
They're
they'd work.
winning again. They're starting to look like the PRX we know and love. They are on a 3-match win streak right now, and then we're also seeing another layer of Patman being like the Patman onion being peeled away to reveal a very formidable player.
I saw them just handing out meals as well. They're feeding the players after
Patman
they
onion.
get wins. Otherwise, no food. No food for anyone until we win some games. So
a little bit of table tennis.
Oh my God, getting the
This is
reactions
how they
going.
warm up now.
Whoa,
Okay.
get me in the room. What do you mean? I would school all of these
Okay,
guys.
bro, whatever. Sure.
Where's
I
my
believe
invite,
none of
Paper
that.
Rex?
Apparently,
Ping Pong Rex.
guess who the best ping pong player is on this team?
It's got to be David.
I could see it. I could see.
Yeah.
I think he's got power in that arm.
Yeah.
That's a good guess, but it's actually something. According to them, something. Our Petrov, Brimstone, Yoru, Jet is the best ping pong player. But we saw a fantastic
Someone
performance
bring
from
out
them
Carl
yesterday.
Sideshow. Is Sideshow streaming this as well?
We saw
Surely
something that
not.
looked really structured, something really strong, and something very scary.
Yeah, absolutely. They're Ascent.
He might
I
be
mean,
hate watching.
These guys can play Ascent now. Their Ascent is really solid. They absolutely destroyed T1, and then we headed over onto Lotus. Same
Payola.
thing again.
The
Make
Hay
no
watchers
mistake,
are
guys,
watching.
T1, huge underperformance in the second two maps, but PRX played very well, and they were playing in the way that makes sense for their team and is promising. They were getting active, they were communicating, they were playing off of each other. They were the assertive force in that game, and T1 was simply along for the ride.
Yeah, I could definitely, Yeah, I think from that game from T1, I do think they looked improved, but yeah.
TMV's title is derail.
I think this PRX roster is improving, and as you say, I really like the way they're heading with their roles. I think it's a much better fit for this team, but they still have
I thought he said he was going to start believing
Toronto,
after one
and
win.
They have to get through over a boom-shaped hurdle today, which as we know are no pushovers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a really interesting evolution of this team, but I do kind of want to point out the last time these two faced off, it was Patman's very first time playing with this roster, and it still did go to a 2-1. They pushed Boom further than any other team during that group stage.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Patman takes some time to warm up. You know, that was not his best series. And on the flip side, we saw Famous go absolutely crazy with the Operator the whole series.
Oh yeah.
So I do think in this series in particular, this was probably some of the best we saw Boom play and some of the worst we saw PRX play. PRX still getting a map though does bode well for them, and I do think they are coming into this game as the favorites. I do think they'll feel like they should be able to get the win today and rewrite history.
You can see here on Ascent, 10-2 on defense. They came into
This timeline, I changed my pick'ems just so Boom and
down.
PRX didn't meet each other.
It was kind of a close game,
But
but
we're
I
here
felt
anyway.
like Boom was kind of always in the lead, and they were going to get it along across the line at some point. So I think you saw a well-deserved win for Boom there over PRX in the group stage. But these two teams are coming off, as we kind of mentioned with Mindfreak on the couch here, very different situations, and now head-to-head. Gonna be Famous versus Jing. I mean, Famous, up until that game against Gen G, was the highest rated player in the competition by every observable metric.
Yeah.
But Jing, I mean, you've been putting him as your duelist every single week for a reason, every single time PRX is playing.
And it's been paying off, frankly speaking, especially he does play well on the Omen.
After
but
the
as a
Yay
duelist,
Glow
he is
performance,
also
TMV
just
needs to be wrong about another
I mean,
thing.
When here we are
So
looking
he's
at
choosing to
we can see
derail
that
the
Famous's
train.
peak was against
goodness.
PRX, 302 ACS. He absolutely dominated PRX last time these two teams played, but obviously Famous
First kill
in the
percentage
playoffs
3.
last game, he was not there.
It's not
I
great.
think there's three things
I mean,
that
he
are
plays
certain in life
smokes.
so far. It's death
Wait, is this
practice and
just
Famous choking in big matches. He has to
Are they
rewrite
just
that
doing
today.
one on
He has
Duelist?
to rewrite that. He needs to be a huge part of the team if they're going to win, because that's what it took last time to beat PRX.
I think there's a history and a narrative there for sure that does
Oh, it's only one
exist,
game?
but I feel like the Ascension Grand Finals,
Wait,
he
what?
played very well for himself, and
Last
look,
paper.
honestly, that game against Genji, not great.
They're only picking one map.
I've seen him overcome that kind of issue
Yeah,
before,
I'm not sure about
and
that
that's
for
why
stats.
I've got some confidence in Boom today.
Yeah, he is a very experienced player. He's new to Pacific, but he's got a lot of experience there, and hopefully he can have a repeat performance today, and that's definitely what he's
One
looking
match
for. Now,
stats? Yeah, I don't know about that
we
one.
might not want to repeat would be map 1 from something, but
poor guy.
he definitely never did.
I mean, have you guys seen that?
This is criminal. This is criminal, but also awesome at the same time.
Like, definitely don't want to be seeing that again. I mean, to be fair, that was a very poor game of Fracture for PRX, but something was phenomenal on the next two maps. And you see this duality from something a lot right now. Even on the Yoru on Lotus, he can have a poor
something
performance or
must
really
have
good
changed
performance.
here.
He is
I
the
wonder
X-Factor
what it
player for
is.
PRX.
Yeah, when we talk about the role issue, this is the role issue, right? It's when
Almost
somebody is
as
on
if
that
he should
duelist,
be playing
does seem much
duelist.
better, especially that Jet. But when he's having to flex around, do these other jobs, you know, we've seen him on Breach before, you know. Now this Brimstone, it's like if he's not on that Jet, if he's not
The
on that duelist, is he gonna struggle?
0.07 KD
That
is criminal,
a
man.
fair question. I agree. He didn't look great on the initiator role, but on a Brimstone, I feel like this is something they just didn't play well on that map. I'm going to make an argument for that, but we'll have to see today. They have played Fracture before, Boom and PRX here, and I'm not going to be surprised
His
if it
breach
ends
was
up being
good.
pulled out
Dude,
again
his
today.
breach
Now we're
on
seeing,
Fracture
their head-to-head
looked like his
data
best
from group
breach.
stages.
Yeah, we are 1-0 for Boom there. Overall, still great stats despite Gen G pulling those down quite a lot for Boom. They're topping
He has a
most
twin
of the
too, and they
categories that
subbed
you
in
see
his
here,
twin.
But PRX, much improved from what you saw in the
I mean, it
earlier
was good for the
stages of group
storyline.
stage.
It was
You can
really
see
good for the
9 wins,
storyline.
8 losses, but the stats
You
are
see the
very
DRX tweet?
respectable,
Yeah, the
especially
DRX tweet
first
was
kill win
banging.
percent. They're doing quite well for themselves. They're climbing up the board in terms of pistol wins as well. So I think this is going to be quite a competitive series. And I think if you filtered PRX down to the second half of the group stage into playoffs, they would be right up there. They are a transformed team right right now.
Yeah, PRX got a lot of stick all the way through the group stage, but you know, they kept taking those maps. It kept being close. So this was not a team that were totally down in the dumps, and we can see that from the stats. I just think it was about them clicking, finding the roles that are going to work, and getting that confidence back.
Is this go map 3?
I think
If
that's gonna be a
Fracture's in
large
the
part
map
of it,
pool,
right,
probably.
for both of these squads.
Yeah.
About that confidence, about playing to their absolute best. But historically, even beyond these stats, these teams have played before in various iterations, other teams, in scrims. So there's a lot of familiarity here.
Yeah, I think looking at the map stats, there's a lot of different ways that this veto could go, but I think you've seen both of these teams kind of banish maps they haven't had success on. Haven has been a permaban for PRX since they've been losing it. You saw Boom try to turn a trick against Gen G. It did not work. They let split through. They got slapped on that map.
Yeah, I mean, the map draft definitely is a question. They do have some overlaps here of maps that they like to play. Like you said, definitely no Haven. Fracture. I think PRX might still play it. I don't know.
I mean, Haven taken out, Split taken out. I'm not surprised about
what
that
do they
at all.
pick?
Boom, I think they've learned that from that mistake last
Okay,
time around against
I mean,
GG.
this is Fracture.
I'm happy that they banned that. PRX coming in with the Lotus pick here, and Boom taking it right back to Fracture after yesterday. I think that's not a surprise. We've already seen Boom beat PRX here, and obviously it did look like a little bit of a weakness yesterday.
I think PRX selecting Lotus, it's been one of their better maps. They are
Sen?
playing the double
Okay.
duelers with the Yoru. They
Not
were
too bad.
absolutely running
The thing that I'm
circles
most
around T1,
interested
particularly on
about
that defensive
is
side. They get very
PRX
active
surely
on that map, and
changed
Boom,
their
they don't
comp
really
on
actually have
Fracture
great
back to their
reps on
old
Lotus.
comp.
Even though it's a map they played for a long time, even going back to Ascension Jakarta, you haven't really seen them take on that many solid teams, except for the game you saw against Global, where they absolutely destroyed them. But I really feel like, again, that's a game with an asterisk. There's been so many of these games where teams are rolling another team that doesn't even turn up to the server, and that's the win that Boom's got there on Lotus.
Yeah.
I know we're looking at Lotus data right now, but I saw Ascent, being in that decider map. That's a very interesting decider as well, given their
You sub
previous
15 to Chobra, he will cast Boom. Wait, is he trying to sell out his cast?
And those are maps that they played in the
I'm not
group
sure it
stage.
works
You
like
did
that.
see the 10-2 defensive half on Ascent from PRX. They were very well
I think it's
prepared
just
for
whoever
the
he
Phoenix comp that Boom played, but they
attaches
now swapped
to
back
as a
the
team.
Yoru, which didn't work well for them against Gen G. We'll see if they stick to that when we get to that third map decider. But
It
also
could though,
Fracture
no,
was
because
taken
RRQ are
by
winning,
Boom last
so we know
time.
it's just a
It's been
team
map
that
they'd be
like
quite comfortable
it's
to
the
play,
one
and
team
PRX not a great
that
performance
he
on it yesterday,
represents.
so I think that's why you see Boom just picking something that makes sense in multiple regards for themselves.
I do want to ask, do you think Boom, who's the underdog? It's Boom the
What a
underdog?
businessman, yeah, I mean, we could find out, I
Who's
guess.
the underdog?
I think Boom,
I think after the performance Boom had, it was diabolical against Gen G. We can't sugarcoat it. It was horrible against Gen G, and I think it was a hard choke. And PRX just come off the back of a win, and I think we'll see it whenever we get to our predictions, when we get to the viewership predictions. I would be shocked if it's not in the way of PRX. But I think that's exactly where Boom want to be. Boom were at their best when they were the underdogs. They came in, everybody said they'd be terrible, but...
Well, it's time for the little SEA reunion. We're going to send it down to the stage to welcome PRX versus Boom.
PRX believers. I don't know if it's good that we don't start on Fracture or not. They gotta change that comp, otherwise they lose Fracture. There might be a map down already. There's dynamite on the tracks below us. Hey, we just make a new track. We have an army of workers, an endless land.
Friends, former teammates, familiar faces, but only one team survives today's playoffs. It is wild to think PRX, former champions, grand finalists, now fighting for their lives against Boom, a squad that rose from Ascension and captured the hearts of Pacific fans. Guys, give me an woo!
Woo! Let's go. Today is the day for Boom, if you ask me. They're back to being those underdogs, as I was saying before. This is where they want to be. They thrive on doubt. They thrive on their haters, and I think they're ready to show the world why they were so good in the group stages yet again today.
Now their opponents are PRX, and there are viewers
Chulo, thanks
newer
so much
to
for the
VCT,
Prime. Appreciate the 7 months.
of course, and they're wondering what the big deal about PRX is. Well, just yesterday we finally got to see a true glimpse of what PRX once was and why so many fans have been desperately waiting to see them rise again. Now, guys, do you have to agree the Control Chaos, it started to evolve a bit?
I mean, PRX are looking the best they've looked so far this year, as far as I'm concerned. They're going from strength to strength. You're just seeing them be active, be assertive on the map. It's exactly what we want to be seeing from them. There are still some lingering role issues on certain maps, but on the maps where they've got the right approach and they've got it figured out, they are truly looking like one of the better teams in Pacific right now, and I can see why a lot of people are trusting them to make the lower bracket run into Toronto.
So
now coaches are out. Ooh, what? They did not just do that. Oh, I love it. They did like the double fist bump to make up for the last one.
make up for that. Make up for the fist bump that we missed before.
And Coach Alex. Now this map draft, we were touching upon this earlier, very interesting.
So Boomer historically, from what we've seen in this year, very good at anti, and this is the same maps as yesterday.
I think it really could go either way. Like I feel like there are a lot of map drafts where I feel confident for a team.
So they might have some good reads on this.
Icebox and Fracture back to back, I was feeling great about Talon's chance of a 2-0, and I just have no idea what I'm talking about. But this one, I actually feel like it's pretty even, to be honest. Like, I think this really could go either way.
Yeah, I have to agree. I am leaning towards the side of Boom. I did choose to predict them for today, and I think that's because that what we saw against Gen G was such a one-off from them. I feel like they can perform better than this. The pressure isn't quite the same as before, so I really want to see them really deliver like we saw in that group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And here are our predictions. You two
Dude, look how many people are.
Who chose Boom today. I do
We've got
wonder
so many believers, man. This train is packed.
How divisive this is, like, as how much confidence they have in PRX today.
Even Achilles is believing. I think this might be the first time he's gone for PRX.
In their game against Gen G, no doubt about it. But I think Boom is still a very solid series, a solid team rather. And I really have seen Boom have these choking issues in the past and overcome them and deliver good performances, and I have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to do that again. I think even if Boom play their best game though, there's a chance PRX will still beat them, to be honest. PRX are looking very scary right now.
I mean, for me, I'm in the same boat. I think they choked before, and I think they'll learn from that and do better moving forwards. We do have the agent compositions coming in, and no surprises really here. Over across on the side of Boom, they're playing what they know.
Normal stuff.
They like this Bridge Teo style on this map with Famous on that Neon.
I think PRX, you've seen multiple games of them playing this comp now. Boom are a team that has good prep and a good read, and you've seen Lotus be picked into this series. We need to see Boom respond to this aggression from PRX, particularly on the defense. They love to get active. You see them arc rows flashing C-mount and taking duels, trying to find openers over there. You see them fake that A main control and leave something on his own. You see the rubble fights that they're able to win every time. How will Boom deal with that in this first half? Because they are a momentum-based team that needs to start hot here.
Yeah, my advice is slow it down. That's what they need. Don't let PRX pick up too much speed.
Yeah, definitely not. And Famous with an operator in his hand can be one way to stop the speed. Now it's going to be Boom versus PRX here, and all we are just passengers and along for the ride. We're going to go track by track with this, and our casters, Achilles and Komodo, drive us straight into the chaos.
Couldn't resist. Respect.
There's no driving here. The hands are off, the pedals just pressed, and we're just seeing what happens.
Where it takes us, what direction we go.
Just like I've seen in Fight Club. Just take your hands off the wheel and flip the damn car, I suppose.
Flip the car.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to probably be a bit of a brutal one. A big back and forth we're anticipating here between these two squads. We got our traffic light Valorant out of the way. Now we go into the train track Valorant to see which one of these teams is going to be going up against DRX in their next series for that last spot at Masters Toronto.
I'm just hoping for a train wreck not to happen in this one. I just want to have a really good game of Valorant. I don't want this one to be a blowout. I'm at least happy that we got Fracture like
sure,
close.
in that regard.
But also, if we've got a team that is just very clinical here, I mean, that probably speaks some good value and hopefully would turn into a good game against DRX as well. Because when you look at this one, Boom, I mean, they've got a good track record against teams throughout this group stage as well. But when you look towards the crowd being against them in a couple of their series, it's been a lot closer.
We've inspired believers, that's what we've done.
A little bit of a fisheye view. The crowd is against them here from their walkouts where we
Packed
heard
out
be a
the
little
giant
more
train,
excitable for PRX.
sold
So
some tickets.
How much does that actually hold here?
Made people believe. Husk with the tier 1, thanks so much for the 31 months. Got some people some jobs. Mini, he's been unemployed this whole year. Finally working. Laying the tracks, getting the engine ready. Boom on attack, PRX on defense.
Who goes to Toronto? PRX here on the defense to start. Couple ghosts here in hand, a sheriff for Jing. Similar firepower in the hands of Boom on the attack as the door gets tapped. C site for the moment.
BC default. PRX go for their classic 4-1, but they don't go. They don't go super aggro. They're pretty much just waiting for this one. I'll tell you what though, it's a nice default at the moment from Boom. Map control, trigger the wall as well. No re-clear over towards A though, so do they realize there's enough resistance on C and go B, or do they go into a 3-person stack?
Everybody who's looking to come with through the choke.
Smoke over towards Waterfall, but they're in ahead of this one. And Jing, what a track on the headshot. Fame is going to be
big nade. Big nade into Omen Flash. Oh my god, this nade was damage.
Now dropped, Forsaken swooping out, finding one.
Damn, that's a nice one.
Just the one
camera? Is it my camera? What's wrong with it?
With the 3K, PRX with the opening pistol.
That's a pretty clear case for PRX as well of just getting the right read and having the right numbers.
How much up do they need to go?
Setting themselves up for a good little combo of utility on the site choke point as well.
Fast Jack.
Do you like to
covering
see that
Patman? Oh yeah, I need to go way up.
Shots out of the gate as well. Meanwhile, for Boom, this is where we need to start to see some adjustments early for them because they are the team that has come through, you know, the upper side of things. They have had the longer preparation coming in towards this one.
That one team that made it into the playoffs with a very clean record. Find themselves potentially in a risk of elimination here. As the shots flying through the wall, just gets an immense amount of damage. Famous can't see anything at all. As Forsaken's able to go ahead, quickly take him down. Jing clean with the taps. Gets himself another 3K.
Dude, we're getting close to that Razor as well. One away. Could go aggro A again. Could pick up that orb. Could get that ult early.
See for Boom if they want to try and contend with any A rubble control. What are they actually looking to do in their layered approaches with fault lines and with drone, with salvos? If PRX are going to continue to contend over towards A, you need to be making sure that they're not just able to dance around it. You know, we saw a lot of weaknesses for T1 on just gaining any sort of space, gaining any territory, especially over towards C. How scared were they of just devised presence of utility?
Yeah, 4-person aggro on this one. They really want to make sure they can get that orb.
Look at the setup, the read here from PRX going into their bonus. Well set up to try to contend with this.
Well, you don't need it if you get the kill. That's the ult that goes into in. We've got a nade on top as well. And that is one way to re-clear over towards A. My goodness. Dude, Dose 9 was sitting in the smoke the whole time here. Pistol into the bonus.
Gets a hefty upgrade. And Berserks
damn, Jing is frying, man. It's a nut start for him.
He's going to be drifting around the back, and he's going to be finding the headshot. 3-0 start. Train is ready to leave the station.
Mate, we left ages ago.
Of course, Boom.
We've almost got full speed.
And in that sort of bonus round as well, they are certainly nowhere near any of the action. I mean, you just look at the space control, you look at the early stack from PRX as well, having the right numbers and then just the right utility. When it comes into the scrap battle, you know that's where PRX can thrive with a lot of their players, you know, able to chop and change between roles. How many duelists do we have on this squad?
Fighting their way forward here. Huge start for the side of PRX. Boom. See if they have any kind of magic here with this.
Yeah, looking like another BC default. Wait,
He's actually in
this time he
front of
commits
site
over towards B?
Oh, yes, he is.
Ooh, okay.
Jing is
Well.
hitting a little bit different these last 2 days.
Yeah, take that one. Okay.
Alive and well, DOS 9.
They do pick up 2 guns though, so that is for sure a classic. Classic overheat. 2 people overcommitting, of course.
As well, eventually. Still do have both controllers available for Boom, so you can toy with these rotations as well with the Viper's toxic screen over towards the A site. DOS9, wait to get his smokes back online, but really you need to find some timing.
Oh, boy. Wow, he didn't commit to it? I thought he saw him.
No ping down. Either way, Wall gets raised, and he's going to have to tap the door you would suspect, but Forsaken will just go ahead and find the headshot. He's slashing out, recovering a weapon. Swiftly puts it to use. Keeps it now into a 2v2.
Yeah, I have no idea where the Omen is as well.
Trying to be brought through the baby door and around. 30 seconds remaining, but PRX have double stacked this angle. DOS9 now clearing out one, trying to fake the exit towards A, and looks like Patman does bite the bait.
Does have a seize and a haunt, depending on what angle he can come from. They can be
he can rotate to C.
Yeah, it's a big call to go towards C here. It's going to be miles away.
More time that you can play with the just spike.
10 seconds left.
Bit of an open plant here. Where does he want to go though?
Spike planted.
He's going to try to push up, can play the close angle here. Waterfall. Footsteps are heard. Should have the jump. The shot brings out. I'm not sure if Patman had actually cleared him there. No, he's got a haunt in the C's.
Big TP.
Tucks back around the corner. And
yeah, dude, they really thought he committed to that TP back to site. Very nice run from DOS9. I mean, bit of an overstep from PRX, 2 of them.
Real cheeky one for them to be able to find there. You're looking
a little bit too aggro in the 3v5 against the Ecos.
The trades as well, and then affording a little bit of reset time for the team to upgrade towards the Vandals as well. A bit of overzealousness from Jing in that one. You think, all right, maybe some stability will be brought back, but it's the trade game and it's the timing and positioning of DOS9. You know, one of the key members that we were seeing go a little bit missing in the one against Gen G, specifically.
Did they get the Odin out?
So if they are your key pieces to be online in a series like this, getting the first round on the board.
Forsaken Odin, we get the op out as well. Fade-Eye doesn't spot any over towards A, so something should expect someone around this corner.
Looking to try to flush them over to this angle, but something does get noted wisely here. Red from the side of Boom, sending out that stealth drone, anticipating that forward presence at Mound. Able to avoid catastrophe for the moment.
Arcros just confirming more players are still around the C side of things. I mean, you would have heard that from
man, he's really going heavy for this.
Well by NC Slasher to get closer to it.
Great shot, head like.
For the flick, and DOS9 taking down a 6 HP.
Like it though, he's using his TPs. He uses his TPs well there though. It's something we've been focusing on a little bit in terms of watching him on Yoru. Like when he's been playing the Yoru like a Jet. I mean, still playing a little bit like a Jet here, but actually using the TPs well.
Little bit of noise made there.
With Boom knowing that the credit question mark over towards C and that no one's going to be re-clearing, they go for a re-clear of A, and that's a heavy rotate from PRX on this as well. 3 pass and stack on B.
See when that does get sent, something for now.
30 seconds left.
Just hang back, dodge the stun, Famous. Ready to push, but something just a little bit snappier with it. Takes in the pieces, yeah, 20 seconds.
Dude, really low on this. Kind of all comes down to Patman's duel. Well, Patman got out of there? Ah, dude, they got no time now. They went really slow on this. Something had so much impact on this round.
Wall never got popped. Yeah. And there you go.
It was it was really slow from Boom though. They got to show more confidence in this.
I mean, when that shear isn't popped in a potential B split, you do just have all eyes essentially towards outside the baby door, and then you've got the spam to come through from Forsaken.
I don't know if I missed a re-clear of C at one point, but as soon as they went to re-clear A, they just left C. They just left Divine. Like, they were so sure that they were going to commit heavy with the re-clear over towards A. I wonder if they have more reads. They definitely had reads against T1.
Situation where you need to go a little bit faster, right?
They popped the flash. Oh, that would make sense. This one? Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I just don't think a team would always re-clear A and have multiple numbers there.
Build this up fast enough. Forsaken repositioning, just spraying through here, hoping that he gets somebody trapped with this sheer wall.
Yeah, just trying to find them when the expectation is going to be to bait out the shear, which it now will be done successfully.
Stealth going to be sent, and Forsaken, he says, well, I'm at upper now. famous. A couple bullets to the brain. Odin claims his life.
Oh, they didn't hear the TP? I thought these two were maybe close enough to hear the TP. The gun down, and they want to hold over towards the gun, so they prowler in to try hold this. Question mark still created over towards B. They don't know about it as they head over towards an empty C site. They didn't pick up the extra gun, but they got 2 guns. If NC Slasher gets his plant down here, he gets ult. It's good nade, strong nade. Up to the ult.
Solid paint shells there from Jing. DOS9 up top of the box. Does that get anticipated? Push under the corner. Shiro able to find one. Jing not looking up though. DOS9 does manage to catch him by surprise. Kill found.
Hey, that's a crazy kill. What the hell was that?
Double facing
Hey,
forward.
that was fast from Patman though. It was a nice
Doing
shot.
as something does. Balance forward
Still,
with the shorty in hand.
still the ecos are looking like the
Damage
best rounds
dealt.
at the moment.
Still
Looking
cash up money
scary.
here for the side of PRX.
Yeah, slight little moment of worry in that round for them as Jing satchels in and he actually bopped his teammate off the line and he fell because of that one, but he still manages to have a little bit of recovery in towards the round. There were no ultimates
There must have been too much Odin
as
spam
well for the
to hear the. Oh, there's a Tev on this as well. Must have heard. Sorry, the Odin was too loud to hear the TP, I guess.
May very well have been
I'm trying
needed
to say.
for Boom's chances there. But now you come in towards the next round where you do have your full investment. You got a lot more ults online for both of the squads.
Armageddon rolling thunder combo potentially there. PRX though another showstopper for Jing as he's 12-2-2.
They get a. Oh boy. They pick up the Odin and they start the round by spamming them over towards A. They set up one, not using too much util. They still have Omen Flash, so that's pretty nice for the one holding here. We got Yoru TP fast over towards C, so you might, especially with the smoke, see the TP.
On this C site.
These 2 trade places.
And clears it.
Oh.
Nope.
No, they
Now they clear.
Okay. Second attempt to try and do that. Meanwhile, you've got some repositions from PRX as something gets on the A lobby line. And the rest of the squad playing 2 and 2. Devi and Patman a lot to do on this C site though, if that's where things do eventuate.
Zergs just around the corner and Jing just a little bit faster.
Dude, what is this?
Previous damage dealt to Berserks, making a bit of a difference there. So he ends up getting picked apart.
And these are the situations where you expect something to be using the dimensional drift to pivot some information for the rest of the team and allow Jing to get on
The
in,
great
but
nade
Boom are
again.
changing it up. They wanted to go.
Up and over the top. Jing just Goomba stomping.
Oh, no way.
Dies the fall damage.
There's no way.
But a king moment there is now the Armageddon.
Dude, chill, you're terrible. You gotta send it.
As the angle has the headshot, something arrives on the site.
Whoa.
Just the open hand though.
Whoa.
What a flick and a half. I have no idea how he managed to find that, but they have bought time.
Dude,
The
15
spike
seconds,
never
no
planted
plant.
throughout this here. Now being committed to.
Big flash for the swing.
Splash sent up and over the top. The peak coming in. Patman leading the charge.
Damn, Patman is looking solid in some of these rounds.
Continuing now.
Dude, that was mayhem. What the hell went on? Something hit a crazy shot.
Side here of Lotus.
Jing died to Jing died to the full damage. He didn't want to land back on the box because I think he had the option. Then obviously didn't look at his HP in the time. I think he had a chance to land on the box.
That's actually taken
funny,
fall damage. He's seen his footsies, but he still has to vertically hit that one. 2 versus 2 scenario, and it was you know, vulnerability when you're trying to establish a plant. So that's the sort of sticky situation. Had Boom got the plant down earlier enough, you know, maybe coming out with something different. But 6-1, as you mentioned, Boom calling for the timeout.
First one committed here.
They should nerf the shorty for sure, yeah.
They did not coexisting creatures, as it turns out, as far as their timelines.
No, neither is a meteor and a dinosaur, as we found out from yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one that missed.
Yep.
You know, the percentage was increasing. They said, oh, like, you know, there's that 3% chance it's going to strike Earth, and then it just
Bring VCT to London. Okay.
Well, some fans coming over from across the pond there. Japan, the cheer on at PRX, and right now they are being well rewarded for their fandom.
Yeah, Lotus the pick off PRX for good reason. I mean, when you consider the good amount of wins that they've been able to pick up with the repeated play for this map, one of the ones that they've played the most this year. And you kind of do see why at the moment. A really good idea on this
The
defensive
hero
side.
Bucky, or maybe hero ult, and then we have the backup Bucky.
Economy not really toyed with for them as well, so they're going to have
It's
buys on
another
buys, unless we
aggro A
really
over
see
towards
something
B. Do
different come out
PRX
from
get
Boom.
A control
Timeout for this
every
round.
single round?
It'll
So
be
I do
thrifty
think that the
essentially.
timeout was probably about
Famous
fighting
can't get
over
anything
towards
done
A
with
or
Bucky. You gotta see the ultimate
re-clearing with
invested.
numbers again.
So it'd be a thrifty, but that's the one
And then
round
just
that
gave him a
Boom
little
got.
plan on this.
Was a thrifty. Granted, credit
Eco
was
round.
given to the Red Bull clutch from DOS9.
There's just no space yet for Boom that they've really been able to find. Of course, the Shearer is over to the seaside yet again, but that's being protected by something first on the operator line. If you've got things motioning towards this A side for Boom, they're going to have an investment of a fault line and the stealth drone from Shiro to get Famous on in. But apart from that, now you've got control. That's just going to bring rotations from PRX.
Somehow Famous dodging damage there. Not going to get caught there by the shots. There's Divide. Gets position.
Okay, with the door opening, they create pressure over towards A. In reaction, they push towards mid. A little scary in this one.
PRX 100% know that Boom are locked into A.
Omen ult to see if they're still over towards here. Got insta shot. Smoke gives them a little bit of freedom.
One is forsaken. Salvo sent, but not displacing.
Oh no! The spam took him down. Speaking of spam, that's almost a double. The fade ult as well. We're taking no risks on this one. That might have been a pretty nuts shot, to be honest.
The top of the rope is Jing will go ahead and find the last
Damn,
kill.
nice reaction from losing A. Double push mid.
Not leading to a thrifty, but can it lead to a round?
Did PRX do loads of stuff that other teams do all the time? But because I haven't seen PRX do it, I feel like I'm just in shock sometimes. Like they have reactions around the map for what's going on. They're using the ult like good in the eco.
And then meanwhile, you've got some good timing on Patman in the roster now with the
They're
Prowlers.
showing
He's
discipline.
layering them around the map very nicely, I'd
Nice
say.
round.
Got to see what the difference on this buy-up is going to be for Boom this time, though. Controllers up through pillars already to the front of B. Patman, the one on the side itself.
Do they have to re-clear A, but they use their drone over towards C, so they can never re-clear A?
Nothing spotted. Now goes for the
Oh, that is...
great headshot.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an off angle from Famous. That one just committed with the drone.
Looking to try to reposition.
Good reaction again over towards here. Just insta over towards B.
The one-way setup.
Finally, a situation as well for Boom where they can get the plant down and have enough time to set up for a post plant.
But they don't have the pit to try to go along with it.
Dude, Visor in this corner. Yep.
Says, let's put you back on a thrifty. Overdrive going to be popped though and Famous. He likes those odds. Pushing forward, able to find one. DOS9 holding things down at the back.
Damn, Famous is a nice from him. It's the big ult to save for that round.
Has to do the lion's share of the work, and that is an immense
God,
amount
he
of immediate
melted
damage.
everyone.
Famous
That
with
was really
4K.
nice from him.
Get Boom their first proper round victory. And a second one here on the board.
Converting with the opening kill as well is actually monumental for Boom, right? They need these sort of advantages and they need to be able to have some time to settle down, figure out a bit of an adjustment plan. Not dropping in the pit this round either. It's just the timing for something over at the C mound side of things. You know, generally, if you'd see Devi put the arc rose over at mound, he can be flashing first to allow something to go on for that peak a little bit more
There's actually a pretty good tether from Patman here.
Famous gets across and then is able to overdrive in towards the site and really just destroy PRX.
Big change up here. Planting Jing forward. Do they read DOS9's position? It's a question. At the same time, Forsaken, he just peeks out of B, finds Shiro there and spawn, and all
Yeah,
the
they at
chaos
least hear the
ensuing
TP
around
that
towards
kind of
Mount.
confirms that there was someone over towards her.
Kill on a Shiro. That removes the salvos, that removes some information.
Wanted to go for a CB pinch on defense. Got the fast kill. Didn't want to overextend because maybe they were aware about the Omen TP. And again, they have discipline. They get the fast kill. They chill.
Maybe a jiggle peek at this angle though.
Valdo, thank you so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you, thank you.
More realigned.
Things going towards this A side with the potential pivot through the baby door back towards B.
Okay, I love this wall though. Like every time you create fake pressure by opening the door, but you actually get info with this wall. It's like deep.
The approach here. Jing swooping around. Two players now can
Someone could be sneaking there, but that's a great flash.
For a second, looked like it might have ended with disaster.
Okay, he at least saw double though.
Smoke shorty in hand, Jing. Ends up falling to the wayside. Now 3v3. Famous looking for the shot.
Big miss.
Patman who finds it. Just over the shoulder with the op. Doesn't find the contact, and now Spike opened up to start getting tapped here. Swing out, Divide. Holding from the one angle, loses out the fight. Patman now asked to clutch this out. And see Slasher down to a sliver, dead.
He has no idea about this reposition.
Has the shorty, seems like he has an idea, but the time is starting to dwindle. Footsteps gonna be heard. Gets it down to half, and Patman! Does he actually have it?
Oh my goodness, bro. Done. Give it a good go.
Clutch, but boom, narrowly scraped by.
I mean, that
yeah,
doesn't
just
give you too
though.
much confidence as Boom.
What's their money like? It can't be that good.
Relief that they're able to come away with that one, isn't it? 4 versus 5 conversion that they're able to get in. I mean, Berserks gets absolutely completely blinded, so no pit to be able to put on towards it. And I thought that actually PRX noted that both of those members had gone in towards the Heaven location earlier on with the double peek and the shorty spot, but you never really know if they repositioned with the time or went for a bit of a flank.
This is
valiant attempt from PRX there, but finally
kind of worth 2. Obviously, whoever loses is gonna force buy it.
Also, eventually get some op v off.
Yeah.
Or grab from something does give him another dimensional drift.
More importantly, though, for Boom, a pit and a Rolling Thunder, if you can set it up.
Jump out.
Great shot they got in for Patman gets out of there as well. Tev is good to make sure that no one wants to. Dude, look at this reaction over towards A as well. They pushed all the way through A. DOS9 is on top of this.
Around the back is Forsaken, trying to readjust, but Jing right there to play off it as well. And Shiro now putting his sights through.
Dude, Jing got that extra kill.
Jing comes away with another kill as something
and
breaks open the
the person who did the damage dies here, so comms can come in there. They're both pretty low.
Point and click for Famous. Doesn't matter about the HP.
Planted.
Timing though from Patman, swinging around the back. Watched here by NC Slasher. The first shot missed here. Patman in perfect position to capitalize. Doesn't read NC Slasher's spot, but now has all the info that they need. From here, the Rolling Thunder, far too risky. 14 health remaining. Jing, he'll peek out. He'll see the shorty.
Dude, Jing is frying, man. He's 19 to 5.
Makes it a little bit easier for PRX to come in together as a team at the end. A really great idea to just get through the A lobby earlier. You know, the respot as well.
Got another Razor.
Patman's Prowler, noting that Shiro is still up the guts of B as well. So you've just got a really great plan from PRX in this round to have the components for the trades available. And really lock a sticky situation in this one for Boom. The real only way they're getting back in that sort of scenario in the 3 versus 2 is if the shot is hit from Famous for a 2 versus 2 and they're rolling thundering one side where they're expecting the opponents to come from and setting him up on another op line.
And now look at what you have for PRX. That final kill from Jing in the previous round. Another showstopper, his 3rd of the half at the ready. If that pit comes into play, you've got something who can scout. And the Rocket that can flush out a Viper, but something, never mind, is going to be taken down. Rocket does go flying.
The good satchel to get him out of there. Fatal goes in, so maybe he can win that duel as well. Man, what a fatal this was.
Able to shut down the enemy Neon.
Dude, Patman's looking nice as well, though.
Now everyone from Boom committed
been good in playoffs.
Within this Rebel position.
Utah's been nice.
Big duel to actually win
Gets
here.
important duels.
They can rotate out, and Forsaken is lurking with a judge around the corner. If they choose to go into B, they might just save themselves, but otherwise...
The spacing might be so bad that he only gets one here.
Mount could cost them.
Oh, but it does look like they're toying with the idea of C.
Oh no, they have good spacing. They waited. Oh boy, you might get 3.
There's one.
Okay.
They're actually going to beat PRX towards this C side too, so maybe finally we're going to get the pit in play for Berserks.
The 2 players with ults at the ready. NC Slasher gives it a consideration. Opts to go ahead, save it here, perhaps for the post plant. Pit goes in first, but Patman on a little bit of a faster timing, pushes forward, finds him. NC Slasher now has to do it all, but the peek over the top.
Dude, Jing is unstoppable.
Jing in pole position.
W keys forwards and just way closer than he thought.
9-3 as they now swap to the attacking side of Lotus.
They got 9 on defense, double duelist.
They got against T1 if you consider Boom's side of things, right? But it's just another story where PRX have really great ideas on this defensive time. They've got
21 and 5, yeah, 21 and 5 and 1/2.
Boom I mean, we've seen that they haven't really played this map too much, right? A really big win against Global Esports, but that was in, what, week 2 of the group stage? That was absolute weeks ago. If you've not been prepping and being ready for this one here, and you're watching the game yesterday, you're still allowing this map to come in towards this series? I mean, it's not good yet.
Oh, this is revealing. Do you like seeing your boyfriend suffer?
I mean, he's not been suffering too much lately with the wins they've been getting, so...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But that might mean that she's suffering, if that's what
right.
she prefers to see him angry.
Yep. Goat of all animals, who takes the crown, the dinosaur or the wolf? I mean, one of them's extinct, so...
One of them is also just a category.
Yes, this is true. Which dinosaur?
Yeah. Which one?
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
what we
Tyrannosaurus Rex, right?
Triceratops, Raptor, T-Rex. Like this is, you know.
Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl, another good choice.
Yeah.
Brachiosaurus.
I like the ones that can fly.
Brontosaurus.
Because we can't do that. It's just an avenue that we don't get to experience as humans. Yeah.
Maybe one day.
Maybe. We'll see. Flipping up on the half though. Let's see if Jing is going to be able to carry on with this absolute destruction that he came out with on the defensive side, by the way. Or if Boom are going to be able to answer back now with the double controller setup that they have deployed on this map.
Yeah, I think
my potter broke.
If Boom could run this back from defending side, be able to take this map, it would be one of the biggest comebacks that we have seen. This context.
Whoa. Everyone is so flash.
Zero, able to find one, but I mean, it just lost in the sauce. Ends up falling to something's hands.
Guys?
DOS9 though, nice little lurk behind the box. Finds Catman, finds Devi. DOS9 continuing to try to be the hero here for the team, but Jing
actual raid boss. What the hell is going on? He's 23-5. He's getting the plant again as well. He's going to have his ult. He's going to get his ult again for the bonus.
Yeah, that makes things monumentally more difficult for Boom now.
Yeah, they could really focus on this.
Scenario like yesterday where PRX had to just write off Fracture in their minds when they had an abysmal performance there and look to have map 2 and map number 3 go your way. Maybe that's too early to say at the moment, but Jing getting active yet again with a lot of the kills. We did see on Haven, for example, Primi come out with a really good half with 19 frags on that attacking side and ending up with 25. I mean, I think Jing is looking to do a little bit better than that as an individual performance.
Yeah, C default, and they might be able to, get this orb on the raise.
Kind of having the game that we
and it's looking like Boom don't wanna let him have that. Yeah, dude, they wanted to do some kind of punish. Oh no, they didn't. I thought the was getting ready to flash like this. He's getting ready to flash if they actually head over towards the site. Dude, look at this from PRX though. With double orb defaulting, we swing out here with the Outlaw to secure the other orb. Like, we're snowballing proper. We're getting both. We're making sure that we capitalize off him having 3 orbs in the pistol.
Little counterplay from Boom over there, but it's going to have no value.
Wait, he didn't get the orb? Well, scrap everything I said. That's so funny, dude.
Bouncing one more time and Forsaken plays off the back of it beautifully. He rides the rope. Must not have been
they didn't even give him the plant. Well, the potential. The potential is there. They didn't give him the orb of the plant. That's incredible. Okay, well.
Yeah, it was a bit of a team blind.
But like the hard work was there.
The Gutties.
It might have been by mistake.
It was the Paranoia and Salvo combo.
It literally might have been as something being like, dude, I want to swing A, and they were like, yeah, man, you swing A.
Looking for the flash out. They really noted there's something, finding the shot. They're continuing to run forward, and all right, they get the cleanup. It's going to be a flawless here.
That's incredible.
As PRX
well, this could have been an ult.
Making me concerned.
It could have been an ult,
before we.
Nah, they just want to add a little bit more entertainment towards this one. They can't win a map cleanly. They have to do something silly. But no, good to see that all 5 are alive. You know, they come into that round with a couple of pistols as well, so you could potentially see
double orb default, doesn't get the orb, doesn't plant, doesn't get the ecos.
An operator, meanwhile, for famous
That's funny.
Style,
Okay, I mean, must win for Boom.
They have, what, 2 operators in play total?
It took them 6 rounds to be able to get it.
Yeah.
The first time out. But yeah, glass cannon, no fast lane.
The Fracture? I think they go back to their old Fracture comp.
Setting up the smoke, and now is
I think they go back to the Teo.
of this op being in play.
Teo breach.
TP. It's a little bit of an investigation here onto the site. They were thinking maybe he could be back site.
Where does he want to go though? He just sit here.
It's still nice though. They use their smoke
Wait for
against
your
them.
teammate
Smoke
see
to
if you
double
can
block
reveal any
vision. Could have
opponents. I mean, it's putting a little
snuck
bit of
into
pressure
these
right now
areas.
to DOS9, who, well, doesn't feel pressured anymore that he's found
Yeah,
Forsaken.
I mean it's worth the try in the bonus. Hero got tagged by the Outlaw early.
Booms Tejo. Zek into the B side, getting ready to come to fruition. The Thorns just go ahead, hold off that back angle, upper. They get the spot on NC Slasher.
Tap of the spike on B. Insta pivot over towards A. Oh my goodness, that was a nice shot, bro. Dude, Famous is missing a couple of shots in playoffs.
Nothing really to play for on this retake.
No paranoia, just a fault line, and it's already going to be
They
set.
can't really have that. He was like winning games on his own before this.
Away. Jing, however, does get caught. DOS9. At top, does manage to go ahead and find the one, flashing into the swing out and divide, collecting another. It's himself two, finishing off that low HP member.
Ooh, there's a double here. Yeah,
up.
PRX tried to play together.
Recounting back to
They tried the triple swing.
themselves stacked in front of one another.
Yeah, dude, I think he's laughing because he
does
just tripled his kills.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Not bad
sure.
for Boom, but not the way that you wanted to be getting another round on the board, is it? Into the bonus round
That's
where
right.
you only take out one weapon, albeit the operator, so you'll at least be okay that you take that into the next one.
Good bonus? Oh, that's a great bonus, yeah.
Such a quick shot.
From PRX, still given a massive crack in this one. Just want to see this last kill and how they do line up for him. It's a bit of a waltz for Berserks, and yeah, I mean, he's just shooting through his teammates, falling corpse at that moment. Still, Boom on the board again. Will stave off PRX from getting map point in the first one of this elimination game.
But yeah, so much damage dealt here. So another Outlaw brought forward.
It's not
only
the worst.
2 half armors actually here, so not too bad. But Divide just disrespects the smoke, pushing forward, catching DOS9 and Famous. That would have been one hell of a flick. Close but no cigar. Something does get taken down. Alt gained in
Yeah,
depth.
the attack judge, if they do actually get over towards the site, pretty deadly.
Detection. The bound across, Jing. Still,
Oh boy, they get over towards the site. Deadly.
From Forsaken, just storming forward towards Waterfall.
Dude, he still has an extra smoke for this as well.
The armor ripped away from him.
And you've got an operator, remember, for this retake. Do you have to consider saving this to the next round?
Nah, they gotta go for it.
You absolutely
It's 4-11.
But at that point, you're no longer playing for the win. You're playing to try to push it into overtime. We'll see what the call does end up looking like for Boom. Might be best to just cut the losses here on the map and then focus forward for their own map pick. And see Slasher, however, is able to find one. The judge for now on the ground. Showstopper, however, similarly at the ready. Just looking to try to contain them back. Boom, pushing forward, persevering. Paint shell sent. Jing frantically trying to figure out Shiro's position.
These rounds are
Shiro
so
get him with a whole
close.
bang shot. Once again, up, can it be retained? Boom, continue to persevere.
Yeah, by the narrowest of margins yet again, 7 seconds and change on the clock. So a 3 versus 4 retake that they find successful. Think about, you know, the call that they would have had to make in the scenario like that as well. What do we wait for? But we find some good timing on Forsaken looking the wrong way. The operator comes out, and then there's a couple of trades. The 1 versus 1, similar HP for both members at the end as well, but Shiro getting that one, so they will hold on, and it really is feeling like it's Boom holding on at the moment, but maybe now a moment of reprieve.
Yeah, I think so, Bacan. It's looking good.
Steel Garden though, Dimensional Drift, I mean, you could actually invest those in a round such as this as PRX.
Knowing the team, they very well may.
It could be quick in towards the C site with the Nightfall to lead first too.
Get the Pain Shell. Sending him off the angle here. Bucky in hand for Jing, just trying to scare him off and force him back.
Oh, they know where they both are now.
21, swing onto the corner, Forsaken, doubling back, he's able to find DOS9. Shiro, dead, Divide.
On top of the fade ult, so he didn't hear him insta running. Spike goes down.
Fishing through the smoke, is able to find one. The spike drop for a brief little moment. Famous with the off. The swing down.
Jesus divine, what is going on here?
Famous has to do it all. The question is, again, do you save it or do you try to play it out? His teammates will have relayed how low some of these players are, but now he's trapped in, slides across, gets the no-scope. Oh, tiny bit of style.
Wait, guys. You can lose
Reloads.
this.
Can he split this?
Holy.
No, the Bucky will once again sing out. Silencing Famous as PRX get themselves up to map point.
I mean,
that would have been a disaster of a round.
They just invest the Nightfall and they make it look easy.
Kind of nuts, man. The entry Baki is pretty good. They took so much space.
Boom
Got a little bit unlucky. They're like committed to the jaws, just as like people going around the corner seeing exactly where they were. Fatal was nice, to be honest.
And that pushes PRX onto round number 12 now. Map point. This is their own map pick of choice, by the way, for those that may have just joined us during the map.
Yep.
And now it's 7 in a row that Boom would need to find to push us into an overtime scenario.
Devi gets the op out.
Hit on C, dimensional
Dude, look at
drift,
this though. They
storming
take
through
space
the B
insta
side
over
for the
towards
moment.
B.
Push up, close angle. Jing able to find one before being taken down. Jump up into the smoke.
Whoa. Oh my god,
Quite
ults on
connecting there
ults.
is something.
Dude, it's an
Little
open
exit.
B though.
Forsaken in the meantime, though, he's pinching forward. He's gotten himself as well over to the baby door, and now this back rubble position is
They're
all but
nice though.
shattered.
Again,
Wide open.
like I'm not saying that their plans are wrong, because this is still such a fine plan. It's just nice to see that they're all together. Like they could easily pivot over towards B here, but the call is to just duel if they're all doing it together.
Checking things out, nothing spotted. Berserks.
I liked it though.
Just the stinger in
Something
the smoke.
insta ult over towards B. They're actually like taking the space, actually making good use of the Yoru.
Pointed out to me now. Yep, Devi still on a lurk. Missing maybe a timing. Those 9 seemingly has spotted him, but Devi just wins the fight.
13-5 as well. It's another clean one.
An explosive performance.
But here comes Fracture, and if they use this comp again, if they use the comp they used yesterday, they lose. Simple as that. Or they lose the map. So I imagine they go back to the Teo Breach
who's playing on what role. This one, it just looks much more cohesive for them. When we switch it over to the next map, I know anything can happen again with this team, but hey, they are a map up.
Something on Brim, nah, dude, I'm telling you, they changed the comp, I'm pretty sure.
PRX, and if I'm thinking of
Pretty
Boom
sure.
right now, I'm thinking you just got to be in the scenario that we had a couple of rounds where we're hitting some shots, we're getting our trades, we're getting dirty in towards it. We just need to have a couple more early realization moments coming in.
Jing, I mean, Jing was insane, bro. 21 to 5 on that first half is nuts.
Boom, a loss that will need to be shrugged off. Aim that's going to need to be steadied alongside the nerves. Some decent moments at the start. A couple players were hitting DOS9, continuing to put up some decent performances round over round, but the victory's just not quite coming to fruition.
But something on Clove, dude, it still won't matter. If they have the double duelist comp with no info, like drone, they lose.
A victory. They need
It doesn't matter about changing him onto a different smoke or anything, or using a different smoke. The reason they lose is because they don't have like a drone to set up the breach. Solo breach initiator on Fracture will not win.
We're gonna get ready to go ahead and send things back
Simple
over
as
to
that.
the analyst desk, where they can break down all of the action here, all of the chaos that Lotus delivers.
Especially against Famous, who likes to get out the op. Like Famous would just get 20 kills
Right, and
on
we
defense.
expected nothing less than chaos. Boom and PRX. PRX ended up delivering all of that chaos in all of the worst ways against Boom.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah,
chat.
I mean, Jing, what a fantastic game from him, but PRX, their Lotus looks really well drilled at the moment. Like, they are going from strength to strength with this current comp that they're running. Most of the maps where Jing is on the raise, things are going very well for PRX at the moment, and in his current form, he's looking like he might be the best player in Pacific. Like, he was in complete flow state that game. It was ridiculous. It's just perfect movement, perfect mechanics, and no one on Boom could even touch him.
Yeah, he could do no wrong, even just from the very start of the map. He started hot and kept going so continuously all the way through. I don't even want to know how many showstoppers he had throughout the game, but it felt like near infinite, ending that game with a fantastic 350
Can
points.
I
Yes.
say something about that? If at this point, if I'm the opponent on Lotus and if I'm standing in Waterfall, I would get the heck away, because you know Jing loves hitting that spot.
He's going.
He does.
He's
He'll do
going
it.
in there.
Shotgun guaranteed.
Yeah.
We also saw a nice game from DOS9 on the other side. I think he showed some good levels, some good individual, but the rest of the Boom guys not really there, especially as we look down towards the bottom of that scoreboard there. Berserks and Shiro didn't manage to find their footing into this game, which is something that they do need if they're going to topple a Titan like PRX.
Yeah, if we're going to reverse it, we need 5 big Booms. There's only one in the server right now. And NC Slasher did alright, actually,
Yeah,
as well. He was on the breach and he was fragging, okay? Like, half the time he's holding util. He was shooting a fair few people, but 100% this is a problem for Boom. We cannot go missing anymore, guys. There's no more losses that we can possibly have. And look, it's really hard to fight the group stage allegations at this point. It's getting very difficult, guys. We both predicted for you, but it's getting hard.
I'm going to huff the copium. I thought that was actually better than it was against Gen G. It was better than they looked against Gen G. And, you know, Boom did have some nice moments. We can take a look at the replays here.
Both of you guys picked DOS 9.
Yeah, we did. DOS 9. So, look, talking about DOS 9, I mean, I feel like this clutch in particular we had to talk about. I felt like he played it so well. He made the little step running towards A, baits Patman across, smokes on A, buys himself so much time, positions himself nicely in this off angle. This was so clean. This is textbook one-on-one play.
Yeah, I mean, DOS 9 winning multiple clutches for them that were mostly the only rounds that Boom got. The only other round that they got was actually a pretty nice approach to the C post plan. They recognized that the Steel Garden was there for PRX. You have to recognize what kind of game plan your opponent's going to come in with to be able to actually complete the retake. So the fact that they were able to play outside of C Mount, nice drone to actually set up Famous onto the line there, able to get that first pick, and then from here they recognize what the retake plan is for PRX, and they're already playing around it before it starts.
Yeah, I love this. Famous not afraid to go forward. That's exactly what you should do. You don't want to be locked in on that Lotus C site, because the retake becomes so much easier when they have all that space if you just move all the way back from long. Famous stays on site, pushes into Waterfall, makes life hard so they can't take the space with that Steel Garden.
Well, one thing's for sure, you guys did pick the correct Boom player as far as map one goes. But I mean, I expect good things from DOS 9 continuing on, and I do hope we get a full series today. I know a lot of fans here in Pacific have come to like both of these teams a lot. Now, Jing, we were talking about his performance and how, you know, you're saying he's probably one of the best players here in Pacific now.
Yeah, I think so. Like, when he's in this flow state, he has just continued to deliver. Every single series, Jing is fragging on the duelist, he's fragging on the controller, and for PRX, he really is just the best player right now. And the thing is, when your Raze is in flow state like this, you know, this is the agent that he's known for. You're just able to get so much momentum for your team because you're making plays, you're getting those opening picks, but also you can see just how many showstoppers this man is stringing together, getting 3 or 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, those are game-changing ultimates, round-winning ultimates that he just constantly had. And I feel like when you have such a strong Raze, it's easy to see why they like to lean into maps like Lotus. He can completely run it over because Raze is so strong here. Jing, a huge part of this PRX resurgence. And yeah, he's gonna have to get them one more map here.
Bro,
yeah,
continue towards
1.6 kills around. He's killing 1.5 people around.
It's insane how he's been doing. We have been seeing him play Raze for so long.
Yeah.
Do you guys see any difference in how he used to play Raze with this team versus how he plays it now? It looks a lot more controlled in a way. It's not so volatile where he's just sending himself in by himself.
I think for me, he's definitely set up a little bit more. We see the, you know, Patman joining as a support player who's obviously very good at enabling Jing. But what I do like is he hasn't lost all that flair that he used to have. We still see him go waterfall on C. We still see him sit in a smoke with a bookie. I feel like he's combining the old school, what made him great back in the day, which was the craziness, with the sort of more modern approach of being properly set up and having some coordination with his teammates.
Now, what's really interesting is today's map pool is exactly the same as PaperX played yesterday, except in a different order. Obviously, it's not T1 today, it's Boom and it's Fracture, and both of these teams historically good on Fracture until yesterday.
Yeah.
How do you guys want to break this down? Because PaperX looked awful yesterday.
Boom, good on Fracture. No, I'm kidding. PaperX, I think, look, it was a very good map and a map that they picked for a lot of the year so far. It's been a map that they have been able to reliably go to and be able to pick it up in a series going through kickoff into this current iteration of the roster. So I can see why they would pick it into the series against T1 yesterday.
Give me this agent select, surely we change it.
I know that they're going to deliver a better performance.
They need to do this
how much better is the question for Boom?
They should maybe do this
for them as well. I know that they're going to be backing themselves on this map. They've been getting some good dubs. They've been picking it a little bit, but not too much. So, look, I think they're going to be quite confident they can win this one, and they did win it over PaperX in their head-to-head that they played against each other, and DOS 9 had a fantastic game there on the Brimstone as well.
Yeah, this isn't Boom just looking at that game yesterday and going, ha ha ha, something, one kill, let's pick it. It's more thought out than that, and I think it's a map where they actually feel confident.
No,
in
they
their
must
own
have looked at
gameplay.
that
They
VOD and
know
were just
PRX
like,
are
well,
gonna deliver a
if
little bit of
Famous
a
gets an
stronger
op out,
performance today. But as you said, they already have
he's
that
just gonna
head-to-head.
wreck everyone.
I think they're able to understand how PRX want to play this map, so that's why they're choosing to pick it, and I think that's why they'll still be feeling okay in this series. They are still alive in this series, people. I'm hanging on to my prediction. Dust9's going to deliver me a victory.
Well, tell me then. Boom is a very different team than T1, and if you think they are still going to pick apart what PRX has, well, let's assume they'll be using the same comp. But what kind of things do you want to see from Boom facing us?
So it's a double duelist, right? The PRX have. It's Neon, it's Raze, and it's very, very fast. And, you know, they didn't deal with the pace of double duelist well in this first map. I think they have to do a better job of when this double duelist is actually bursting at you, when Jing is satchelating, you have to isolate the rest, deal with that, you know, initial insurgence a little bit better. You can't be letting Jing get clean entries on you all the time. He's opening up sites entirely by himself.
It's a limb game, yeah, limb game.
Down that hard entry.
I think it might be hard for them to do that though, because they're not playing the Vice usually on this map. So I think that was critical for Meteor to play the Vice. It's going to come down to a lot more of the execution-based reactive utility. Sky Smokes, Fault Lines, the Teo utility as well is going to be absolutely
let's assume
key.
they use the same comp. Oh, okay.
But the formula is
Yeah,
there
you
for
might have,
T1. It's
you might have
solid
caught on
macro
early.
play that picks apart this burst
Might be
style.
old.
It's gathering info. It's actually taking map control and being
Might be
fluid
the old
on
comp.
the defense rather than just all retaking through spawn side. PRX is going to death ball and run it down at the sites on the attacking side, and you need to be able to set up and have a clear retake plan.
I also have one more question. This is, I mean, a really good analysis there. But yesterday, especially you, big time, you were like all in PRX. PRX could do no wrong, blah, but then
this was the hardest,
what about today?
This was the hardest prediction of my life. I was torn between my head and my heart here, and I went with my heart with Boom. But I believe both these teams have what it takes to make it to Toronto. I think the winner of today goes. We do have our agent picks coming in.
No.
Big changes for PRX.
They went
Some
same
feedback on that
comp. Well, we're going third map.
arc, and we are seeing Jing staying on that Raze, Forsaken on that Neon, a pattern to stay.
Yeah, big
PRX wanted to play
big
that
rock.
burst style on attack.
There's a big rock on the tracks.
Needs to be ready for
Got to
that.
go
They
around
need
it.
to be able to slow them down and stop them. I want to see Famous get on the AWP. It's what we saw there from Buzz. Getting on those AWP info lines was very, very key. Getting the info with the
basically
Teo
the only
drone.
way
I think
PRX
Berserk's
really
gonna have a
win
harder time on the
this
Killjoy,
is if
though.
they get
running this
double
double duelist,
pistol
contact a little bit, you wanna get
and
space for
Famous
free, so
just
having that
starts
deep up really
whiffing
picks them apart.
everything.
T1 did such a good job of that. Famous has to be able to emulate that, get himself active again today.
Well, this is going to be a really exciting one. You guys are still Boom believers? We're going to go to map 3?
Yeah, of course. DOS9.
They need to step up. They need to step up individually at the end of the day. That's what it comes down to. It needs to be at least 2 or 3 players having
What
a
if
good
something
game
is
here
20
for Boom.
kills?
All right, well,
it won't
we're
matter
gonna
really.
have to wait and see. We got friends here facing
Like
against each other. They
the
sing
op should
karaoke
just get
with each other, and now
18 to 20 kills again on
We're gonna
defense.
send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Komodo. It's not paper thin. I almost said paper thin.
He's younger.
Is the comp just bad? If something had a good game, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered if something had 20 kills, 25 kills. I still would have lost.
I gotta defend you. When you're sitting in the chair next to me, I gotta back you up.
Okay, we got PRX on attack. We got Boom on defense.
It's funny. Anyway, we're gonna get into the
They
action
need
here.
if PRX want to win this, they got to do good start, good start into both halves, and hope that Famous just doesn't op.
100th map for Jing as well in VCT Pacific, so I'll see if he can.
This is nuts. It's whoever stuns first.
Contact. That's gonna be the sun coming out a little bit too late. Berserk's out from tower, able to find one, but cannot get the trade up to try to equalize. Is hello something. DOS9 takes his time, finds the kill, cherishes it for a moment, but then has his life wrested away from him. As Jing has another
Dude, Jing again.
fiery hot start here.
Look at him.
To the pistol
And he's going
round.
to get info on
Push
this.
out.
You got nade.
It's going to be the 4K. Has the paint shells.
Just holds as
Trying to
well.
spread the love around here a little bit more.
Oh,
as
chill,
I
everyone.
might be regretting that, but there you go. Goes off the
Jing
peak,
naded
finds
close
it.
and then
4 piece
swung
for
off
Jing
it
on the
as well.
raise.
Dude, what a pistol
And
from
that
him.
is
Well,
going
there's
to
a
be
potential good
3-0
start.
Pistols for PRX across the set now.
Yeah, it always makes it harder for a team, isn't it, when you're not getting the pistol rounds that you're generally finding 2 on the back of as well, right? So a bit of a roughie, but it's good to see that Jing starts off from where he left off in the last map. Now, cast your mind back to when we did first see
watch
these
them
two
farm
teams
the
play
ult.
each other in the group stage. With
Yeah.
3 Patman's first
Becomes
game
the
with
default with
PRX.
no
They had
farming.
Fracture in the pool. It's a pretty close scoreline in the end. Jing dropped 27 kills back then
3 away.
as well. So with him already just having an absolute belter in the first map, imagine a world in which he
Jing's trying to move the rock on his own.
Into here yet again.
Honestly.
A main control for Boom. They'll take the orb. And with just the Killjoy turret to protect the B site and Berserks in the back
we could
lane
definitely
well,
throw
it's
the
just gonna be
spike
free
over as
territory
well, get
for
that
Paper
plant
X
onto
here.
Jing.
The Ego.
Full approach around that north side here
in
from the
for that.
remainder of Boom.
Okay.
It's just going to be a bit of
We're
a
good.
death ball.
Didn't want to see it
See if
anyway.
they actually try to make a go of this, or if it's just going to be a stack up, pick off 1 or 2 exits, and then die to the spike. It's one of the things that you don't want to do is give Jing those last 2 charges.
Yeah. Something in Divide going with the same pistol play, so the bonus round.
At the very least,
Brought up with next round.
we want to see some kind of trade of guns.
Batman able to
Oh,
find
they're just giving him kills? Sure.
second kill as Dawson will swing out. Eats the headshot. Looking for a little bit more. Berserks will make it somewhat
Okay,
costly.
dude, Jing got that kill as well. Now 1 orb
One
away.
away.
That's huge.
Shiro just sat here in sewer, going to try to stay alive, but Devi on the hunt. We'll go ahead, put him down, get his second charge towards that ult. Not flawless, but damn near close to it. Paper X 2-0 start.
100% increase in the kill performance as well for something compared to yesterday. So you'll definitely take that one. Sorry
Well,
to highlight that one, folks. But
You can already see it's a big win condition for them on this map to get that up out early.
It's a positive.
Oh, for sure, right now, yeah.
A gain is a gain.
Yeah, and they did win the series at the end, so as I said, they wipe off that first map in that series from their minds. They come out with a reverse sweep, and they already have map number 1 in this series. So now, coming in towards the bonus round, let's see if Boom are going to be able to answer back. An Operator has been purchased up
They
for
do
Famous.
dodge the
Class
stun,
Cannon style
dodge the
yet
op though.
again, as it's the south side
They dodge the
control
op and it's
approach
not
from
that
Paper X
strong on B.
silently. And Devi will cross that rope to meet with the team 2.
Oh, off the contact of the turret.
Yeah, well,
Berserks
that's
on the peak, able to find Jing.
that was
Yeah, raid boss down.
them trying to get the
Showstopper
ult.
death. Best way possible for Boom's odds here. As he tried to deny bonus conversion. The Paper X was able to do to get off to such a hot start on that defense on Lotus.
Yeah, and just keeping the Operator poised towards Dish as well. Just
Probably
isolate
could've
the
covered
whole
that a
angle
little
of the
better.
map that
Zach,
Boom
hello,
don't
mate.
essentially need to just worry about right now.
The prim
You got your
duties,
alarm bot
yeah.
Still to play contact over at Arcade
Again,
too,
the
so you
comp's
really
just a
only need
little
to have
rough
bit
on
of
this.
focus towards the south side entries of the map. And Paper X is still going to be leaning towards B. So we'll see what the members there for Boom are going to be able to do.
Fast lane to try to escort them forward. Tucked into the corner, never checked here, but might not matter as Forsaken finding one. Now peeks back out there. Made aware.
Whoa, how does
Still with
Patman
that
get a
Spectre. Getting
second?
himself another 2 kills. Forced to reposition. Salvo's holding him back here for the moment.
I'm
Smokes
very
get ready
calm
to
from
dissipate.
Patman.
Gets retucked into the corner. Nothing to flush him out, but double stuns available here for Shiro and Famous. Shiro finding one.
No way.
Patman, the Vandal recovered, picked up. Pushing forward. Just the pistol drawn out here in the smoke. Dissipating. Tags him to 60. Swinging around the
Oh
off shot.
my
Gonna be good for it
goodness.
here is Famous. Bonus conversion not to come through, but still
that was
again,
close,
so
though.
much damage suffered.
Yeah,
How many
it's
times have we seen
insane
Boom
amount of
win a
damage.
round and it's only one member surviving and it's taking that Operator into the next one? I mean, yeah, it's awesome that they're able to get online. They're able to, you know, in the early stages, not see Paper X just run away with it. But they have to be winning these ones a little bit more convincingly. Like the fact that Forsaken noted getting into the tower and
fast.
Berserks isn't able to dispatch of him. Patman is getting all of these trades. If he doesn't allow Forsaken to just, Famous to just retreat a little bit and bring out that Operator shot, that would be the third one for Paper X, you would assume.
1, 2, 3, 4 that come by next. Still got to deal with this op. Buys the heavy armor with it.
By a Rolling Thunder.
You would want to see Paper X not default too much and kind of
New
just.
turn setup.
Oh, dude, they can't even drone. It's so hard for them to find out where this op is. There you go.
Shield here.
Just speed up on the other side, use
We're now
ults.
going to be sent Jing, expecting some pressure off the back of that fault line, but in fact it is just a massive retreat over towards that rope, which that's going to be a decent amount of splash.
Yeah,
damage
they
on
do a little bit of
Dawson.
damage.
As drop down from Shiro, is able to find one, but then Paper X opens
Dude,
up
they
the
tried
firing
to
squad. 2 more kills in
fast
reply.
floods
Yeah, good trades. They'll settle
and
themselves down now
Divine
for
mollied
post-play. Remember,
Heaven
they're
before they
Rolling
could
Thunder
get
is
out, so
available.
it isolated 2. That was
In the
nuts.
back pocket here to try to defend. Situated here in main. Famous just taking a bit of a blind shot there. Forsaken is
sleeping.
asleep at the wheel. Well, that's going to force the Rolling Thunder. Connects on the 2.
Yeah, they did it a bit too early though.
Time Continuing the tick here. This fault line gets set. Swoop out, Berserks. Good to find Jing.
Does something have a molly lineup? Why do I feel like he... Oh my goodness.
Finds a headshot. That leaves Patman now. Alone to try to clutch it out. Gets some damage across. The stun. Connecting. The op shot. Missing.
Time? No, time he didn't stick.
The time is not there. PRX. A war of attrition.
Dude, Patman.
They narrowly win.
How does Patman keep doing this?
1v3
from him.
Yeah, Boom very scared from the showstopper at drop, understandably so as well. And then the Rolling Thunder to really push them back before they have any time to just clear the whole site, focus on the main angle. Like, you're removing an opportunity where something has the
that molly in heaven was
well,
insane.
and you're thinking, all right, this is looking okay. You got a 2 versus 1, or it was a 3 versus 1 in fact, before Patman managed to bring it to that 2 versus 1 and just bought himself enough time. Take that one as you are for PRX, with everyone dying.
Well,
so
that's the good start. They got to deal with the op though.
I mean, they didn't survive with too much either.
Boom, 4 spy on this. Stinger on defense. Bulldog, dude, this is the round, by the way. Look at the money.
Looking for that 2-person face forward.
They're all about to tank this.
Gonna be taken down as DOS9 is able to find one. The rest of the players trying to escape, but Forsaken eventually found. DOS9 now with an orbital strike online. Famous. Step on a nice line. Is able to find Jing. Divide. Forced basically just to drop out of the smoke. Try to find something.
I imagine Boom will stabilize and win this half pretty convincing now. We'll see.
Here in this series. Flawless would do wonders for them. Something will take that away from them. But an ace clutch.
Because now they're just going to struggle so much.
Seems like it's out of the cards.
40 seconds and he can reposition towards the B side if he wants. He is one away from the orbital. Smokes an incendiary, but I think priority, have the gun available for the next round. Probably one of the most clean rounds we've seen from Boom so far here today.
Turret set up around the back. Smoke's coming down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a plant.
It seems like they haven't realized quite just yet, but now
the
they
plant
will.
has
How
all.
much does he get here?
Not saying he's going to use it, but...
It's over. Is it just going to be the long wraparound? He's got the orbital to buy himself some time. He could reroute through sewers if he wanted to. Looks like it is just going to be the setup here at Arcade. Shots starting to come through. And
yeah, it sounds like it's not getting any kills there. 11-5.
2 players narrowly surviving. Boom. Bring this back, just 1 round separating.
Importantly, it's just the team going together as a unit there to make sure they're getting the trades, not leaving anything up to chance, not leaving any opportunity for something to be able to come out with it. I really do like the scrap battles that they have and the combination of utility around the door as well, right? You're getting in the Armageddon, the Aftershock, the fault line. You're just really making PRX have a bad day with gaining any space and any just solidified positions that they can try and shoot back from.
Hero Baki on attack, but again, they're just going to struggle clearing this op off the angle. They have no idea where it is.
Let in somewhere with the Nikes, a duel early in the tree.
Oh.
Tucked into the corner, and he's looking to get overwhelmed.
Dude, they push aggro against the eco. They missed the op shot. They pick up the gun.
Now a weapon upgraded in ahead.
Oh, he might be throwing that over that low HP.
Whittled away at down to 11.
Yeah, they could try and get the spike plant down here. You got to think about a lockdown. Maybe you have to drop the orbital to destroy that one.
Dude, Brim ult to break this to kind of go all in on that. Where's Devi going? Where is Devi going? Devi's going for the round the world.
Jing has since been passed over the weapon, looking on that angle, but Berserk's just outsprang. Not suffering any damage. The Vandal not getting through.
Yeah, they're around the world with the Bucky.
And it's just Devi around the back with the Sheriff to try to make it a little bit costly. But he can't find the kill.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. It's okay. It was an eco at the end of the day for PRX, but a bit of an investment with the
yeah,
strike,
they lost the Brim ult.
Lockdown of Berserks again though. Boom. Clean rounds breed confidence here for the Wolfpack. So tying things up 3-3, looking to take the lead now as well against the eventual buyout that'll come back for PRX. In a round where there's no massive setup to come through on the defensive side, it's got to be those later adjustments and figuring out how to go for those retakes. Now, See the new strategies yet again for this tree control.
Just spamming B hits.
Yeah, FT ults to try to contend with. By a side, PRX still going to be in a little bit of a rough spot as that's unassisted. Forsaken goes in, dies. Famous peeks. Padman dies.
So far, so good for Boom.
Excellent. Well, that's not going to do much of anything there. Puts the fear of God into him with the shorty. Lets him know that this tower position not going to be easily breached. Divine able to find Shiro, but swiftly falls to NC Slasher. Famous watching the ropes. Goes ahead, cleans up Jing.
Yeah, I mean, this is their big buy round.
Oh. Flash out,
I think we might see a couple more of these.
Scenario where you're going together as a team, making sure you're not giving something an opportunity.
Smoke's down.
Doesn't see him, doesn't see the spike. Something just going to be sat in position, but these jiggle peaks.
This setup should be easy to counter on B. Sure, but how do they get the info that it's that setup without
Once again.
30 seconds left.
What do you even say?
Yeah.
You just do it time and time again. Okay, there we go.
It's like when you're playing like some kind of horror game and you see that the creatures are spawned in.
Yeah.
But they haven't like
Seen you
activated yet.
Yeah.
So, but you just kind of like see them around the corner. You're like, oh.
And then you still get jump scared.
I have to go in there. Like, I don't want to do this.
Well done though from Boom, I will say, right? A good little grasp on how they need to be peeking around this one. For Famous, how many times do we see the operator just having to come online for some really good successes for the team of Boom? So it's good to see that they're able to repeat that time and time again.
Boom, yeah, they have so much money now as well, they just run away with it.
Early in the round as well. So a couple of these little nuances that you want to adjust for PRX potentially, but for Boom, you want to keep happening now that you have slightly adjusted and taken the lead, forcing the timeout here for PRX.
Well, first one that they've had to call here today. Stand by singular round, but
Neon is the human drone? Yeah, pretty much.
Again, about that activation, about that run back potential. I mean, we saw it from Talon, that 0-4 start into an overtime on Fracture itself. PRX wanting to avoid a similar situation. And look to deliver the 2-0 that person's looking for. This guy came from LA.
I came from Australia.
Actually, I didn't quite get to read what the verb was. Maybe they didn't.
That's all good. A couple of good retakes from Boom. Let's see what the plan is here for.
Minnie's calling for help.
Anything, right?
He says the train's on fire.
Where a team is taking a timeout.
That's not good.
Not before a rifle round, but before
guys, you got to go help Minnie
sort of
out.
investment round. Whether or not your game plan is to come in towards this one directly, or
we need help in the engine room, man. Doesn't sound good right now.
Devi as well, which can just be traded out by DOS9's orbital strike. Very disconnected play at the moment from Boom on this B site.
Turret getting activated. Drive popped, and then Forsaken is just sending it in.
Dude, that was a lot of damage though. 7 HP. Hold up, hold up.
Right there with the
Did you guys just fix the fire?
Considers it, pulls off the angle there at the end. The Boom bot not going to be lasting too long, but now a timing here on this lockdown. Placed in front of Jen, but Shiro looking to try to catch them by surprise.
Shiro
in the corner, finds the first. Looks to try to clear it out.
Big trade.
Them out.
Yeah, I was going to say he might get caught by the ult.
Kill.
Dude, something has a molly. Tell me he has a molly lineup. Surely. Brim on Fracture, the biggest afterplant map. He's playing like he doesn't have one.
Default line now. Sent. The stun connecting. And something just swinging around the back. Catching him by surprise.
Ooh, okay.
Thrifty gets pulled off here off the back of the timeout call. PRX.
Fire spin is extinguished. All Minnie had to do was shout for help.
Towards the B site.
Do it earlier next time, Minnie. Too stubborn.
Remove DOS9 first, so you don't have an orbital strike to answer the lockdown.
Oh, what is that?
Disgusting shot. Not needed in this game. Great work from Shiro, I will admit, in attempt to bring something back.
I did like something here though. Not him, as in, I mean, obviously, but the actual. They played a smoke on site to like get them past this choke. That was pretty cool.
Across the stage, considering how things had begun.
Yeah.
You know, I think back to the start.
I
they were
like
losing
that.
every round they committed ults in.
Yeah.
Regardless of weaponry.
They just looked lost and disconnected a lot of the time.
But now well utilized to be able to find themselves a thrifty win. Forsaken Looking like he's suspicious about this potential position here, but now is at risk of getting caught as well.
Yeah,
the orbital that takes him down.
Bit of a classic. It's kind of the same theory as the Fnatic setup, just a little further back.
Still able to find one before getting picked apart.
Yeah, you
Whoever
saw
wins
Deficit,
this
though, as PRX hit
is pretty wrecked money-wise.
into the site.
Plant committed to Divide with the operator. Not
Whoa,
get to see nearly as
trades
much
places.
these days. Maybe once Sunset comes back into the mix.
Okay, something. Give me this jewel. What you got? Looks like they're ready for it.
Very suspicious about this smoke. Something just trying to stay tucked, and so far has not been flushed out. The jump forward looks to try to steady it.
30 HP, 40 HP.
Significant amount of damage. DOS9 at 30 HP.
Nice
Famous,
shot.
However, on the peak, instantaneous, finding Divide, leaving Patman now to try to clutch it out. Finds the first.
Patman again,
back
may
pedals,
use your
has
ult
a
this
full
time.
line, even has a rolling thunder, and he's not going to be shy about it. It would seem. Taps the door.
Oh god.
Hotline set. Famous not sticking to it.
Ooh, nicely done.
As it's going to be another Red Bull
Cool came in that he probably had the op that the stun was going to be enough. Saves the ult as well, force him down to eco. Dude, Patman's kind of saving him.
3 versus 4 when the spike plant
Guy's-
goes down
guy's
as
playing
well.
great.
Divide
He's
with
very
the
good in
operator,
clutches.
managing to at least establish one. It's unfortunate but that Berserk loses his life when Jing is spotted out there as
Dude, there
well.
was some
but
nice
it's
shots
just
here,
a
and that was a
trade
nice
game,
one from
right? It's
Divide
making
as
sure
well.
that the trades that
This
you're
was
on
nice as
top
well.
of them. Nice idea for the one-way smoke, makes things a little bit awkward, but some good repositioning from Patman, not wanting to give a duel. I think that's really important for a player like him coming into this roster, wanting to prove himself, wanting to be part of the team. So far, so good. Liking what I'm seeing.
Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, no ults to speak of here for the moment for Boom. 3 more rounds to be played in the half.
Hey, they go for a full on default to hear a bit of sound. Insta
NC Slasher.
reaction, join the team, push over towards the side as they realize they're going heavy over towards Dish.
Guardian and a Judge here for DOS9 and Berserk.
Do the Judge to retake. Someone would have to overstep.
Berserk's still on the other side of the map.
Oh, scan, finding Forsaken, but Divide finding NC Slasher at drop. Second player working forward, Famous, trying to put that Sheriff to good use, but can't quite find the hit, can't quite find the head. Jing all the meanwhile ready to descend that Showstopper should it be needed, but right now it is looking like they won't have to. Push forward, the crunch coming in. Forsaken trying to wide swing there.
He went for the pop and swing against the Judge.
He misjudged the weapon. Yeah,
nicely done.
All right, I'm gonna jump off the balcony.
Please don't do that. I need a co-caster here.
My legs deserve to be broken after that joke. Anyway.
My goodness.
Yeah, don't think he read that one quite so well, but it ultimately won't matter too much.
No, not a full investment to come in from them in this round for Boom, so they'll have that coming into the next one, which is now playing catch-up, right? 6-4. The half is at least established for PRX in tie or in lead. An operator out for both sides as well. Device still retaining that one. Immediate utility going to be forcing them back out of main unless they want to wait to contest it, which is what Forsaken's going to be doing here.
Okay, drone goes out over towards Dish, and they do know the Jinx here. Do they go hunting for him? 3-person? Jing, mate.
Push coming
You're in
through,
trouble.
Jing. Uncharacteristic whips, doesn't even find much damage, Shiro.
Got the info though, so they can head over towards site. So they lose one, they get the mollies out already for the plant. Don't they have Brim reach damage to stop the plant?
I don't think that Patman's going to be able to get away.
I'm pretty sure Patman's just dead, right?
Ooh,
Ooh, nicely done from Patman. Got out of there as well and used the smokes as cover. Dude still has ult.
And now he's got the Rolling Thunder at the ready. Orbital
Speaking of ult, dude, Boom are doing every single ult. Wait, that was something's ult?
Finding one with the op, eating a flash.
Okay, PRX are doing every ult.
2v3, looking for the smoke timing, Forsaken, find that headshot, and they're just picking their
bro,
targets
Patman
and
in the big rounds.
Patman,
Dude,
what
Patman
a
had an
game so
absolute
far.
round, by the way.
No, 100% is just getting involved in all of these duels.
Pretty sure there's a breach damage on his head as well. While he's planning breach damage into tail.
You look at the Armageddon placement in that one from Shiro. Had he reversed it and had it from the site on out towards main, maybe you're looking at a little bit of a different scenario in flushing the team into the open instead of containing them to be stuck in towards the site. Never really know in the sort
Dude,
of
they got
situation
7
like that,
with no
which way would be
drone.
more valuable though. 7-5 is what Boom will be chasing for the last round of this half. A couple of valuable ults. Same utility to be poised at the front of A, which they'll actually invest quite a significant amount of numbers toward.
Last round of the half, and it's bound to be a pretty chaotic one based on what we're seeing at the moment, but...
Jing Showstopper, I imagine.
Who needs a drone when you've got a train?
This one.
Yeah, I'll probably steal that for Planchat Mini. Thank you for that.
Waiting for info. Drone on the corner.
Yeah, I am noting that Devi is one away from a lockdown, by the way. They can pivot towards Tree if they want. Turret hasn't spotted anything, but still staying around A.
Showstopper opened up, blast forward. 2 players over here at Sands. It's going to be NC Slasher taken down. Is it Dostein? Actually,
okay, they got the info though.
Like it was going to at least be a bit of splash there. In the end, somehow, only a 1-for-1. Lockdown now. Tempo use sent over on B. Keeping PRX locked away for the time being.
What are you doing, guys?
Seconds remaining. They can tuck in over towards
Safety
tower,
on Heaven. Molly to make sure they can't flood out.
Then look to try to get the spike in play.
Okay, plant goes in.
Right,
nothing to stop
Don't want to
this.
flood in before the plant goes down.
30 seconds left.
Oh, okay, well that's going to stop it.
Forsaken.
Dude, Forsaken got a double on site and they work out with the flanks coming in. Dude, how did they get 8?
And Berserk's
oh boy,
his work
are they getting 8?
Something's quite low.
Takes the first step.
He knows where they've gone.
Alarm bot, yeah, gets the trigger there. Something escaping forward into tower. Low on HP, as you say. No utility between them. With just a turret. It's just going to be the blind push into tower. Berserk is able to find it. Might just be able to bring this back into their favor. The tap, the scale forward. Forsaken, though. The perfect place at the perfect time, a 3K.
That's way too many to be getting with this comp.
PRX out in front once again here at the half.
A big stringing of rounds at the end of that one for PRX too.
Never worried about this one. That's how you know that we got crazy momentum right now.
Forwards. And I mean, the round count kind of doesn't give you the full story on this one, does it? Because there's been a pretty lot
If we weren't going that fast on the
rounds,
train, I
close
cursed that for
scenarios
sure.
Where a single engagement going the other way could have spelled a different result for the rounds. On this map though, Forsaken and Jing not getting too involved a lot in a lot of these fights to win them, so it's good to see that Forsaken, at least at the end of that one, is getting the right timing for the kill there, playing a lot more of the distractor and space creator on this map as opposed to the real kill collection.
God, thank God Mini Monyetse.
Who's shown
Thank
up
God
today.
Mini asked for help in that engine room.
Got even more. Farrell and Monyette chilling out, cheering on. Boom, it would seem here perhaps, or maybe even just a former PRX
Waiting
from
to see who we
Monyette.
might have to challenge later as well.
It's market research, you know?
Market research.
Yeah, just on the ground, just seeing what's going on, trying to figure everything out.
They're asking something's Jed or Jing's raise after he went, what, 20,
No,
25
so
to something?
I think by default, you have to give it the Jing there.
I mean, yesterday there was a really good to the moon rise up between the maps and the changes, but yeah, Jing raise today, map number 1.
28,
gorgeous.
28 to 8.
Room for improvement. But together as a team, PRX are certainly looking to get the job done. 8-4 at the half with PRX now going on to this defensive side, though for Boom, casting
Dude,
more
it's every
eyes towards
pistol, right?
them to see what they're going to be able to do here. Of course, 5-0 in group stage, coming in with the first seed, skipping the early stage of this bracket, losing the first one. If they lose this one 2-0 as well, that's very hurtful.
Just one on the north side. Nice set there for now. As Famous jumping forward here. All's in control of Boom completely and utterly, but that's going to go ahead and call for a 3-player push out from that B side, but Berserk's
It's
had
close.
the line, but couldn't quite find
You
that
almost had
final
the double.
shot.
They at least got a lot of space
Still
with
does an
it.
immense amount of damage, finds the kill on the Jing, opens things up here for the team. Dossline, however, going to be overwhelmed here at the attacker's spawn. He's taken down with the spike now planted.
Something does have 3 Sky Smokes as well. Put them to his heart's content.
Tap at the door, the bounce forward. Shiro, great readjust. Finds something. Is forsaking Shiro, and NC Slasher is going to be taken down.
Whoa, whoa,
now
whoa,
just sliding Neons. Right at each other, but Famous comes out on top. The tap at the spike. The Sheriff broke the bind,
dude.
and he hits him
4
right between the
pistols.
eyes.
The nice shot.
Every single pistol.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Not a single pistol to come through for Boom in this one, and that just...
David, solid shot, yeah. Reliable.
It's such a good start as well. Nearly finding that second and...
The last
just
shot.
far too clean.
Yeah. Dot crosshair accuracy on that one.
They forced into it.
He's had his moments in this map. Nothing too super stellar.
4 stingers in a bulldog without armor. Forsaken can one-shot 3.
Though, with the plant going down for Boom.
In a huge way. Glass Cannon Bulldog. Yeah. Jing around the corner. Putting some damage through there. Patman swinging in, trying to reinforce this position. Dawson9, however, is able to collect 2. Opens things up a bit.
Big
while
Joe.
Berserks. Glass Cannon.
Stingers went A main, bulldog went drop. Kinda nice.
Getting cheeky.
Tries to slide up into the smoke. Forsaken still slow walking in the halls with that outlaw.
Dawson9 holding for it though.
Dawson9's on like a bit of an off angle, but you should still expect it.
Forsaken finding the first shot. Can he pick up the weapon? He's going to look to do so. Ends up dying though. Berserks from drop. Finding it. Something now. Has to try to pull this one off. Shuro. Salvo's at the ready. There's the tap.
God's sake.
Forcing it back away, guaranteeing that there's just not going to be enough time. Berserks will end up falling.
Ooh, ends up being nice damage at least.
Collecting the 2 kills. We'll get a couple extra
I kind of like this strat though.
Towards his ultimate as
the
well
bulldog made a lot more sense when once you saw the slow play over towards Dash.
Thrifty answer back. It's a force up here. Force by victory of their own.
Yeah, one of the more needed rounds for them to stave off any further lead for PRX here. Just getting down and dirty in those duels, right? A lot of trades to come on out. Berserk's just scoping and bursting. Thinking an opportune situation in the 2 versus 2. The fact that he's just able to remove Forsaken on that slide, and they've got salvos in the back lanes waiting for the spike tap. Yeah, the right members doing the right things for Boom in that round. Big tree approach.
Vibe buys an outlaw with it.
Oh.
Well, there goes your outlaw.
Whiff on the first, hit on the second. Not much damage going to be taken. Divide dead. One of the side anchors now gone here.
You can see Boom fall to play with the numbers together as well here. There's a bit of weaponry on the side of PRX still. Forsaken with that now outlaw. Something with the Phantom from the last round. You are really spread across the map as PRX, so taking the initiative to clear some parts of the map.
It's probably about the next round. Who gets their ults early? Dude, everyone's pretty far away from ults, considering at this point.
Goes out. Sky Smoke to buy a little bit of time, and you're now fully clearing north side, so it should be the idea for PRX.
I mean, they're hitting the site where something has a rifle. But double smokes as well.
Dropping down, getting tucked in towards default. Slide forward. He's going to get caught up into the crossfire. As Famous does get taken down. Patman joining in alongside something, finding the kill, but push out of the smoke, and Berserk's good for 1. Jing, Sheriff shot to the space. Finds another.
Forsaken save very early.
Suddenly, it's Forsaken.
But it's a hard spot to take a
One
retake
can get
from.
one shot.
Is it fast lane for a reposition to try to grab a gun, perhaps? Just a Sheriff at drop. Goes down, finds the first, but oh no, it's full
he thought they were both. He thought they were both low.
At the worst possible moment for him.
If it was the other way around, Shiro would have been done, and then maybe you're looking for him to slide in and have a really good how do you do, but just expecting that the kill would polish off his opponent there.
When the protagonist gets shot in the chest, but he had a Bible in his pocket. It caught the bullet and it kept him safe. Oh boy, well, still close, you could tell.
Second shot, I mean, he is definitely either some call came in that they're both low, or he thinks they're both low, so he thought he was dead, he was waiting for the peak.
The way that this is going,
of
though,
the next.
we're going to have a pretty stacked ultimate round soon. North side approach for Boom.
Okay, 5-2, what's with the lag here?
Arcade. Killjoy set up towards B as well. Meanwhile,
We got five people that can't buy next, 3 people that can't buy next.
Together as a team,
honestly,
as well, recognize that
let's say 4 people that can't buy next.
Similarly, like last round, they got all of the north side control. Now you flip it for the south side.
This is pretty nice from PRX, pretty proactive. They clear all of this. No one's close enough to know that they've done
Have
this.
some time to set up for a post plant here.
Everything
So they can
wide
heavy
open.
hold over towards main. Dude, they're going to think there's 3 main.
Door left
I
unlocked.
don't know about
and
that.
Boom looking to
It's a good stun.
make themselves right at home. Jingo, nice shot, finds the kill there on a famous, but NC Slasher coming away with 2. As well as finding an immense amount of damage on the Jing before getting taken down by the Showstopper. Something trying to steady those shots, but DOS9 a little bit faster with it. Finds a headshot, keeps him with the advantage. And Defy is still at B with a judge.
Yeah, and they already noted where Jing
Yeah,
was as
and
well
they're
with the
just gonna be
Showstopper,
saving
right?
this.
So this round is pretty much just done and dusted.
Trying to hand deliver him a
Check
gun
the
so they
weapon
can
over
keep
here
him
to
to the
his
next
teammate.
round. Yeah, that's nice.
Get the upgrade, will be able to do so. And that's going to be them going for a save. Boom. Looking to claw this back 3 rounds consecutively. Gonna be just 2 away from tying it up.
Essentially, the delayed bonus rounds coming into this one as well, right?
Yeah,
so,
we're finally getting there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's talking about this track by track for PRX, but what about Boom? I mean, they're slowly starting to figure out what they need to do on this attacking side. The next gun round is going to be a really important one for them to get through. And then if you also consider that the ultimates are going to start to really come online soon as well, if they're able to navigate their way through that one pretty cleanly, or even Scrappily was still winning the round, I mean, they're setting themselves up to try and tie things up.
That's going to be the second timeout.
Yeah, it's a good timeout.
PRX, there you go.
They might just start going super aggro, like set strats.
Keep them up to that double-digit point here. Try to get over the finish line. Last time out worked a treat for them. They went on a massive streak. So go ahead and close out that opening half as well as get the pistol. See if that can happen again. Otherwise, boom.
Mini needs to throw more volunteers in the engine. Is that how they fix the fire? We're just sacrificing, sacrificing
With the
passengers.
exploration to come out from PRX, they've kind of just
I mean,
picked the wrong corner of the map. Like, there's 4 of them, and they've just
Sideshow
gone to one
yesterday
where
said
Boom
that
are
he
just
would be in
going
for it,
towards the
so
site and tried to
there's
set
one, I
things up
guess.
for the end. So if they're getting a bit of a contest early on, maybe they would feel a little bit more comfortable in trying to get through the
It's messed up.
battles. As the timeout now fades away, see what things are going to look like for PRX with
We got
just
some
2
volunteers,
guns
okay.
retained from the previous
Then we
round,
should be
some
fine in a
upgrades
little
for the rest
bit.
of the squad with the pistols.
Well, they got themselves a thrifty in the last time out. Don't have the ultimates to back it up quite as much this time around. One away from an
I've never
overdrive here
seen
is forsaken.
someone
Well,
so
something with
ready
the orbital
to
strike.
take this
So
rope
it's
as
just
soon
waiting
as
for
there's
contact
any
on the
kind of
turret to
pressure.
skedaddle on out of here.
Because they're trying to stun him. Oh,
others
they
do the
tried to
same.
catch him out.
And spot him out. Steadily escapes. In the meantime, a sight once again.
I like
going
the
to be
idea.
target, the push forward getting ready to come through. Something trying to watch the angle here with that sheriff. The push out. It's going to be Divide with the Phantom.
Ooh, that's a
Able to
bit
catch
too
it by
aggro from
surprise.
Famous.
Dancing around the wall here is Forsaken. To the opposite side finds NC
Nice
Slasher.
shot.
PRX are doing it again.
Yeah, gun over towards Heaven as well that they picked up.
He's got the outlaw.
And
now
they
they
know
have
he
it
has an
confirmed.
outlaw.
Spike picked up.
Spike planted.
Berserks has to go absolutely crazy.
Oh, boy.
And it'll just be whizzing right past Patman's ear.
Yeah, they went a little bit too aggro against the
PRX
eco
off the back of the
over
timeout
towards
will
Heaven.
find
That didn't have to
themselves
happen.
another
Gave him a
thrifty
gun.
win.
It's a nice fast flood in.
up to
Forsaken
double
did a
digits.
lot. Actually, like,
I'm
take
sure a lot
their
of teams
aim
would
away
like to
from
know
everyone
what
else
gets
flooding in.
discussed in these sort of scenarios from PRX to come out with just the magic.
What's the
in
magic?
In the thriftiest round that they come out with.
Dude,
after
and
these
pushing
timeouts.
through
I mean,
the smoke, mate,
5
that's
versus 3
crazy.
that they set themselves up for. DOS9 tries to really drag them
He
down.
really thought it was
But by then you feel like the
a
damage was
crunch
already
over
done.
towards top side.
Duelist action trying to come in from Jing and Forsaken. You know, we've kind
Like
of
he's
switched
so
up our players
confident
who were
that
having
it's
stellar
like a
map 1 and
3-2.
abysmal map 1, haven't we, as
yeah,
well? When you look at
top
Berserks, right?
side.
He was absent in map 1, now he's
With that
having a bit of a
stun.
banger.
To be able to do that,
But as you say, PRX are the team here to find double
Crazy.
digits first.
I'm kind of curious to see, no timeout call here from Boom. Twice now.
the engine's working again. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he fixed it again.
Try to at least steady the nerves of the players.
sacrifices.
Maybe as far as comms are concerned, they seem right as rain, but they're now just 3 round losses away from being eliminated from Stage 1 playoffs.
Yeah, massive pressuresome environment for them in their first endeavors in towards VCT Pacific. Stage 1. Creep up in towards A main. Util to flush Patman away, to push Forsaken back, who has brought an operator to the party here. Just a slower paced round from everybody. Got the lurk from Berserks as well, north side arcade.
Okay, this is pretty nice
Very
for Paper
patient,
X though, right?
overstepping.
Hold down over towards A. Stack heavier over towards B. Alarm bot early info.
Slowing down
Oh
after
boy.
the previous
It's a good shutdown of this.
bit
Got to
of
go back into
damage
the
there
op.
onto the
It's nice
Vibe.
early
Seeing it
info.
though.
Dude, he sticks around.
Yeah, damn fast with it. Finds NC Slasher. And now, boom. They
Oh,
don't
they're
know which
going
way to go.
back.
They have 30 seconds.
Dude, something
What
has
do you
double
do? You
smokes.
need
If
to
he
have
actually
your
gets the
lurk start to
rotate back
activate.
here,
It's been
that's good
noted
info.
spotted.
Get that
Jin
smoke
just
down
on
again.
top of Jen.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, dude, they got
Pops
him in
his
there.
head, and now
Whoa.
it's a go button, but they're losing the plot. Tavai able to find
Oh.
one. Shiro fighting back.
Something you can
Might
use
just
your ult
give
here,
him the
mate.
opportunity here to try to get the plant down. The Armageddon going to be called in, but the orbital strike is there in response from something, but it's a hair off the mark.
5, he tanked it.
Shiro narrowly able to stay alive. Rolling Thunder committed. The Frantic Spray eventually
Did he hear
rewarded
him or something?
as DOS9. He has been a god incarnate
Oh,
in the
that's
past
too late. That's a
series
full
that he has
defuse.
played. Can he deliver here now today? The Molly, it's just going to be far too late. It arrives
Holy,
exactly
dude, are they not
where it
on
needed
eco?
to, but
Yeah,
not
they
when
are
it
on
was
eco, and they
needed.
could have done with saving that gun as well. Dude, 11-7, they go low buy.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that I was actually wondering, but not wanting to
The
out
Brimalt, I
something
mean, the
for in
Brimalt
the
hit him
first
like
half,
two
actually. It was playing
taps
the
of it,
Brimstone on
right?
this
It
map. You
wasn't
see
enough to fully take him
internationally,
down.
namestate Brimstone players having a lot of these quote-unquote nerd lineups to be able to drop on towards the spike for the first time meta. DOS9.
Minnie in the engine room says, anti-eco, we need more sacrifices.
Generally, you would also see the
What is this train turned into, man? It's crazy.
Doing the orbital strike first, and then it buys the sky time for it to land.
Really
and
find it
you're avoiding
really
yourself essentially 12 seconds
found and
total,
gathered
13
the
for
most
lead.
loyal
TLN 2.
fans.
Hey, we saw Big Time be signed by.
Yeah, he got signed on the cheek with by 10.
Yeah.
So, well, and that just is boom.
That's
I think
messed
it just
up, man.
applies every single
Every
player.
member?
So, gonna have to, tiny font.
Tiny font. Here's your timeout, though.
I think there's an opportunity here. Everyone keeps going with the track by track.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that if you wanted to, if you have somebody who's very good at editing GIFs, you could take a bunch of scenes from Snowpiercer, edit PaperX on top of them, and then say car by car. They're fighting their way up to the front of the train, rather than building the track in front of it.
You know, I had nightmares on that when the arm was shattered.
Oh, yeah.
I had some nightmares after that.
It's a brutal one.
Mm-hmm. Let us see, though, on the back of that timeout, if Boom are going to be able to come away with, we'll call it the magic that PaperX had after their timeout to come with the Thrifty.
Oh boy, it's the classic.
Jing. Classic little setup here.
Yeah.
No one home to...
Oh, no. They're eco. Someone tell him they're eco.
About to be rewarded? How does he get away with that? Even into a half buy. And Jing now finds Famous.
How's he getting away with
blasphemy
that?
there.
How's he hitting that?
Didn't deserve
Why
it.
is he doing that against
No smokes,
Nico?
no orbital. Famous
I
down
have
as
so
well.
many questions.
Making things very difficult to come back in this round when you've also got Dish being looked after by the Killjoy utility. Now spotted out. 3 versus 5 on a lesser buy. Map point, 5 of them, series point rather. If this gets dropped. So with a rotation towards the A site now, it is the lesser defended one. So that's a plus for Boom. Now not so much though.
Dude, no smokes and they still got a clear sight because of the pressure from sight.
About to be a 3v3 towards this side of the map.
Oh, salvos? For God's sake,
Trying
salvos,
to take
dude.
some forward space, but Eclipse is going to be found, and there's the stunt. Batman swinging out. So damn snappy with it, finds the headshot. NC Slasher tucked away. It's just
Dude, if
two
he didn't have a
stingers
stinger, I would
in
feel
their
like he could
hands,
win this.
Forced into the open by the Molly, and he can only deliver one. What a round response here
5.
from PaperX. Off the back of the timeout from Boom, the magic is not found. They get up now to match point, and that is a gut punch to this Indonesian squad.
Yeah, I mean, in the first half, after the timeout, it was flawless for PaperX, and now it's still flawless after the timeout here as well. 12-7, it's 5 series points that Boom are going to have to contend through to push us into overtime. Otherwise, they will be bowing out in this playoffs stage. Still securing a lot of championship points in their journey to continue to stay
Hey,
in
5
Pacific.
away, chat.
And you think about what the Ascension teams have placed on them too.
Coming into another
They
stop.
don't want to bow out here.
Laying the final tracks down.
Just two
Sacrifices have worked. Looks like we got enough coal to make it.
A brutal position now for Boom to be in. Jing
No more fires.
not able to get a glimpse. Famous does manage to slide across the bottom of the rope undetected.
But what can he do more importantly? Devi is being very careful about the rope.
Gun barrel spotted. Can't confirm who it is. They might have a sneaking suspicion though. Still a bit of info gained, and Devi now spotting out even more. 2 players on this side of the map. The Nanoswarm going to be disrespected. Famous trying to run him down. The shorty drawn out, but a tiny bit of damage going to be found. That HL, however, might find more as Jing. Position given up.
Jing is running
Shifts
an
forward
absolute
towards
gauntlet.
Arcade, eventually will be found. Berserks comes away with it.
Dude, everyone's crazy.
Famous just a little bit faster. Forsaken now.
Wouldn't mind the timeout to chill everyone out.
He's just getting shot by the turret behind. But do they realize that he's
Just
in this
walls
spot?
up. The wall actually got him the kill. They thought that he wasn't committing.
Elbow taken off. Famous 5 HP. The AWP would be overkill, and it will not find the chance. As Patman now a 1v4 clutch to try to bring this to a conclusion.
We got no more timeout. Oh boy.
A couple shots in, but ultimately will decide to back away.
Got to also consider.
Yeah, I mean, Patman can drop anyway, so they combine into the next round. Devi has all that can get cancelled by the Brim or.
So they don't necessarily.
But Jing won away.
But it looks like they want to. I mean, you're not getting closer to any ultis here too much. If they lose anything. Oh, Patman has just jiggled out of that one. I don't know how he's managed to do that. After all the great shots from Boom in that round, that's the one that gets away.
Yeah.
Chat, why is somebody typing we need to sacrifice me? There's about 500 of you on the roof that is going before me.
Boom. Very patient in the beginning, trying to find the right timing to get up the tower. I like it from them.
We might need to make the ultimate sacrifice. Is okay. Honestly, I'll take the hit mini and I'll throw you in. That's fine. I'm prepared to make that. I'm prepared to make that decision. Dude, the big play.
Tried it previously. He had Berserks hiding in the smoke, but this time.
Guys, get in the engine room and help me get Mini in here.
Showstopper.
Need that extra bit of fuel.
DOS9 dead, that orbital, that counteraction to this Killjoy ultimate is now gone.
I mean, you just got to consider how to Boom get back in towards a site as well. You're going to have to rely on Famers with a good fast lane, with some good timing of NC/'s fault line to off-put another angle.
Something. Oh, what a catch!
Big.
Doesn't squander it. Overdrive here from Famous, doesn't manage to find one, but Jing.
Low HP, can just play time for a little bit. Dude, he might actually get one.
At the ready. Famous tower.
It's my fault.
Sends it to the side. Nothing gonna be found there, but locked down. Just to create some more shallow angles.
Big miss, bro.
Jing trying to counter
No way, he gets that on 12 HP. Holy.
And he cannot make it happen.
Holy man.
Patman is there.
That's crazy. Chat, next stop. Next stop is Toronto. One more. One more. One more stop.
Back here in this lower bracket.
Get the 07s out for Mini. We sacrificed him at the end here. See if we can see if we can get him out of there. See if we can replenish him for the next one.
Have another team from the Korea side.
We might need him for the next run.
International side affair, or are we going to have PRX, who have been on a downward journey?
Okay, when is the game? 9th of May.
Kick off a,
Damn it. The train's still going for Plat Chad as well. It's going to be so much fun, man.
But now, little by little,
it's
track by
so
track,
much
placing the railings in front of them. They will have one more best of 3 to contend with to try and get into Masters Toronto, though. Right now,
Shenanigan, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, a big round of applause.
Appreciate you doing that. Chemiyuki, I did not see these earlier as well. 55 minutes ago. Thank you for the 5 gifted also, and Scoop as well with the 2 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Dude, what? Even my internet's sad enough.
Expected. This is a team that is
certainly
going to be hungry and going to be looking to run it back and have even more impact.
Sadmek, thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. I appreciate that also. Thank you, thank you.
It is PRX here in the spotlight.
Hold up, Mini's still alive and he's saying he has a problem.
Next weekend to see if they're
Go on, Mini, hit us with it.
Themselves that final position. Given the form that they're in right
We,
now,
Mini,
given
we
the
have a
impact
week
that
to
we're
fix
seeing
the
from these
issues.
players, they absolutely could get it done.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, the teams that are up in the top part, Gen G, RRQ, who's going to get to the grand final?
We'll have to wait and see. We'll get ready to send it down
You're
to
on
Bella here,
broadcast
one of our
next week.
winning
You can't be in the
players.
engine
Myself
room.
and Komodo, it's been a pleasure, my good friend.
What?
We'll send it down to the stage, and I'm going to get back to shoveling that coal.
I guess so.
I guess so?
I guess so.
Good enough. All right. Jing, Jing, Jing. Yeah, I just wanted to get that from you next time. Oh, you look disappointed. All right.
Damn, he wanted to do the
Hello.
interview.
Thank you, thank you. All right, please join me here.
Miguel, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Appreciate the 23 months. Thank you for that.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 어제 이어 2연속 복수전에 성공한 페이퍼렉스입니다. 지금 오늘 경기 승리로 4연승 중인데 붐을 상대로 복수전 성공한 소감부터 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다.
Did FNS for the engine room? I'll do it. He'd be up for it.
It's now 4 wins in a row for you guys. How was that? How was taking that revenge against Boom today?
I mean, definitely feels great because it's always good to win the opponent that you lost to because you know that you improve.
Good, good.
Good.
Good, good.
Good, good.
아, 뭐 이기는 거야 항상 좋고요. 복수전이라서 특히 더 기분이 좋다고 만족스럽다고 이야기를 했습니다. 뭐 찡 선수야 워낙 레이즈로 유명하고 아까 만나봤던 썸띵 선수도 제트로 유명한데 이제 제가 궁금했던 게 하나 있었는데 만약에 그 두 타격대를 제외하고 페이퍼렉스가 다른 맵에서는 좀 그 결정하는 과정에 대해서 한번 찡 선수한테 직접 들어보고 싶어요. You know, you are the rays of obviously something is the jet, but with the two duelists aside, how do you guys as a team work on which duelist when it comes to other comps? I wanted to ask you, because you know, you're the best, Rays.
I mean, we try many different comps in practice and we just see which one works out the best. So, yeah, I mean, I think now me and something we can play like slightly more agents. So that's better for us because it just gives the team more flexibility. And of course, Forsaken can play everything. So, yeah, I mean, we just try every single comp and we just see which one suits us best and we just use it.
Okay, lovely. Jojo, hello, hello. Big win. Train still going. Thank you so much for the 10, man. Appreciate you, dude. Congrats on the win as well. PaperX himself.
넓기 때문에 선택지가 좀 더 이렇게 유연성이 있어졌다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 팬맨 선수가
Appreciate
합류하고
it, dude. Thanks so
나서
much,
적응도
man.
완벽하게 마쳤고 특히 찡 선수와 좀 많이 개인 방송에서도 돈독한
Chat, instead of Slug Oiler, let's get the track by track mode going for the 10 gifted.
어떤 분위기 변화가 있었는지 한번 물어보고 싶어요. You know, ever since Patman joined, I haven't had
Get
a
that
chance
spam
to ask
going.
you. We see a lot of you two together on stream as well. Can you tell us like the positive energy? Can you tell us about him?
I mean, I think Batman is a really like motivated person and he has really good comms and really good like team player. I think yeah, overall he's a really good player and yeah.
Just good guy.
Yeah, good guy.
Good
very
guy.
good guy.
Good guy. He played great today, Patman, though. Patman was insanely impactful.
소통적인 면에서도 항상 팀에게 좋은 변화를
You too, I'm
가져다 주는
fragging.
선수고 아주 좋은 선수 일원이라고 이야기를 해줬습니다.
Damn.
토론토의 티켓을 앞을 맡고 있는 건 DRX입니다.
We got the signs as well. We're everywhere.
이 되기도 하는데요. 다음 경기 어떻게 예상하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Only one in your way to Toronto is now DRX. Also,
Dude,
it's
what
like
a game
third
that's gonna
revenge
be.
for you guys. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I feel like now like all of us are on fire and like we are really feeling it. So even if we win or lose, just hopefully us and DRX will have a really good game. So yeah, I hope everyone will enjoy the match.
네, 이제 팀원들도 그렇고 PRX가 다시 그 기세를 타고 있다고 생각하기 때문에 그냥 뭐 부담 갖지 말고 그냥 재밌게 한번 경기해보겠다고 이야기를 했습니다. 페이퍼렉스의 찡 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 찡. Congratulations again. Best of luck to you for your next match.
Thank you.
Okay, huge. Chat, you want to catch the end of China? Looking like G-Line might 3-0. Okay, let's switch
All
over.
aboard the Sliggy Express. Tickets are still on sale. If you believe in PRX now securing their
The tickets are on sale, but it's really going to cost you. It's really going to cost you if you're this late.
This was the biggest hurdle for them.
Like if you're this late and you're only just getting on the train, you got to pay the sideshow price. Dignity, money, everything you got.
I have to say, a much more improved performance from PRX today.
Everything you got right there.
Fantastic. Look, I think here on
Okay, chat. Let's switch over to dude, where's China?
It didn't feel like they were
I thought I had China ready.
as much by Boom
Here we go.
as T1 did.
打得很坚决，爆能器实则偏
Oh, that's quiet.
看一下目前在明确对面经济可能不太好的情况下面 ，BLG 的选择。
BLG 其实也有枪不太好的，比如说 Levius 这把。
They'll be the first to be sacrificed. That's true. Yeah, you're paying, and there's a good chance that we run out of coal and we need. We need human sacrifices for the engine. Nadito, thank you so much for the raid, dude. Hope stream is good. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the raid. Thank you for doing that. Okay, chat, we're tuning in. Potentially the end of a 3-0 is looking like. G-Lai. The new kings of China. Horizon, yeah, we'll switch at one point. Stream's really loud now.
清这个宇宙分裂的另一边，这叶灵拖了非常久的时间。
哎，卢西亚是收掉了 YOU， 那现在这个情况，胜利的天平已经逐渐倒向了 BLG， 他们有人数的优势，还有时间上的优势。这个叶灵起到了得天独厚的效果，往着直接杀。
Jesus, what did we tune into? That was nuts.
比赛的走向被 BLG 牢牢控制
Dude,
在
look at this stage, man. It's so sick.
XLG 全队的混起经济的起伏，导致他们没有办法起出双枪。 而我们一直所期待的防守端起居的节奏也得再往后延了。
哇，这波两个终结技能带来的优势非常明显。第一波宇宙分裂帮助爆能器安全的安装，第二波叶灵对于对面点位以及位置的压迫，包括拖到了烟散啊，
对，
位置被卡得太难受
I'm
了。
out. Okay, we can switch over.
首枪分拿下之后的起势。
Did I see the trophy for China? Dude, it looks so sick. I dread to think what the EMEA trophy is going to look like after watching that.
Good at points, but the capability just to play such perfect Valorant to a sense is what might just drag them through the rest of this map.
I don't like to take too much insight into.
It's majestic. No, it's nice, dude. It's a really nice trophy. Like, it looks like Masters trophy, really.
G-like coach right there. Very animated. Very energetic when they're trying to talk their team through the points that they're missing at the moment. Whereas on the side of Billy, relaxed, calm. They know that they're in an advantage right now. They know that this can be their game to win. This can be the opportunity they have to extend this series a little bit longer.
Wait, I guess they're talking quiet.
Man, that G-like coach is a second away from an Alex desk cam there. Yeah, his face was turning into the monitor, not happy in one bit whatsoever. And absolutely,
Coach is looking heated. Yeah, man, wants to close it out early.
This map away from Billy Gaming before.
They got Chamber.
They just don't look like they're capable of it this time. Billy closing in on 10. This round. Yes,
Billy's 5-1 on. It's 5-1 on pistols and it's 2-0. Wait, what?
This is the time that Billy can start to put some pressure on.
So they're getting actually wrecked.
Billy just looks so confident. These crossfires are so nice for them when they get into these post plants. It's so effective. But it's Wisey pushing forwards yet again, trying to.
No way. Dude, look at who took the bullet. The Chamber with ult at the back.
It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, the bodies are hitting the floor.
Dude, the Chamber at the back hit the. That's so devastating.
What are you supposed to do against this?
Imagine that being you, dude.
Victory coming through.
That's
no
so
damage,
unlucky.
even cemented into the side of Billy. The money is going to be incredible. Chile on their last knees in this map.
The post-match interview with Frost. I mean, he'll just speak loads about it on his podcast, right? What did they ask him? Why he didn't do the fist bump? And we kind of know.
Some kind of playstyle shift can help them out, but the issue is, how do you stop this Billy? They don't seem to care about smokes. They don't seem to care about the utility you throw at them. The only thing they seem to care about is if you can shoot them in the head.
Yeah, listen, as soon as you put put Sliggy into a map where Hathaway can't
nice
one-tap
shot.
people through walls. Things start to go a little bit differently.
He's been
but
having
this time,
a
they
quiet
get a
one.
one-tap and managed to TP away. A little bit of a better start for Sliggy, but it does come down to a lot
Jesus,
of
what's
what
going
happens
on?
to your mid. Can YOU stay
That's a
alive? Can
huge
YOU
raid, man.
defend?
Holy, thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
This fight on through mid for Russia.
Thank you so much
Delayed
for the raid.
now, but it's information
Chat,
gained that this team
chat
is
and
trying
Raiders, let's get a track-by-track spam. One stop away from Toronto.
Billy's play
Early believers rise up.
Playing hyper-aggressive looking.
Sit comfy in your chairs.
Trying to catch the
Might be a bit of a bumpy ride. Still haven't installed the brakes yet, so we don't know how it's going to end, but...
YOU knows there's players in spawn, didn't realize there were that many.
FNS, thank you for the raid, man. Thank you, thank you.
In the advantage.
Upstream is good,
They're
dude.
not quite sure of where these players are.
They just be playing as a team right now. There's a lot of Sliggy players isolated. Obviously, you've got Rarga over on towards B.
Am I the twin? No, I'm the real one. I'm the real one.
Not in great positions, and those
The twin's off today.
into dugout. Will try and separate the shot. Does eventually land, and thankfully it's rescued. 13 seconds to go. Can Hathaway delay the plant? No, it will go down.
That's not the real guy. Dude, that's the real guy. What do you mean? Same reactions and everything.
Just standing, looking, playing as a team, waiting for the swings to come in. And as Rarga is there, Rarga will win the round and keep this one alive for just a little bit longer.
This guy goes to the bathroom. The other guy will be here for the next map.
Hill Garden is up now, though. Didn't elect to use it in that 1 versus 2. He's kept it going forward into this round. It will be a game changer for them. Eli pulls around back by taking a little bit of something out of Billy's playbook, fighting through these smokes, fighting these aggressive 1 versus 1s, and trusting that you have the mechanics to win them out.
Guys are saying spam ads and there's a tech pause. Ooh, hard to resist that.
Love play little tech pause, and you know what?
It's hard. It's hard to resist that one. Sometimes it's meant to be, chat. I'll be generous. Chat. 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes though.
To keep that train on going, choo, everybody's on. But so why don't you break down
everyone's
what's happened
on
in
the
first
train.
2 maps for anyone that's
3.
joining in?
God, that's shameless. I've clicked it. I apologize to everyone once the game resumes. I apologize to everyone.
Okay, I mean, what we got to witness is what so far a very close series. Both these teams battling it back and forth. It is 2-0 over to Eli right
Check
now.
the PRX tweet.
First map, we were
what they
over
got
on
first.
Fracture. I believe it was a 14. Well,
Damn, track by track as well. They're on.
Over Billy.
One more.
And then we went over towards Lotus.
Dude,
Still a
one
very
one
close
away,
matchup.
chat.
Eli
One away. It's so
was
sick.
ramping up a little bit, a 13-10 victory for them. But now as we head over into map 3, you can see the scoreline on your screens, 10-8, but that does not tell the whole story. This
Dude,
match
China fixed their tech pauses so fast, man. EMEA can never. EMEA can actually never.
Ready to secure a 3-0 victory.
The people tanking the ads are going to come back around late.
And now Billy has clawed it back.
I feel bad.
When they are looking favored.
They've took that.
I thought it would be at least 3
momentum that they
minutes.
lost on Fracture on map number 1, and certainly ran with it here. There'll be a big fight coming up on A main.
The trophy? No, the trophy's so nice, bro.
Can they get away from it? You do see Hathaway take the TP away to safety and almost just abandon Viva. Be like, sorry, dude, I'm out of here. You've got this yourself. Play back for it.
You only had 30 seconds? Wait, let me try again.
Back into dugout. And that is a huge start as well. Reveals 3, but unable to get any kills from it.
Hunter's Fury is going to be used. Can stall out the plant at the very least. Ultimate's being thrown by
Big
both
ult,
these
dude.
teams. Russia has absolutely nowhere to go.
What a savior kill that is, because oh man, the Sova would have gone down here as well.
No weapon to work with. The Steel Garden, that's so mean. They're all
No
alone.
plant as well. They don't really need to do anything here. Dude, drone, please check this.
This is the
Oh
perfect
god.
position. They found 1. It should lead to 2. And now a 1 versus 1 situation. It is Neff versus Happyway. 2 key performing members. Part of the supporting cast for both these teams.
No
But it's Neff
way.
that will be the carry.
There's no way he wins that 1v3, man. Tucked into the corner. They don't have to do anything. The drone doesn't even clear it. Doesn't go out wide.
Let that happen.
Yeah, dude, are we just forgetting about this angle?
With a classic. A get that we're scared that they might not be playing closely. The ult doesn't hit the whole site. But you need to be using that drone earlier. You need to be trying to take the space faster and not giving Neff a chance to clutch up and force your team back down to an eco.
This Sliggy is a bit too hype. I think it's the clone. That's crazy. That's messed up, man. That's actually messed
For a
up.
team so regimented, so prepped with so many good protocols to play around, it is not an expected result to see them clutched against in that kind of situation. Like you said, now onto a save. They're going to have weaker weaponry, not as much utility to work
Dude, they
with,
got them locked in
and a
though. I know it's
very
eco,
big
but
mountain to climb if they are to win this round.
what's the timing like on this?
Varga trying to take some space.
Shot.
On, does
It's
get
an
spotted by
absolute
K-Knight,
shot.
But ultimately,
Now
it's
it
the
gets
bullet
weird.
in the
Do you
head
defend the gun, throw it out
of
the
a
map?
Fade
Or you can
player
literally
that
throw it out here.
will get the information, and it pauses BLG's attempt at a rotate, because they have to try and deal with the question marks being created. Little do they know, Rarga's backtracked all the way onto site, playing in for safety, and will just be happy to let them fall in.
The hell just
towards
went
them.
down there?
Seconds left, and now's the point where Billy's going to have to make their decision. Is it going to be this A split? Are they going to pivot over towards B? And
Well, they pick
to
up
be
the hero
honest,
gun.
if I
Three-person
knew
here.
that Raga was on B, I would head over to A as well.
Let's keep an eye on Viva's recon, by the way. Recon can win this.
Happy with spam through walls or smokes to deal
Coconut,
with.
mate, get
That
out of
player's
there.
gone. Easier sight. The Armageddon clears out dugout. But in this smoke, they're just going to stand. Surely it has to be noted that this smoke is there for a reason. Runs out with the shorty to try and get a kill, but it's BLG
Okay,
that come
well.
out with the 3 and ultimately leave Raga in a 1 versus 4.
Saw a 1
Bro.
versus 3. Can we see the impossible, a 1 versus 4? But off of that stun, there's no hope at all. No risks being taken by BLG.
Okay, four
and they have
chances.
put themselves on to map point.
Yeah, map number 4 most definitely
Looking like a
looming
haven.
for the possibilities. BLG wouldn't have thought they were going to be here earlier on. Yet they find themselves in this winning position. Eli was definitely didn't expect to be here. Like you said, 5-0 up at the start of this map. Find themselves 12-8 down. A big ask for them to try and save this one.
You still have 2 maps to fall back on, but I feel like for them, they would very much love
The
an
observers
early
now
night,
that
knowing
dude,
that they
the
won
Chinese
this 3-0,
production is
knowing
just
that
sick in
they're ready
general.
for
Good replayers, good observers. Tech delays are a minute max. Ooh, that's nice. Doesn't trigger the wall, right?
Going to be happening here. No shenanigans. Billy.
It's a good play from him using it. Wait, it did hit the wall. What? I thought he got it early.
Together is the best value for money
Well.
in this best of 5. A reverse sweep for the AGs, making sure that all grand finals are unbelievable. And right now, I mean, they're definitely in
Wow.
a driver position. Even
That's
more.
it. You got Fado
They're at
as
the
well
gate,
to
the
secure
gate
it
for
once
the
they want to
ticket
try
for
retake.
map number 4
Astra all
Haven
locks them in, but
is where they want
the
to be
Fado
right
should just
now.
win it for them.
Besides a miracle from Chilai Gaming to even get back into this round, never mind the map.
Going to be used. It's countered with a fatal as well. Space is gained.
Dude,
Not enough.
that was
It's a
nice.
1
The
versus
swing off
5
the
that will
fade
not
eye
be
as well.
converted. And it
Okay,
is Billy
2-1.
saying
We
we
got
are going to
Haven
have
next
to
as
play
well.
At least one more map.
One more map indeed. It could be 2 more maps, Snow.
Okay, chat.
We spoke
Let me
about Haven
Let me swap out with the other guy.
at the start. Was
We'll be back in a little
about
bit.
Ascent being that 5th map. I would not count Billy out of meeting Eli Gaming on Ascent. First of all, there is that Haven to get through. So clear errors to be adjusted in this small break for Shilai. Having looked so flawless in the first 2 maps once they got going. This was certainly a different side to both teams.
It may have just been a difference in prep. Maybe they hadn't prepped for BLG's side, or it's countered by the fact that, you know, Gilai's played a lot of this map. Billy came in prepared. They knew exactly what they were going to do, because it felt like they were always really good at reading all of the holds that Gilai was trying to go for.
So, do you know what I'm loving? I'm loving the stories that are being written here, right? We've seen Eli extract revenge on map number 1 for the map that they lost on day 1. Now we get to see Billy getting revenge for the map they lost on week number 1 against Sliggy, and you couldn't ask for any more, right? Both teams learning the lessons from way back when, for what seems so distant time ago, but yet so ironic that both of these teams would open up the show and eventually finish it off. And what a series we are in for. Haven cannot come any faster.
You know what? Maybe it's that situation where both these teams lost on these maps before, and it's like when you get one fact wrong about an aspect of something you like, so you go away and you study the Wikipedia. Both these teams lost the map that they played on, so they went away, studied what the enemies did, knew exactly how they were going to play, and were able to secure those maps. But now, like you said, we are going to have to head back over to Haven, and it is Sliggy's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, this was a map that when we were looking into the map pools earlier on, you were discussing with me about how BLG looked very strong on Haven. This is a map that you felt very confident that Sliggy should have actually probably banned coming into this, and you're worried for how this would go. So if anything, based off the back of that, map 5 could very much be looming. And so you've been so praising on YZ throughout this whole time, and finally they're not top frag on their team and they win a map. Is this the team finally starting to get into it? Russia, finally a huge game from them, 24-14. K-Knight picking up what was almost a massive clutch as well, but ultimately gets on higher up that board as well, and Sliggy just a shadow of their former selves.
Billy finally converting all 3 maps. They've been able to have the advantage when it comes to First Bloods. Finally, they have been transitioning that into rounds. 2 flawless rounds for them as well. 1 clutch that we got to see. And I mean, it's just Billy. Maybe they just needed a bit of time to ramp up, a bit of time to settle and realize exactly what they wanted to do. And I honestly do think that they are favored in Haven with how YZ's been playing. Haven's such a strong map for them. Their Yoru play is so good on that map, and they definitely can carry Billy through to that 5th map.
Yeah, and I think something to kind of note on, we spoke about how high pressure this is to be the first team that's not EDG to win that trophy. It's often mentioned in a best of 5, when you're 2-0 down, you've got nothing else to lose. You're already, what's the worst thing that happens? You lose the map and then you've lost. Oh well, you've already lost 2 anyway, so you might as well just go out and play free. And it seems that BLG are starting to make that happen, and Sliggy are starting to feel a little bit of pressure. But we're going to have to wait and see if that continues as we take a short break and then come right back with Haven. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. Maybe not.
Hello everyone, hello, hello. Isn't Gilai the Ascension team? Yeah, but they're beasts, man. They play like the best Valorant in China at the moment. Like everything actually makes sense. New clone, yeah, new clone spawned in. Wants to change the, I think. I guess change it Prodigy, and then once the VOD's upward, just change the name. You liked it when it didn't make sense? As in the Chinese Valorant? Oh, dude, just watch any other game that doesn't have Gilai. You'll be happy. It's wild over there at the moment. Who picked map 4? Gilai picked Haven, pretty sure. You think PRX wins against DRX, mate? You're asking the head of the train if I think the train's gonna crash or if we're getting to the stop that I promised like 5 weeks ago. Come on. The tracks are getting laid as we speak. Can you summarize what happened to EDG? I mean, dude, Simon leaving was giant for them. Simon leaving was giant, and then it looked like they picked up someone who doesn't exactly fit his role, so then they kind of went in some like weird double duelist vibe where they didn't know what to play on most maps. Why did he leave? I mean, mate, there's like a 20-page chat log that got leaked. You can kind of read it yourself. Stressful for Jenny too? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's playing roles that he doesn't play. The Simon situation is the core route for sure. Like, dude, look at some of the comps and stuff they're playing. Can you sum it up? I mean, the coach said that Simon wasn't putting in enough time, or at least that's what Simon felt like. And then there was a big blow up because of it. Holy leak, dude.
Welcome back. It is almost time for Haven, the 4th map in the series. What could be, Snow, a potential winning ground for Gilai, but it could also be the middle ground of something.
It's just the champs winning curse. I mean, yeah, that's one way of saying it.
Promised to be a reverse sweep. We've seen the agent select.
But this one struck a little bit later, dude. That actually went to like masters and stuff.
I just want to know what your prediction is, so I just want plain and simple what's happening.
I mean, oh, why are you even putting this pressure onto me? Because either I'm caster cursing it or I'm leaking the script. It's one of the two, and either way, I don't win. I mean, I do believe that, at least in my mind, BLG are slightly favored.
Dude, what is this name? Moist Bubonic, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you.
A massive amount of this map. When I've seen BLG play on this map, they have looked really good. And it's off the back of YZ. This player just makes rounds happen, just makes kills come out of nowhere.
I do love the fact that you're so hyped up into BLG being so great on Haven with a 33% win rate. I'm fully involved with that, by the way. I'm on board. You don't need to convince me that it doesn't take much to get
Plat chat, yeah, Plat
chat's
on Tuesday.
I'm on whatever you're selling.
I'm gonna be a nightmare.
The thing is, it's the
I need to make sure I'm on that Pacific.
Like,
segment.
Look at the fact that Billy
And I need
beat
Sideshow
GLI.
to be there.
If you watch the game
And TMV.
it was the fact that GLI looked like the better
We're
team.
gonna ask for
Billy
both of them.
just has that X factor.
White Tuesday. I think
where
people
they
are flying
pull out
back on
rounds
Monday
out
or
of
something like
nowhere,
that
where
from
sometimes
Americas.
Just a player like YZ would just get a 4K. Or we saw even earlier in the clutches where Neff was just able to kill 3 in a 1 versus 3. And it just happens. Sometimes rounds like this happen. And I honestly feel that on Haven, a map that is a bit more spread
Calm
out,
down, they're not
it
beating
can
DRX.
give you
Mate, that's what
opportunities
everyone
for
said about
one
all their
player to
last
take
4
the map.
games.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things that you're...
Like, it's okay to not be on the
two things that you're
train,
missing. I'll
but
give you 2 points to counteract your Billy copium.
all I'm
is
saying
that,
is,
one,
when they win, you can't
Eli
be saying that
have
you
played this
believe
map
in the whole
once
time.
In stage 1, they have won 100% of those matches.
Oh,
Two.
wow.
Two.
Like, you're
Point
gonna
number
be
two
left
that
behind,
I'll
that's
give
all I'm
you.
saying.
What's this map made of?
Okay,
Paper.
Gilai on
What does
defense,
Happy
Billy
do
on
when it
attack,
comes to
potential
paper?
last
Kills
map.
everyone that even thinks about challenge on their side. So
This is the final,
we're
by the way,
set
for people
what
that don't
could
know.
be an enthralling map number 4. Billy starting this one off on attack. We'll be looking to head over towards C as typically doing. Whereas XLG just trying to hold down as best they can for now.
Found their way onto site. Billy goes.
And
okay,
apparently
we're
it's
gonna have C
5-1
site,
on
pull back
pistols.
away, replay the map, start the round again, pretty much. Regroup in their spawn, try gain a little bit of mid control, and that drone might just.
Not
give
too sure about this
a bit of
drone. Doesn't
fake
really
info, a
make
bit of
much sense
false
when you saw a
confidence over
lot of pressure over towards C. I think like this reaction's not right from Gilai, but they get good info now that he's taking Garage Soul 3.
A lot of information. The paranoia hits back sight, allows up. The stun is dodged. Can Gilai get the reinforcements here on time? No, it's going to be YZ who doesn't just collect one, but collects a double for their
Yeah,
money.
I mean,
And now
their
the plan
reaction
can safely
didn't
go in and
really
Gilai
make
have a
sense for
hard
what was
task
going
with the
on.
retake.
Like, normally you would react elsewhere on the map. That the drone's just gonna spot the same amount of people you know is over towards long, or it's just going to give them a timing over towards Garage.
Teleport to get to safety if needs
Dude,
be.
that was a big
Is gonna
flash.
want
Dude, look at
to
these
use it.
flashes. Hold up.
XLG have managed to even up the numbers, but it's still a retake situation. Time still dwindling, and it's YZ already got 3 kills. Only 2 more to find if they want their potential ace. Raga shuts that down, and off the back of it, Neff coming through Garage finds a kill.
Bro's got to do it all.
And Raga looking to close this round out, but there's just no time to work with. They have to stick the plan, the defuse. They have no time at all.
No time on this one.
Raga secures his
I mean, obviously, nice shots. Retake look good in the 3v5, but the reaction was slightly off. I don't think they gained too much from it, I guess is what I'm saying. And then also when they breach damage over towards KB, they probably need to have more people ready to swing.
Little play there you see from Billy. Yes, they started to lose numbers on the site, but when you've got YZ just causing
He's going to have that
chaos,
Euro early.
see
Yeah, I
Raga
mean,
knows
they'll be
he
good
has
for
to go
retakes.
aggressive to get that kill onto YOU. So the
For people that
missiles
haven't seen
can be
Gilai on this map,
utilised to
Raga
play
pretty
off
much
and delay
averages
even
30
longer.
kills.
And Net, fully aware that that's a possibility.
He's just
decides to
insane on
walk
this map.
through Garage,
And
plays for the plan.
YOU
always had time
will have
on their
about
side, so
20
it was
assists.
never in doubt. And BLG continue
Like
to rack
they
up
have some of the best
pistol
util to
rounds,
make sure the Raga can
refusing to
actually
lose any of them.
have a good
But it's
performance.
been these second rounds that
Like
they've
good
had
example
problems
over
with.
towards here, they'd stun,
Those
push
who
down
just joining
towards
us,
long, make sure to get that
it
AWP
is
with that smoke,
6
has the early
pistol rounds
TP
out
so
of
they can maybe get
7-1
some
for
kills
this
here as
BLG
well.
Squad, but they have been thriftied on pretty much all
Speaking
but
of the
I think
Euros,
2 of those second round anti-ecos.
YZ here should be able to just
So
hunt
if
them.
form is going to keep the same, it would be Gilai's round to win. BLG looking to play this one a little bit safer. Marshall in hand could just shut down this attack in an instant.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is already a 5-tactic spike angle. Just pausing at it. I think, listen, if there was an angle to jump off the map, they would certainly be taking that right now. Not giving BLG any orbs. Well, there's one for Knight and Armageddon creeping closer to being usable, but it is YZ that will want to get also online. Here comes the spike. Here comes 3 of the deaths.
Okay, Yoru on
BLG
attack. Should be
finally
good for a bonus.
converting the second round.
Win-win situation for YZ right there. Pushing forwards and, you know, just knows that if they die, they still get the ult. If they get the kill, still get the ult. It's a win-win situation, and they're not quite sure what to go for this one, whether they want to buy up rifles or not.
Spectre.
Just going to stick with the couple
What are we
of
doing?
Bulldogs. Play it safer in terms
Split
of
on
that
A
economy.
through B. It's a new one if they're going for that.
have this bonus round, which is theirs to convert. But we have seen BLG pull out rounds that they shouldn't have won.
Yeah, dude,
A
we're
lot
doing
of this
it.
is going to come down to how heavy
PP goes in.
We talk about it all the time. The human
Yoru
drone
ult.
that's left with that gun.
1-2. Didn't spot the Omen.
To just wander the map and get as much information, but is playing with the rest of the team, maybe hoping
Dude,
to pick
empty
up a gun
side
based
as
off the
well.
kill.
I mean, that's a
Dimensional
huge
drift
win.
from YZ just clears up so much space.
It's all about the Omen flash and the retake, but
The
as
drone
soon as Breach gets onto Heaven,
so
Billy
poorly
win this.
timed that
All that.
YZ able to walk through and get 2 kills with the Spectre, almost turning this full buy into a save already.
Yeah, it was a great round, to be honest.
YZ unstoppable right now. A 3K looking for more has just been such a menace in the backline. Will cause the flash and Hathaway has to force them.
I mean, yeah, your ult's coming in soon. Sorry, Yoru Nav is coming in soon, so it's not in play yet.
That's a runaway.
It's like extra orb and 2 seconds off of the ult. It probably should make a little bit of a difference, but this is still a good set strat, especially as they go over towards short with like the breach and the omen. So if the Yoru does see, he has like people that can stun and flash for him as well. Empty sight, they don't have to use any util for the sight. Breach prioritizes going under Heaven with the aftershock. So even if this doesn't happen, they're still gonna win. This is gonna be omen flash, breach shock goes spawn, and then they can't flood into the site.
Pick up 2 kills and then hunt everyone else.
So everything was fought through there. And dude, he must be close to another ult, right?
Stumbles through, and coach for Sheila was very confident earlier on, looked very happy, and now a figment of what they once were. Whereas Billy have been like this the whole time.
He's 2 off again. That's so
never
dumb.
once looked like collapsing. It's been very calm.
I mean, the change can't come in soon enough.
And this is rightly so. 3-0 up right off the bat. You were right to call out Haven being a strong map for them.
I mean, even when they were 2-0 down, they were still having the same kind of energy. It has been close maps all the way. There's situations where in an alternate universe, we have Billy that's 2-1 up in maps. And, I mean, off the back of this timeout, Eli's just going to have to figure some way to stop Billy from flood retaking. Sorry, not flood retaking, from flooding into these sites and just taking all the space that they want.
Big adjustment is needed. It's all been one-way traffic, and it's all from YZ just absolutely having a performance. 3 rounds
will have
in,
the
already on 9
Yoru.
kills.
It hasn't been confirmed, but it should have Naf Teo, Naf Yoru, and Sunset.
Right off the bat, 4.
That's what it's looking like at the moment. It's not 100%.
5 in that last one. I look to challenge over one to see the Gamba stack is correct. Stunning utility to try and capitalize, but ultimately Billy just get the heck out of there and run towards a different site with the reaction.
We saw this from Billy before in the pistol round, where they just reset, look to play the round from the beginning again, and it works super well.
Dude,
they
we're just
baited out some
gonna...
information and backed away.
Are they gonna do the
doesn't know
RRQ where they just get Yoru ult, let it farm up in the eco, get another Yoru ult for the buy rounds? Just every buy round you're going up against a Yoru ult.
The trip is there to stop them, but it won't really do much to stop them actually getting onto site.
No, it's just an information trip, right? One to hold off so that if that push does come, you know roughly at least where one player is. You have to deal with that trip, get out of spawn, and now you walk into garage. It's Coconut.
Nice shots,
up 2
bro.
kills. A huge clutch player.
Keep an eye on the A luck here.
Their team
Yeah, they had no idea. They pretty much just went past each other. Took long as they double push over towards short, and it's looking like G-Li is going to get way more than Billy for it. Dude, there's so many gun upgrades here.
Levius has to be the hero if they are hoping for any kind of round win here. We're just going to save this rifle.
He doesn't want to give him an extra gun. I mean, it doesn't matter.
It's very easy for G-Li to just stay alive. And yet again, we see another situation where Billy should win a round, but they don't. It's this inconsistency where they win rounds that they shouldn't win, but they also lose rounds that
four
they
upgrades. My God, that's insane for the money.
What they're supposed to do, name something more difficult. Because I'm a bit confused. Anytime they have the odds in their favor, it seems to.
What happened with the Teo nerf? I mean, they completely wrecked him, mate. Everything costs more, and you only get 2 salvos, and you got to buy the second salvo. There's no recharge on salvos. It's gone from the best agent in the game to the worst agent in the game in one patch.
The other good news is
it's going from 70, 50% pick rate to 0.
9 and 3. No one else has more than 1 kill, and I mean you can't expect that kind of performance every round.
Nice. It is kind of nice. It's relatively boring to watch.
They should get more kills. but it's literally Wisey this series. It's been a tale as old as time. They get first bloods all the time, and sometimes Billy capitalizes on the rounds, but sometimes they just can't find a way to secure those rounds after those opening kills. And it's XLG that have realized that if they just don't give those
set up one clause, needs to be careful with this.
A lot better chance.
Yeah, if he doesn't kill that drone and he gets suppressed, he's going to be stuck there. I like this from Billy though. They insert one over towards middle, then create a lot of pressure over towards A with an A default, and then you get to hear what the reaction is, right? You kind of have 2 reactions, one rotate over towards A or one push over towards middle. So with that, you should know what you want to do. They don't see the push middle. I'm not sure if they heard the rotate. I think it went through spawn, but they kind of know with the pressure there was 3 here. I think with how they played, they had the rotate, and then they know the 3A and the C's weak. That's a massive kill, though. Get the info, so maybe the Oma can get kills.
You give them a site that has paper walls, and the kills will come through. And now Coconut continues to form. The spam is so good.
Dude, look at this clean round, though. My goodness. That kill through smoke just changed everything. Kill through smoke, got the ult off.
Easy round win for them.
Can somebody go through and
Phantom,
just
yeah, just non-stop
non-stop
suppressing fire, basically.
Both of the kills they got this round. One was through the smoke. One was while fully flashed. I mean, look at this. It sees absolutely nothing.
30 seconds left.
I don't know if it's going to show the second kill, but they saw absolutely nothing again. And how do they keep getting away with this?
It's just pure awareness, right? I don't know whether it speaks to the communication that's going on with the team. You'd highlighted right at the beginning of how that was an issue that was addressed early on. Where
do you think the meta's going to go? It's really open, man. It'll be map based.
And now they're finding
You'll
new
probably
ways,
see
like
double Sentinel be the most.
A player is potentially
picked.
coming through there.
It might take a little bit longer because it's a little bit bolder, but I think in practice it will probably dominate and take over. But you'll see a good spread of double initiator, double sentinel, double duelist, double
they're going to come out through that checkpoint. So just spray through it once again, and you've got a good chance of collecting. And that's
you should see a lot more deadlock. To be honest, deadlock's really strong. It'll be like deadlock for the teams that want to do double sentinel, and then you're probably seeing a lot of ISO. You'll still see loads of Yoru. Yoru's really strong. You might see a little bit more raise because of the deadlock, and the Yoru possibilities go down a lot because of the Teo. Right, you can't have as safe a TPs. It's not the best example on this map, but like TPing over towards here and like molly,
why is he
right,
not?
so that no one's going to be out in the open to spot your TP here. Right, so like those kind of possibilities go away. It's like the back of B site on Split's the best example.
I mean, it seems
Dude,
like it's going to be
it's a way of a freebie there.
Of let Wisey cook, hope that they can find a pick and pivot off of there.
Cypher? I mean, you can Cypher Deadlock's a really strong combo. Anything with like slight initiator util with the Sentinels is going to be strong because you're going to run it with a solo initiator, which probably is going to be like a Sova. And then you're going to have a Yoru most likely for the flashes. And then for the double Sentinel with the smokes, you need to have like a camera to help take map control. And then good afterplan util with the Deadlock. And like obviously the Gravnet kind of works a little bit like initiator util as well.
This is something we wouldn't expect from them. If you
so like Deadlock Vice works really well, Deadlock Cypher works really well.
And their slow mid-round play,
Vice Chamber's kind of good. Basically the meta's insanely open is what should be said instead of
yapping. It could very much be a repeat here. They don't check that first corner, they lose a kill. The paranoia here will come close to allowing a repossession, but ultimately...
Dude, 3-person side holds, they still probably win, right? Because the corner guy...
YOU in a 1v3 picks up 2 kills. We'll look for that last one. Russia solo HP tries to get
Dude, yeah, this was a heavy of a rotate though. If you're the coaches of Billy, you're writing down that there was 5 people over towards the site here. The definite over rotate, which probably means that they didn't really default well enough against the Cypher because they had full info around the map.
It's not a clean round.
So
it's not one that you can really hope to.
The coaches of the IGL should
You
kind of be
can
putting that
rely on
one together.
Player, it is YOU was MVP of that first map, and we saw
They Yoru ulted. Oh, okay, then they cleared everything, right?
Squad on fracture and proving why that was the case. Clutching it out when their team needs them most, bringing them to an even round score. And now an all-important round if XLG wants to keep this momentum.
Time it's Rarga, the operator. Defensive op that can be pivotal to holding down Haven will find that first kill. K-Knight falls to the floor in a reaction to try and push across towards A, but Coconut gets the information. We'll try.
He said, "What are you doing?" That's sick.
We'll be allowed to. As Levius just pushes back and waits with the rest of the.
This is the issue, right? With that attack turning off, they lost it. And now the defenders go, thank you very much. We get an operator for free.
Yeah, get a freebie here. They took away the drone.
As already 2 picks have been found by this weapon that was handed over to them.
Oh, what the?
Off the back of that, BLG has absolutely
That's clean, easy rounds. Dude, their money must be so much now as well.
It's starting to look up, right? Things are starting to look a whole lot more positive for Sheila. This is the side that we've seen in the first 2 maps, not that shade that we've seen coming in on Peril. A more confident playstyle, racking up some numbers on defense is certainly what's going to do them some good.
One enemy remains.
I mean, you've got to be kind of kicking yourselves if you are Billy right now, because you invested into that operator, you lost the round, and now it is part of the key factors that are holding these sites and stopping you from being able to do
A
anything.
great re-clear of this insta. Used a lot of Utah to create pressure over towards Garage. Cross map stun. Swinging.
On how it started off working well for them, but then
have
it
A
just
held
seemed
by
to allow
1.
Eli to start playing.
Like
into
Eli
the
probably
favor they
gets
were
3 over
dictating.
towards the site here at one point.
Where Billy were going
Especially
to go,
with this
you
drone
want
that's
try
going
and
to
get
clear
on
over
that
towards
site, but we're
middle.
not going to let you, but we're not going to over
Keep an eye on
rotate either. We are
Coconut's
happy
flash.
fight sites, and rightly so.
That's
when you
really
have people
bold,
like
bro.
Coconut on prime form, you have Happyway able to just kill you without even looking at you. It's perfect. You can see this site hold so well constructed.
Yeah, we got the double cages as well either side to just make sure that you can freely rotate around the back of the site. I don't think you can get away with that Omen TP.
It's difficult because you've got to make that decision. Do you go towards Raga,
Good that he's flashing
who
for
has that
himself here, but
operator and has been absolutely firing this whole series, or do you pivot towards the other side of the map where you've got Happyway?
Eli, no,
locking it
they
down,
play
anchoring these sites,
good
playing
Valorant.
around these smokes so effectively.
Just hit B. Let's just go B. Yeah. Let's just go B. Where it's been untested yet. You're going to be on a really poor buy. It tends to be the site where people can find success, but instead it's just a stinger rush on towards A. Force the angle gone and see what you can make happen. Smoke comes out. Paranoia.
Oh, this is a big win for Billy though. Force buy, well, low buy in, and they managed to get the site. And it's a similar situation where they didn't use the breach damage, so breach can path under towards heaven. I love this call from Eli though. They want to try fast floods. Dude, where are we?
But it is BLG that are out on top at the moment. Kills going to be traded back and forth. Space gained by XLG and Happyway just in the shooting gallery with no help to work with. They
Unlucky.
can't drop, and they just
yeah, maybe
have to die.
Sheila probably shouldn't give them that much space against a low buy.
A good effort once again. And so exactly what I want to
I
happen,
didn't mind the
a
fast
speed up
flood because
reaction
they
from
kind of have to do
BLG.
something
Gets
as soon
them on
as
site,
as
gets
soon as
them
they
the
call
round
that they
win.
get over towards
Yes,
site
you're
and they
not always
didn't
gonna
use
have
breach
stingers every
damage.
single round. You're not
They
gonna have
can't
the
win the
Armageddon
retake
to
really.
Stop the post plant running from the side of XLG, but this pace took Eli off guard and forced them into positions where they weren't happy and confident to come from, and ultimately collects on the round.
The Stingers, I mean, mate, Stingers are just winning every round these days, I swear.
That wasn't the biggest investment they had.
For at least over
used that rolling thunder,
50%.
They used the Armageddon, but they are close to the dimensional drift.
I still think there is a big skill difference between China and the rest of the regions. It's not big. There's a difference, but it's not big. It's mainly a lack of like discipline, really. There's so many situations that teams lose that they shouldn't, or like someone overheats.
You could see why is it holding down with the flash ready and waiting
for the
if
gritty
something.
peak.
Yeah. It was the music was going to hit, the entrance was going to come out.
Yeah, I like this change up
Instead,
though. They've
this
been failing on the
reaction from
retakes over towards A,
Eli
and
is
something
to
they haven't tried is pushing
slow
deep
walk
over
up mid
towards
and
middle once they lose
try
A
and potentially
control.
catch
So
a rotate,
it's
if
good for the
not,
retake and
trap
good,
them
just
on
good in
site, but
reaction
it's
of just
allowing
losing A itself.
Billy just to walk up site themselves, and this trap will give information and alert of the potential dangers.
If they can get one of these kills as well, they can get the Cypher on.
You're giving it up to 3, risking it in a 5 versus 5, and they don't have really any ultimates to work with. If you can get 1 kill, they get the Rolling Thunder online, and that might be what they're looking towards. Maybe they can get
Chinese playstyle like PRX. Yeah, it's like the best example you can use. Imagine PRX just without the individuals.
Force BLG into difficult
That's like summing up the majority of China. Obviously, there's some
right
individuals that are just as good.
There's no utility to work off. Just have to find these kills themselves.
But PRX play a lot more methodical these days, so I don't know how long you can say that for.
Why you found that 1 kill, and the Rolling Thunder's going to lead them in. They're able to get the kills, and it's left
That is a
Russia all
lovely
alone,
breacher on this one.
And the perfect scenario that XLG needed has been formulated.
Eli saying, no, I don't care if you don't like this. This is what we're going to do. We're distracting them by all forcing through one way, taking down
You're
some
immortal,
numbers
you
to
only played Jet,
concentrate
Raze,
on
and
one
Smokes. What
player
other agents
alone.
did you learn before going pro? Okay, first of all, you need to get
It takes 2
Radiant.
players to hold down sewers,
Like
and the
whichever
rest of us are
ways
advancing
you
up
possibly
main
can,
and
just to
coming in
prove to
from our
yourself
own
and everyone that
CT.
you're good
We will
enough
take
and you're
this
not
site
wasting your
back.
time.
We will claim
And second of
yet
all, you probably
another
gotta
round.
start playing
6
Euro at the moment.
rounds, by the way.
Also,
on defense,
if you can't get
put themselves
to
in
Radiant,
great
in the
form
nicest
for
way,
when
I
this
would
comes
say
round to the
give
attack.
up. If you're giving yourself like
it's
a
just unlucky for them.
multiple amount of years.
Rolling Thunder gained.
But then if you can get to
so
Radiant
unfortunate,
and you're
that
not like
kind of has
heavy
been the hallmark
fragging,
of
you
this
probably
series.
need
Sometimes
to
just unfortunate
go if
timings,
something isn't jawless.
unfortunate decision making, pressuring towards A
But
again. But
if you can't get
now
Radiant in
you
2
know
years,
that there
then
could be
I
a
would
potential walkout from it, so they
probably
placed the player there
accept.
to watch it.
But
Is he ready
it
with
depends
that
on your
flash?
age though. But
Could someone peek down? You can see the
Dude, that's a
interaction.
sick
It does push
flash,
out.
man.
It claims not 1 but 2 kills and looking for a 3rd. They're not to get it just quite yet. Reaction causes Viva to push up sewers to try to collect themselves.
And an all-important kill on a player that was looking to capitalize on a gap that had been made. See, completely open now. Spike being ran towards that side of the map, and like Eli
Dude, that's a nice little play when they like to
safe for us
proactive re-clear over towards A, and that flash is sick.
Yeah, you've already given some upgrades across.
Oh boy. Is this me or them?
To Billy. You don't really want to give them this operator to let them use, and now it is just you against the world, and K-Knight in a perfect position. Stop this. Raga cannot afford to go walkabouts. He's trapped in every single corner. You just feel like it's inevitability at this rate.
Whoa.
Maybe it's game time,
Nice
Benji,
shot,
but
sir.
no, not quite. Is just going to be able to take out the 1 and gets taken down themselves. Operator given over. The question is, are BLG going to make the mistake of taking it? I mean, to be honest, why not? It's the last round of the half.
You want to be like FNS? What should she do? I mean, mate, you gotta have like 10 years of IGLing experience.
And I'm just happy for Wisey there.
You're about 10 years off, probably.
Take that position up for the last like 3 rounds, it feels, and finally some aggression plays through. You get to show off your flashy trap play.
When is Plat Chat Tuesday?
Oh no. Look at the weaponry, Veggie.
I know, shorties, Odin's, everything being invested
Okay,
to try and
Insta
win this
Euro
round
ult.
for
It's
either
gonna be the
team.
same thing where we get to see a 5v5 retake. And honestly, Billy have been strong in the afterplants.
Billy.
They do
B-side,
have Euro
completely
ult
free.
for the. Ooh, that's
Entry
nice.
from
He's
Russia
taking all
on
that
that
free
first kill on
space with the ult.
Hathaway. And that is
They
a
do have Euro ult for the
huge
retake here,
player
but
down if you're Billy.
might not have the numbers.
Okay,
Okay, they spot 4. They don't know where the Omen is.
Them.
Well, there's the Omen. They know where everyone is now.
Make something happen, but needs to find this first kill. But here comes YOU.
Nice shot, bro.
Is the sole player
Maybe.
left alive? Armageddon is going to
Whoa,
give them
what the
space.
hell? Bro, 6
Coconuts
HP and he wins
with
it.
a 4K just shutting
Wait, that's
down
insane. That was kind of more down to
BLG.
the individual skill than anything else.
Coconut, by the way, is having some game. I feel like being overshadowed this whole series by the likes of Raga, by the likes of Hathaway. We'll say yes. We'll say I made that fun on purpose, right? We'll give myself the credit, but especially on this map, Coconut has just been something completely different. anytime Billy are in such a favourable position, he's been there to just stop it and really be the weed that roots them all out. And right now, as they go into half, Eli up onto 7. We'll be hoping that they can really just run away with this.
He's a beast. Do this all changed at the 4th round, right? That eco where they picked up the 4 guns.
A very close half, and that
was
has been
everything,
the tale of this game so far. Is if you are just joining us now, where have you been? What have you been watching? What have you been doing with your day instead?
And we're getting called out.
Because we have the grand finals of this region, and it has been a close one so far. First map went to overtime. Second map, 13-10. Third map, Billy was making the resurgence. We're in a 2-1 scoreline towards XLG at the moment. And even in this map itself, 7-5 half, these teams cannot be more closely matched.
Closely matched, and that vote right there at the halftime of what are you doing at the start of the pistol round was not closely matched. Everyone picking up the Ghost. Nobody really buying a classic half shield, but who knows? No, that's what you should be doing on pistol. Get yourself some armor, get yourself some utility, and make it more difficult for the attackers to get onto your site. That's true Sentinel mentality.
Then you got these poor breach players that are buying no shields, no ghost, all utility. That's
the real play. That's what you should be doing.
I mean, that's what you should be doing if you're on a team. If you're in your ranked games, I think you don't even buy the utility. You just pull out the sheriff.
Well, we're not all aim demons like you, but talking about aim demons, Sliggy certainly setting themselves up. Happy with 13 kills. Coconut on 12.
What is it now? 6-1? 6-1 on the pistols?
It's been a little bit quiet, but now you see them on attack is where you'd expect the performance.
Is Boomer out? Yeah, Boomer done.
The ante.
It's only PRX or DRX for the last spot.
To be honest, kills on everybody across the board. The only person that isn't quite fragging out is Viva, but that's to be expected when they are the brains of the operation, telling everybody exactly where they need to go. First round, Viva making that decision that A site might be the weaker site. They know Knight's all alone. He's going to have to back out and back away. And it's going to be Billy having to play forward.
4 pass and push behind. Trip gets broken. They have no idea about the numbers.
Ahead on the flank. The first questions are how you deal with that, and it has to be strong. You can't allow yourselves to hyper-focus too much, and that's exactly what's happening. Levius and YZ making this retake a little bit better.
Bro, Coconut's unbelievable.
Once again,
the hell? How do you manage to keep getting multiple kills in situations where it should just get one?
Quite yet. Will this be the round? No, it will not. Quickly answered.
7.
What do we have?
7-1 on pistols.
Billy winning a pistol.
How are they
All
even?
These things are guaranteed.
How are they even in this?
I mean, but the next guarantee might be the thrifty round that comes after it. I feel like every single half we've seen, Billy has at least one thrifty against them. We didn't quite see it in that last half. You know, it was G-Line not really trying to play into it. They just wanted to die to the spike. Didn't want to give away those ult orbs. But now
is RQ actually good? No, they're pretty good, yeah.
You're expecting some.
They're like one of the best teams at the moment for making the most out of their ults. It's something the teams are really bad at this year at the moment. Like wasting their ults, or like using their ults in wrong rounds, or not having like a set plan with their ults, or like defaulting before having a set plan with their ult.
Self-crowned.
It's like Vitality is probably the worst of that at the moment.
The TP into back B site.
But they're like, they have good plans.
Where did that TP go? Was that TP just right beside himself?
literally the
Hero Stinger, they pick up the Outlaw, Omen Flash goes in, they don't get too much space with it. This is a little scary.
Close range with these pistols, they could make it work, but YOU has to get away. There's access to the Outlaw, and there is low armor numbers, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Happy way with a Ghost. The spike can just be stuck. There's no way to win these fights with the stun coming through as well. It will just be their demise, and you know what? I really like that from
BLG. Do you think teams are best at using their ults correctly at the moment?
Online as soon as possible.
I mean, G2 are very good with it. Sentinel's pretty good. Liquid are really good, to be honest. RRQ.
Where are you going, man? Where are you trying to go, bro? You're not moving anywhere.
EG? No, EG are not good at that.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter. The round still gets collected by Billy
EG
Billy.
are awful at that.
7-7.
If
No
EG
reads to
if EG
score.
had better ult management, they would be in
For the side
Tokyo.
of
I mean
Eli,
Toronto.
but you can see Wisey picks up that outlaw again, and with 2 players on that half
EG
shield,
2023. Okay,
certainly
yeah, now we're
capable of
talking.
causing some serious damage.
The rest of the weaponry so weak, so ineffective when it comes to battling against these rifles. Have to play a couple of close range angles with the weapons they have, or rely on Wisey with that outlaw to really make some damage.
Just a pause, trying to see if there will be any aggression on this round. Little do they know just how far K-Knight is pushed up. Need to try and clear this without just walking through, because a Spectre can cause some serious damage, and Varga checks the wrong side, and
Really did
K-Knight
good though.
almost gets triple value for the
Instant
money, and now
reactions to push through
Wisey
garage.
walking at mid. Could have caught Happyway.
That's a great call though.
Is a player that will win those clutches when it
Shane's
matters.
guy and he has a ghost.
Pulls the team back, and it'll be a nice rotate over towards C.
Still 2 of the stronger weapons active though. Bulldogs in Neff and Rusha's hands. If Levius can just survive long enough for these rotates to come through, there's an opportunity to be had. But Coconut is already through the smoke. They don't really care about these smokes here in this region. The spike going down. The hopes of this XLG squad are just going higher and higher. Should be able to win this one. Rusha can do nothing but die.
It's not too bad. It's only 2
finally
deaths.
winning a round out, but at
Bonus
what
is
cost,
okay.
Veggie?
Well, I'll tell you exactly. 2 Vandals, I believe, was falling down there. Shields as well. It's
30 seconds.
maximum of 3,900 per person before you take the utility that was used as well. That was your exact cost. If there's
Liquid and Sen.
any number nerds in
Liquid
chat, then
Sen or
maybe get a
G2
better
level.
answer, but my brain isn't that smart, especially.
At least as a
when I've
team,
been
they're
awake
playing
since
like
trying to
similar
figure
level
things out in
Valorant.
life.
I'm
But
just
anyway,
not sure the
it's a
individuals have the
final
same
rifle
peak
round.
like across the
Coming
board.
in
I feel
on
like
this
some of the
attack side
individuals
for
do.
Sliggy.
I
Going up
do.
against
I guess I
some
just haven't seen
rifles
it
in the hand of
across the board.
Billy, and Rusha is in a great spot to pick up
But
1 kill. Will
they
get
probably
taken
have
down
some of
by
the best
Raga
forward
eventually,
into.
but Coconut as well with the
We go for the TSM or
into spawn,
into the split
collects
over
2
towards
kills,
C.
and
It's a
all of
classic.
sudden this huge
I
buy
think
from
maybe
Billy
I
Billy
just need to see more of them, to be
is
honest.
falling
But they
quickly
have some of
away.
the best first 4 rounds game plan wise that I've seen out of any team at the moment.
This is not very common from most teams. Yeah, surely not. They just back away. Maybe just looking for a pick.
Coconut? No,
Spam a
dude, this
smoke
Coconut
along
guy's
should just be
unbelievable,
a
yeah.
save and gives both
The
these
more I
teams a
watch,
bit
I
of
haven't watched
time
much
to
as
talk about what's been
Gili,
going on so
but the more I
far.
watch them, I'm just like,
Eli
damn, they got a lot of
pushing the pace a
beasts.
bit. I
Like
feel like
these
they've
3
been very
frag pretty
committed in
heavy.
terms of the sites that they want to take, and also very aggressive when they take those sites, pushing through into extra space, pinching these Billy members who are at the moment isolating themselves a little.
I don't really know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I might be on board with that Saint as well. I still think it's too early to like fully say that with Chester.
Killed anyone that's trying to think about how to deal with Raga. This man has been nothing short of a delicious pina colada since this map has started. Pure coconut put to its best.
Night
Tasty
Journey
treat that
Yoji,
Billy
thank you so
Billy
much for the
thought they
7
were gonna be
months,
able to
mate.
conquer, but they've been in the hands instead.
Dude, that second kill was so strong.
Open up so well in this map so far. And I think it just gives us a bit of time to talk, Veg, about what the stakes of this game are. We have spoken about it
I've
before,
never
we
heard
spoke about
this.
it in the pre-show, we spoke about between the maps, but there are going to be a few people that are joining us that are new. So, Veggie, what are the stakes of
That's
this
also, I agree with that one, Saint. No
Oh,
doubt.
you get a trophy. Listen, this is
Dude, show the trophy. It's so
that's
sick.
it. They get a really cool looking trophy. They get to be the first team in China that isn't Edward Gaming that get to lift one of these stage trophies.
Wait, that's actually crazy, isn't it? It's gonna be the first time that a different team
close to it, but not only that,
win a trophy in this
there's-
region.
There's places in Toronto, yes.
It might be
both
the Ascension
teams have
team.
secured places there,
Kinda
but
sick.
skipping the Swiss stages for the winner is a massive theory that could come true. A lot of teams haven't put it to practice. I've
Have I
seen some
watched the
conversations saying
post-match
that
conference
July might
talk
actually
from
be
Tammy
better
and
to play
Frost?
in the Swiss
Nah.
stages to
Dude, you
get
guys
that
love the
experience
drama.
at international But for me,
hello Chobra.
You
Hello,
want
mate.
to get as much
Speaking
time
of people
to
that love the
practice
drama,
new comps,
Chobra,
to adjust
perfect
to any of
time for the
changes
raid.
that's going to come through. I'm thinking the Tahoe nerf that is definitely going to affect this Eli game inside is something that's
Thank
going
you
to
so
come
much for
into
the raid, man.
pass.
Hope
So
you
for
enjoyed the
them,
games today.
You want as much time to practice new compositions, as much time to rehearse,
Flat
and
Chat
be
Tuesday.
prepared for what's going to be thrown at you in the second stage of Toronto.
The curse raid, that's actually, that's true. When
for
Chobra
the
raids
sake of
people
Shilai,
and you're in his chat,
they
you
need
should
to
probably
make sure
just
they can
be, you
compromise
should probably
on this,
just
no?
be spamming cursed raid. You're right.
And I think now that we have just a bit of time to think about what is going on in this map, it's Gilai playing this aggressive playstyle. Billy not really being able to keep up with it, which is surprising considering Billy is known as the fast-paced team, a team that likes to take.
Please have Chobra for the Pacific segment, but the thing is, Chobra was thinking the Pacific. Wait, actually, hold up, Chobra. You said they were only gonna win one game, and then you were hopping off the train, which means that you were at the last stop, and you just been left there. So yeah, honestly, Chobra can be on Plat Chat. I just need 3 people that I can give it
Anytime we
to.
get a tech pause, it's solved in absolute seconds. I think
I'm
we're
on the
like
train
fourth
until I
tech
can
pause of the day,
derail it
and they've
myself.
lasted a
Damn,
maximum
he's the
of
inside
25
man.
seconds each.
That's actually messed up.
Get this all around. Stick this into EMA. EMA learners rejoice.
Chobra, we were throwing people into the
Eli will
engine
be
to give it
hoping
fuel
that this
earlier.
match
I
lasts
think we
as
won't
quick
find
as
you and do
tech
that.
pause as they come in, looking to get themselves onto 10 and push this even further. But the first
Oh
test
god,
is
we
going
don't
to be
clear
Russia with
this.
this judge. But won't find a single thing.
Holy.
Was an opportunity, but not
Hopefully
one that
they
they
get
will
the sound going
capitalize
soon.
on. And now Levius, the sacrificial lamb, left all alone on site yet again. There are members backing them up now, but Neff
Dude,
will be able to
every
do
single time
nothing
I'm watching
as
like
a
one
speed
player
run
that should
round
only get one,
by
and then he
XLG
always gets an extra.
gets them up to 11.
2 away from history, Snow.
We
Monument.
threw our only staff member into the engine. Oh yeah, we threw Minnie in at one point. We were really desperate.
It's not Edward Gaming to pick up this trophy. Their first time.
We got him
in the
back out,
grand
but honestly, we
finals,
should have just
nonetheless.
left him there. He's not even here next week.
Could they do it? They're looking like they might.
Dimensional drift on YZ can be used for the retake if they
He
need
needs to
to
teach
use
the
it.
next guy.
And
Do
a
the next guy's
heavy
FNS.
presence
FNS is in the
towards
engine
C.
room.
As YOU just
We need
instantly
max
takes
power for the
out
last one.
the player that has been the MVP for this Billy squad so far. Raga has already found themselves up towards B. Spike's going to go down, and it seems like
We're not throwing him in. He's putting the coal in. All the people, depending on what we need.
Billy's peeks out, gets
nice
nothing
shot.
from it.
Dude, this was just that was a buy round, by the way, and that is just over instantly. 2 insanely fast
Fantastic.
rounds.
You see the flood coming from Billy. 3 players coming from that C line can coconut. You think that paranoia is going to set up Raga in the back, but instead
How are these
just
teams
sets
in
themselves
comparison
up.
to
Well, they're gonna get the
NAEU? I mean, we'll
assists
find
for
out
how
for
good that paranoia is. 2 kills
Toronto.
claimed in the end, and
I will say the
just
team that
continues
wins this
to
game
impress with
is
how
going to
good they
have
are on this Omen on Haven.
a
Billy,
whole month.
Your favourites beforehand.
They have 4
looking
weeks.
like they could be on
4 weeks to
sad
change their
Oh,
Teo
remember,
comps,
after this, they still have to
to
sit through
change
for the
their
group stage draw for stage number
Sunset,
2.
if Sunset is confirmed
We
in,
don't want to
which
be
I
in
think
that
it is.
position, having lost this 3-1.
And they're going to have a long time. Wait, they're not even. That's what they're going to have 6 weeks. Everyone else gets 4 weeks.
Consolation is that both these teams do know
Because
they're
they
going
missed
to
the first
international.
Swiss stage.
At the very
Dude,
least,
that's
they
nuts,
will
isn't it?
be excited about that trip to Toronto, but
You never get
it
6
would
weeks
be
in a
a
team. They
somber
got a
one.
week per map,
You know that
basically.
you have to play that Swiss stage. Both these teams looking to miss out on that, looking to get into those playoffs straight away. That is what's at stake here. You go to that international event, you don't have to play that Swiss stage. You are put straight into the playoffs. Just such a big advantage for
That's
these
what I
teams.
said for Trace and Masters Bangkok. I mean, they had some good time. That was the main reason the EDG won maps, though. So I was pretty much right with the time off that they had. Because as soon as they showed maps, they started losing
a
maps.
remarkable performance from the last time at an international event.
But mate, Trace just decided to pick their enemy's best maps. That's not on me. Like if that's what you do in your prep time, that's on them.
Weird situation right now as Coconut's going to lurk over towards A, looking to find a
Nice
member
shot.
isolated, but YZ's read it. And on on the other side of the map. It's XLG just swinging out, but they don't really have much
skills.
form to this push. They're just getting spammed down and isolated in each gunfight that they try to take. And with YOU, the last player alive, taken down, it's BLG picking up another round, and I feel like that came off the back of an opening pick from Billy.
The teams land in the Swiss stage, whoever comes second and third.
So far, Billy has always
the
had
first
more
seed,
first
dodge
bloods.
it or get top 8.
Just
They wait for the winners.
consistently convert those rounds.
Before it's too late, Snow. Can't just rely on a hero play or a mistake from Eli. They need to find some consistency. Make this attack fall short, but with Thraga picking up this operator, could fall off. But look how far back Levius is playing. Has trips on B and backside C, and then just allowing Eli to walk up here. The camera will get information. But I like how they're allowing it to be
for
a retake.
They're
not
set
one
up
to give
over
a 1v1
towards C.
fight.
This trip is crazy
They'll lose that
underrated.
first blood.
Just once they take back
gonna
a site,
say,
all you
I
have to do
feel
is
like
be
if
here
they
to get a
leave this
kill
one
off of
for a
it.
retake on Billy, it becomes so
Small
much
bit of
more
pressure over
difficult.
towards
That
C,
operator
insta re-clear.
is going to be
Dude,
weak
I
on
wish
the
I could see
attack,
the
but if
money.
they can get the spike down, that weapon, its effectiveness just goes up tenfold.
Yeah,
Okay, they hear the drone re-clear over towards A.
Right, you've obviously got that.
So they have
open,
probably have a
long
good
angle
idea that one person's
you can
set up,
push
which
through
means they
rather
should
than something
internal
like a
clock
B
be
or an
working
A
out, but
that
C's
it
about to be
becomes a little
stacked
bit
soon.
ineffective. But they're not aware that YZ is just going to walk
take
down
Garagen's
and
reaction, push
really
down
get
middle,
this
fast
even
flood in with the
harder to
Omen
watch.
flash as well. Breach ult's incredible,
Used
hit
as well
3.
to push forwards onto site. 2 XLG members cowering in the Omen smoke, and they will peek out.
Dude,
Oh,
every
angle
ult.
Armageddon is going to be used to stall them, to push them back. Raga misses a shot, a very
Yeah,
rare
every
situation
single ult
for
on
them
this.
that will cost the round. And Billy looking to pull this one back.
Off the back of the timeout, they're starting to look a lot stronger. Dominant on this defensive side. Who knew Haven was defensive sided? Not me, at least, especially with this composition. It's set for post plants. Retakes have been looking strong for both teams. I mean, Coconut just causes a little bit of chaos on site, but unable to follow it through.
NA's ending tomorrow, they get the advantage too. Yeah, for sure.
Timeout.
I mean, I'm pretty
taken,
sure
an opportune moment as yet again
whoever
we
gets
see
that
this
first spot in
XLG
Americas
coach
is loving it, man.
accentuated. The hand gestures are there. They are.
You got a lot of
needing
time
this
to
round
change
come
stuff.
through. They
But G2
want
will
it to
probably
finish
also
in
need that
Rio.
time.
They don't want to risk
So they gotta
going
change every
to
single
that
map.
5th map. I think Billy
Sentinels? I think
will
Sentinels
use this time
definitely.
to think about what they can change up, because
I mean,
the rounds that
I don't want
they've
to say
won
should be
have been off the
winning,
back
but
of
I give
some
him a higher percentage.
Very interesting plays. Why is he pushing out mid there without really much info? A massive risk to take, and yes, it paid off, but it won't consistently pay off.
Which map is going out? Fracture. Sunset's coming in.
Clearly getting more frustrated. You were in such a strong winning position. You've managed to come back from the depths before.
Flying
This time you
Specs,
just
thanks
need
so much
to
for the
close
tier
it
1.
out.
Thank you for the 6 months.
A few rounds, not allowing BLG
Yeah,
to,
no, you're not wrong.
to continue this
Do
force,
they-
but now it's them.
Again, every
on
week they kind
defense
of
with the op.
seem to have
YZ
like
in a position
visibly good
and
use
you're
of their
walking
time.
right into this. It looks like 4 members will walk immediately into lobby,
Is Teo completely dead? Yeah.
but instead they beat
Until
out
it
the
gets
util and
some kind of change.
it's
But I
like
don't think they'll
rats in a
touch it for a
subway.
bit.
They've all just scattered as soon as there's been some action.
But I love this. They fake the presence, use the fake TP. Now the operator could go huge, but happy way. How do you
bro?
win
He's not
that
even on the
fight?
screen.
Knight has to be the hero. All alone on site, Armageddon's going to be used to force him into a terrible position. And off the back of the trades, it is BLG that have evened up the numbers. Spike not yet gone down. A minute still to work with. They don't have to force this one through. They seem to want to push towards A. It's a Cypher that is here, ready.
Anyway,
and
I like this from
waiting
this guy. He
for
plays
you
over
to
towards
fall
long so he
into
can
their
potentially
trap.
get kills off his kill trips.
It's an
It
interesting
says-
one that you push into the Cypher who would have the traps and the information available rather than pushing into Russia on that Omen. All the angles have been known. If you're BLG, you know
Lovely
exactly
shot.
where these players are, but maybe it doesn't matter. When Viva takes down Levius, Russia,
With the low
1 versus
HP
2,
lineup,
Varga's health is
smoke
so
goes
low.
in, blocks off their vision.
Goes up the
Dude,
one
that
way,
is a
goes spam through and
lovely
does collect both
smoke
of
though.
them.
What a
Gets the
smoke
spike
that
for
is.
good measure.
That was sick.
Billy Gaming are back.
Gave it a little bit of time before they peaked. Didn't peak, realized they were doubling up. That was awesome.
Someone throw a one-way to peak. It's not a one-way that's going to land on anything. It's not going to be an effective smoke after it drops, but you use it as an aggressive piece of utility.
Dude, you kind of want to see this from their POV. It must look devastating.
So well. There's absolutely nothing that Raga can do but just get spammed down as soon as their teammate dies.
This guy's like, yeah, I told him that.
For me,
Told me.
I'm genuinely questioning why we're pushing on towards A. I mean, I know you're trying to push the Cypher away from you, but ultimately that's the one site where there's so much information to be gained. Levius was able to push back. You walk into the trip, there's a camera that's potentially going to cause damage, and it forced them into that one spot where Russia just had to spray it down to get the kill. And ultimately it means that now we're tied up at 11-10, and XLG are struggling to make this attack free-flowing like it was right at the start of the half.
Billy tried to fake a push over towards A to pivot out again, but this time it wasn't effective. Guy just pushes through it.
I mean, they have a Yoru ult if they wanna leave A site.
Trips behind them indicate that they should be heading here.
A default intercut sound like they might be going somewhere else. Into the drone, plays over towards middle, so they know they're confirmed over towards site. They got nothing from the kill trips, and there goes your main ult. That was the retake.
And
as soon as that ult goes down, they just realize that they're just wrecked.
XLG about to maybe collect
So they have to try and make plays.
I don't know if it's worth saving. It's such a big risk to save. But if you lose these rifles, it could be.
I don't think they need saved to them. They should have good money with how the round's gone.
By YOU to stall out for just a little bit. Has access to another flash. Paranoia leads the charge. Neff gets the first kill, and the rest of the players pulling through as well. But the trades are so good. And Knight has been left
look at the
alone
HP. It's kind of doable.
K-Knight has to be this professional player to make it work, but it will not be enough. And it is mad.
Okay, two chances for it.
Series point for XLG.
You get the trophy. You get 6 weeks before your first game in Toronto. You got that first seed. You got top 8 secured of Toronto. You get 5 champs points, maybe.
July, like you say, one round away.
A lot.
From series point and being that team to get their hands on the trophy, lifting it proudly.
I think it's 5. I think it's 5, 3, 2, 1.
Knowing that they've etched their name into history. The pressure really starts to mount now, though.
Dimensional drift used by
Oh wait, dude, this could be it. This is a potential free side on it. 2 stick, 2 on their own.
They want to end it here. They want this to be the game-winning play. They gained the front of sight, but they haven't took back just yet. Util to be used. Levius shuts it down. They were left alone, but not now.
The team all.
Through a concuss. How have
no,
they managed to do that?
messed it up.
Happy way, all alone. Needs to do something if they are to win this game right here, right now. But
they messed it up. It was such a good chance for it. 1-9 loss bonus. 2 of them sitting around 2,300s. Obviously forcing. Dude, they breached with their teammate and they didn't flash through the cage while they had a chance to flash through the cage. It looked like there was a lot of stall over towards C long here. I guess the Omen flash was used.
Kill everyone that pushes. I mean, you're using the Rolling Thunder and it's hitting your own team that's trying to take pressure off the back of it as well. Rarga used the fake out to try and bait a shot, but you see it, Levius just didn't challenge, happy to just sit and wait. And now you put yourself into this fight or flight moment where it's 1 round before overtime or 1 round for the trophy.
Expecting a C push. As a judge waiting in the entrance. Eli says, fancy a B hit. Isaac is all alone.
Big flash.
They can find that pick. It could be very effective. But knows it's a fake clone. TP out isn't good enough. But Neff is here to trade. And everybody's converging on this site.
Neff did incredible.
Forcing this Billy squad. Push forward.
Oh, they probably hear that reload.
Can't do anything.
Yeah.
They have to back away. Spike in their hands, tails between their legs, and options need to be reassessed.
Eva sitting here with the sheriff as well, not in a position to go and claim any of those guns that have been failed on B site. 4. Bald man mode activated. give some information, but when you know where the fights have gone down, you know where Happyway has to be to have used that. And now you walk into some trips and spam trying to capitalize, but the site is going to be the standing ground.
This is the last
dude,
chance.
it's absolutely done
if they want
for.
to close this out
Maybe
cleanly,
the luck.
G-Lie
Did they
has
spot
to
the
make
luck?
their move here, have
Yeah,
to
they
find
spot
these
the luck
kills,
as well.
but the spike goes down,
Okay,
and so does Happyway,
two
and we will
chances.
find ourselves
But all of what
in
we
an
said,
overtime.
gone. Got to
A
do it in overtime.
slugfest between both of these teams.
Using to go down without a final flight. How fitting for Billy. Overtime on the first map of the day. Is it overtime on the final? Or will they take us to map number 5? Ascent looming over the heads of Sliggy Gaming for Billy. It's all they can ask for.
To the big sigh of relief from the coach. That's sick.
Before that, they had the composure to win the overtime. Fracture, the first map we played at the start of this series, went to
The
overtime. Sliggy Gaming
man,
won
that C
out.
round's going to be haunting them a little bit.
OT. Now, heading into this map, what could be their chance to win this out cleanly? What could be their chance to avoid a long series and heading to map 5? They need to convert this first round if they have any hopes of being champions soon.
Really want to take advantage of the inexperience at this point of
Dude,
the
every
tournament
time they
for
insta-reclear
Sliggy,
over towards the garage.
having never been in this position before. Can they make crumble?
Game audio, yeah, they'll turn up
Sliggy
in a bit.
perfectly bake this game up and make it a sweet treat that they can laugh about when it comes to the end of the day.
Comes to cooking, both these teams very experienced in that.
Lovely trades on this. Do they
towards
expect
garage,
the
but it's not
extra?
quite the
Do
kitchen.
we had the solo walk
back
up
away.
towards A and then insta take of the TP as
Somehow.
well? So there's multiple people here.
Billy have already found themselves with 3 members dead.
Looking like
It's
they have
just
another
Rusha
go
and
at it.
K-Knight
Oh,
all alone.
especially with that.
Make it just K-Knight. Not going to be able to do anything at all. We look at G-Lie. They have given themselves an opportunity to win this match yet again. They could not capitalize in regular time. Can they make it happen in overtime?
I mean, listen, they started their attack off pretty strongly when it started with rifles. They just need to replicate the success that they were seeing right at the start. That victory there was so clean that you would have to fancy confidence being so high going into this next one, but Billy rightly so using this timeout. They know this genuinely is what could be the last chance in this tournament. A must-win
Can you
round.
please
There's
check out the
no
PRX
doubt
video
about it.
description?
You
The
cannot
video
afford
description
to
of
slip.
what?
You
What
want
do you
that
mean?
trophy. You said coming into here, this is what you entered this tournament for this time. Stage 1 is where you
What
wanted
video are we
to
talking
lift
about?
the trophy, but this is your chance to prove it.
Not even just that, the stakes even bigger. You think about both these teams wanting international success. One way to get easy international success, make playoffs.
Their
One way
new
to make
video.
playoffs,
Oh,
you
okay.
win this match right here.
What an incentive that awaits. What motivation you have. Billy need to dig deep, and it doesn't seem like the coaches
The
are
first
stressed.
line
though.
is track by
We've been
track.
saying this the whole time. It doesn't look like they're
embracing it.
overstressed. There's clearly a game plan in. They're clearly impressed with the improvement, the run that's happened in the lower bracket. They just need this one to.
How much
keep
does it cost to
ongoing.
get on the train? Oh, I mean, how much you got?
I feel like in these rounds, whoever finds the opening pick should win the round. It's been so chaotic, so fast-paced when these site hits happen.
It'll pretty much cost you everything
G-Lie
these days.
Want to take that risk. Just want to make
3 weeks
mark
ago,
slowly.
tickets were cheap.
Presence has been shown towards A
Now?
for both these teams, but it's Billy backing away.
It's gonna cost you everything pretty much.
Start waiting to get the information off the trips. And it will be that walks right into the first.
My
falls
goodness,
for the
everyone
takeout,
is
and
so
K-Knight
blind.
opens up the killing on this half.
Dude, they tried for the
I don't know how
fast
they live so long on
plants,
the
and
site,
we're
but
just
it doesn't
sitting out
matter
in the
because they
open
have
with
been
the
taken
smoke
down,
as well.
and it's a
Big Jewel in
retake
heaven.
situation on
Oh,
A,
that
one
is
of
it,
the most
no?
historically hardest sites to retake. And now, not only that, it's Rusha in a 1 versus 4. Has to do absolutely
Holy,
everything.
the boys.
Will be able to do
They do play the best at the moment. They definitely look good.
It's
a solid team. Big win. 6 weeks. 6 weeks they got. First seed. First team outside of EDG to win a trophy in China.
This series ends. VLI Gaming are your Stage 1 Valorant China champions. The first team not named Edward
XLG for Paris. Yeah, you probably secure Paris with this as well, right? 5 points. That's a lot.
To go out to Billy Gaming. But listen,
they did good in well, they did it right in groups as well.
And a flight across to Toronto where they can impress at the international level. It's not all done for them. You just have to be happy for the Sheila Gaming side.
Both these teams.
Yeah, absolute beasts. Chat, we'll stay for the trophy lift, and then we'll head out and raid someone. But maybe we raid the community channel. They've been doing great for the Chinese games.
Finals almost went down to the wire. It's such a good look for the region.
The gap is fully closed. No longer are we looking at a gigantic fissure. It is most definitely
the trophy. Yeah, the trophy's insane.
We'll be looking to make their mark in Toronto. Wolves
guys,
as
let's
well,
go pick
not
it up.
to forget, in the wings, having finished third.
Go on, boys.
We'll be looking to make their mark on an international level. And you just have to say, what an ending this has been. But remember, we still have the group stage draw to come after this. But before we get ahead of ourselves, the players will, of course, lift the trophy.
What a moment for these players. Making history.
Smaller? Yeah, it's a lot smaller than it looked in the pictures. Not wrong.
Cheers from the crowd, deservedly so, as they have done the unthinkable. They have dethroned Edward Gaming. What a way to do it.
Sane. I was wondering if people were going to make the joke.
What it means
Sane couldn't resist.
Pick it up, and we'll of course have the interviews coming in here as well.
Okay, chat. Let's raid them. Let's raid them. They're going to be doing translated interviews. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I'll go read the description. I'll check Discord. Sure.
And I think up until the last part, we're still pretty calm. And he doesn't really feel anything right now. And then he said that we should have won earlier.
Honestly, I think that's fair. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Huge raid this one is. Again, shout out to FNS for the raid. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Track by track,
and then he
everyone
said, last time
weekend.
when they interviewed them for a Toronto qualification, while you said that he really looked up to G2.
Next weekend. I think it's a Friday, the game is. I think it's Friday.
And then he's really looking forward to it.
All right, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all. Thanks for being here.
And they say they play about the same comps.
Bye. Next Friday.
But they're fast floods. Like XLG really learns from them.
Yeah, bring Cole. Bring equipment for tracks.
And thank
it's
you
gonna
all
be
the
a
fans who came
big game. Big game. All right, bye everyone. Bye. Bring people that you dislike to throw into the engine as well. Get your sideshows ready. All right, bye everyone.
And then from tier 3 all the way to the internet, the league, and then winning today.
YouTube chat, thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much, guys. If you guys want to watch the interview translated, it's
and then he says
here.
that,
Let me spam
supporting
for
us
you.
is like
You can go here to watch the interviews being translated. Thank you for being here, YouTube. Subscribe if you can. I appreciate you all.
EDG 的时候吧，因为